Chapter 1. The Beginning in Normandy. When Chu Hang awoke, his mind was still clouded. He distinctly remembered sitting in a conference room at his company, laboring over proposals with his boss and the clients. It was late into the night, and fatigue had nearly glued his eyelids shut, his mind a jumble of data and graphs, while his boss's fervent voice buzzed in his ears. At that moment, he thought to himself that enduring this meeting was more torturous than death itself. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed. A pungent scent of gunpowder mingled with the metallic tang of blood, and a vague aroma of rust invaded his nostrils. His ears were a cacophony of noise, buzzing like hundreds of tractors revving simultaneously, interspersed with thunderous booms that shook the ground beneath him with each reverberation. Where was he? Had the company embarked on a demolition project? Struggling to open his eyes, he found not the familiar ceiling and chandeliers, but a bleak, overcast sky. Dark specks trailed long plumes of smoke as they lazily drifted by. He shifted slightly, realizing he was lying in a pit, his body coated in cold, damp mud. Glancing down, he saw he was no longer clad in his trusty plaid shirt, but instead wore a cumbersome, ochre military uniform reminiscent of old films. Around him lay several individuals dressed similarly, their faces smeared with mud, all foreign, with blonde hair and blue eyes. They clutched long metal weapons, some shouting hoarsely, while others lay motionless on the ground. Chu Hang's mind buzzed, utterly overwhelmed. He was merely an ordinary office worker, leading a monotonous life traversing between his company and his rented apartment, with the grandest dream of winning the lottery for an early retirement. This scene before him was far beyond his comprehension. Just as he was lost in thought, a deafening explosion erupted nearby, sending a fireball skyward and showering him with a wave of earth that left him dazed. It dawned on him that this was no dream or film set. He was genuinely in a battlefield. Those thunderous sounds were the explosions of artillery. Am I time traveling? Chu Hang's lips trembled as dread enveloped him. A modern-day office worker, unaccustomed to violence, cast into such chaos was akin to a death sentence. Fear gripped his heart like an icy hand. He longed to rise and flee, but his legs felt like noodles, utterly unresponsive. He could only huddle in that small crater, listening to the whistling bullets around him, aware that he could become a lifeless corpse at any moment. This is it. It's over. Despair washed over him. To die just after arriving here. I must be the shortest-lived time traveler in history. In the depths of his hopelessness, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding. Life signs and mental fluctuations of the host meet activation criteria. The super copy machine system is now officially activated. This system is designed to provide the host with powerful abilities. Each week, the host may select any intelligent life form as a target and permanently replicate one of its abilities. Contact with the target is required for replication. Upon successful replication, the system will enter a cooldown period of 7 days, or 168 hours. Given that this is the first replication opportunity, the host may select a target within their line of sight for replication. Chu Hang was startled by this sudden voice, soon followed by a wave of elation. A system, a golden finger, the quintessential benefit of a time traveler. The flicker of despair in his heart was doused with gasoline, igniting into a roaring flame of hope. Salvation was at hand. Fate had not forsaken him. To replicate one superpower weekly, permanently, this sounded extraordinary. With a little time, not only could he survive this battlefield, but he could also pursue any ambition thereafter. However, the pressing issue was that he was running out of time. Peeking cautiously, he saw the tempest of bullets and artillery raining down relentlessly. He had no chance to find someone to replicate an ability, let alone even shift his position. And where could he find someone with superpowers? This was the battlefield of World War II, not a cinematic universe filled with superheroes. Should he aim to replicate a marksman or a master of combat? While such abilities would indeed be valuable on the battlefield, they hardly guaranteed his safety. As he pondered, another violent explosion erupted nearby. This time, fortune was not on his side. A shard of searing shrapnel, like a red-hot dagger, plunged violently into his abdomen. An indescribable agony coursed through him, and he screamed, curling up like a boiled shrimp. He felt his strength and warmth swiftly draining away with the blood gushing from his wound. His vision began to blur, and the sounds of battle faded into the distance. It can't be. With his last ounce of strength, he glanced down at the gruesome wound and the blood pooling around him, extinguishing the flicker of hope he had just ignited. He had barely received his golden finger, and now he was on the verge of bleeding to death. Was this some sort of trial? As his consciousness began to fade, he caught a glimpse of a burly man lying beside him. The man, also dressed in military garb, sported a thick beard and clutched a nearly extinguished cigar. He appeared even more disheveled than Chu Hang. Just moments ago, during the explosion, Chu Hang had witnessed a bullet strike the man's chest, creating a gaping hole in his clothing. Yet the man seemed unfazed, muttering a curse before spitting out blood, his fierce gaze fixated ahead. In that instant, Chu Hang felt as if lightning had struck his mind. Shot, yet unaffected. This was not normal. This was definitely not normal. Could it be that this man possessed a superpower? With no time to consider further, he seized his last chance. Summoning all his remaining strength, he fervently shouted inside his mind, "System! System! That guy! Replicate his ability!" He felt his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Ding. Target locked. Scanning target's abilities. The system's voice echoed once more, a heavenly melody to Chu Hang in that moment. Replicable ability detected. Self-healing factor, DOU confirm replication? Replicate. Hurry. Chu Hang roared inwardly. Replication successful. Congratulations, host. You have permanently acquired the ability. Self-healing factor. The system is now in cooldown mode. Remaining cooldown time, 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As the system's alert tone faded away, an indescribable warmth surged from his heart, swiftly coursing through his limbs and body. Following this, the excruciating pain from the wound on his lower abdomen transformed into a maddening itch, as if countless ants were crawling upon it, desperately burrowing into his flesh. Unable to resist, he glanced down, only to witness a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The deep wound, visible to the bone, began to writhe and grow at an astonishing rate. Severed blood vessels reconnected, torn muscles healed, and even the split skin rapidly sprouted new granulation tissue, quickly forming a scab. In scarcely over a minute, the once fatal wound had reduced to a scar stained with dried blood. Aside from the torn fabric of his clothing and the bloodstains, no one could discern that he had just danced on the precipice of death. Chu Hang stood in stunned silence, gingerly touching his abdomen, feeling the firm, flat surface, utterly bewildered. He had survived. He had truly survived. This overwhelming joy of having escaped death made him tremble with excitement. The self-healing factor. This was the ability he had just replicated. Such a power was nothing short of divine on the battlefield. Before he could fully grasp this astonishing revelation, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air, echoing across the battlefield. The soldiers around him, crouched or lying low, sprang up as if electrified, brandishing their weapons and leaping from the trenches, shouting incomprehensible battle cries. The charge had begun. Still dazed, the burly man beside him, with a rugged beard, sprang to his feet. He discarded the extinguished cigar from his mouth, irritably cracking his neck with a series of pops. Then, Chu Hang heard a peculiar sound. Swish! It was a crisp sound, reminiscent of metal scraping. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the noise, only to see the burly man raising his right hand, from which 3 elongated, gleaming white bone claws suddenly protruded. With a fierce, springing motion, Chu Hang's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. He glanced at the 3 sharp bone claws and instinctively recalled his newly acquired self-healing factor. A name, one that he was profoundly familiar with, surged forth from the depths of his mind. Logan. Wolverine. Chu Hang stared blankly at the figure charging towards the German lines, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Goodness, what on earth have I just replicated? Chapter 2. Hello, my name is Logan. The charge whistle pierced Chu Hang's eardrum like a dagger. He had yet to digest the astonishing fact that he had replicated Wolverine's abilities when he was suddenly prodded forcefully in the back with a rifle, but, stumbling out of the shell hole, "Move it, rookie! Do you want to stay here as a target?" A raspy voice roared in his ear, his mind blank. His body instinctively followed the figures ahead, stumbling through the muddy terrain. He clutched the cold, heavy rifle tightly. It felt no different than wielding an iron rod, and he was clueless on how to fire it, using it instead as his only psychological comfort. Once he left the shelter of the shell hole, the entire world morphed into a living hell. Bullets whizzed past his head, ears, and legs, their shrill whistles sending shivers down his spine. Explosions erupted nearby, each deafening blast accompanied by plumes of fire and smoke, while scorching shockwaves of dirt and debris battered him. The acrid smell of gunpowder and blood choked him, causing tears to stream down his face, his throat burning as if he were inhaling shards of glass. He witnessed a young soldier, who had just been charging alongside him, suddenly lose his upper body, obliterated by an artillery shell that had seemingly come from nowhere, turning him into a mist of blood. The warm liquid splattered across Chu Hang's face, sticky and pungent, stirring nausea in his gut. Fear, unprecedented and paralyzing, gripped him like icy hands from all directions, constricting his throat and making it nearly impossible to breathe. As an ordinary person raised in peacetime, he had never encountered such scenes. The wars portrayed in films paled in comparison to the brutal reality of the battlefield. He yearned to scream, to turn and run, to dig a hole and bury himself. Yet amidst this chaotic slaughterhouse, he was powerless. All he could do was mimic those around him, hunching his back like a shrimp, desperately pushing forward. His gaze instinctively locked onto the most conspicuous target, the burly man with the cigar clenched in his mouth and bone claws flashing in his hands. Logan. This man was akin to a wild bull that had charged into a flock of sheep, completely disregarding the German crossfire. He moved forward with an unwavering determination, bullets ricocheting off his sturdy chest like harmless raindrops. With a slight shake, he continued to unleash primal roars. Each swing of his bone claws emitted a chilling glimmer as they effortlessly tore through the enemy's flesh. He resembled an unrelenting machine of slaughter, leaving a trail of mangled corpses and terrified German soldiers in his wake. Follow him. Stay close. This thought consumed Chu Hang's mind. On this lethal battlefield, this indestructible creature represented his only hope of survival. With every ounce of strength, he trailed closely behind Logan. The latter drew most of the enemy fire, significantly alleviating the pressure on Chu Hang. Even so, danger lurked everywhere. A stray bullet, emerging from an unknown corner, crashed into his left shoulder with a piercing shriek. Da-da! Chu Hang screamed, a wave of agonizing pain radiating throughout his body. It felt as if his left arm had been seared by a red-hot iron, rendering his entire shoulder numb. He stumbled and fell heavily into the mud. Lying on the ground, shaking from the pain, cold sweat soaked through his undergarments, he glanced down to see a hole torn in his uniform at the left shoulder, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, quickly staining the earth beneath him a dark red. It's over. His mind went blank as a powerful sensation of weightlessness and dizziness enveloped him. He realized this was a precursor to exsanguination. What about the self-healing factor? Why wasn't it working? Just as his consciousness began to blur, a familiar, excruciating itch emanated from deep within the wound. The sensation was more unbearable than when the bullet had penetrated, akin to countless ants voraciously gnawing at his bones and flesh. He groaned in pain, yet a surge of elation welled up within him. He felt something. The self-healing factor was activating. He endured the indescribable agony and itch, fixating intently on his wound. He could sense the muscles and blood vessels writhing, intertwining and regenerating in a manner that defied logic. The bullet lodged within the bone was forcefully expelled by the newly formed muscle, clattering to the muddy ground with a dull thud. The process lasted for over a minute, yet two. Chu Hang, it felt as interminable as a century. When that unbearable itch finally subsided, the excruciating pain in his shoulder vanished alongside it. He moved his left arm, and aside from a lingering soreness, he could no longer feel any injuries. It dawned upon him that the self-healing factor did not numb his pain, nor did it render him invulnerable. It was merely a remarkably potent aftercare service. No matter how brutally one was battered, as long as one was not dead on the spot, it could restore one to health. However, the process of repair was far from pleasant. Damn it, this ability comes with a painful aftercare experience package. Chu Hang grimaced as he rose from the muddy ground. After such an ordeal, his courage had inexplicably increased. After all, he could not die. What was there to fear? He raised his head, searching for Logan's figure. Soon he spotted him, pinned down beneath a blasted earth embankment ahead. A German MG-42 machine gun was mounted in a makeshift fortification of sandbags, spewing forth a torrent of fire. The terrifying rate of fire formed a wall of death, relentlessly pinning Logan behind the mound, causing the dirt and debris in front of him to explode in all directions. Despite Logan's repeated attempts to charge out, he was repelled by the dense hail of bullets, new wounds constantly being added to his body. Even his formidable, self-healing ability seemed somewhat inadequate against such sustained and intense firepower. Chu Hang's heart leapt into his throat. He understood all too well that Logan was his sole talisman of protection, that if Logan were to be taken out by that machine gun, His own demise would not be far behind. Help him? How? He had no idea how to even load the gun in his hands. Charging straight and would likely result in being riddled with bullets within mere steps. His gaze swiftly scanned the chaotic battlefield, ultimately settling on a combat shovel beside a corpse at his feet. The shovel's edge glinted ominously in the firelight. A wild thought suddenly surged within him. His greatest advantage was his invulnerability to death. Given that, why not exploit this trait? Without further hesitation, he gritted his teeth and seized the mud-covered combat shovel. Crouching low, he utilized the uneven terrain and the scattered corpses as cover, gradually inching toward the roaring machine gun nest from the side. His heart raced within his chest, threatening to leap from his throat. With every step, he felt as though he were dancing on the edge of a blade. Several times, bullets grazed his scalp, the wind they created stinging his cheeks painfully. The German gunner was entirely focused on Logan, utterly unaware that someone would dare approach from the open flank. Closer, even closer. Chu Hang could discern the gunner's flushed face, a mix of excitement and tension. Now was the moment. Taking a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of courage he possessed and abruptly leaped from behind a fallen horse. Gripping the combat shovel tightly, he let out a primal roar, utilizing all his strength to bring the heavy blade crashing down upon the gunner's neck. Thud! A dull, jarring sound echoed, reminiscent of a crushed watermelon. The German soldier's helmet crumpled significantly, and he slumped lifelessly against the machine gun without uttering a sound. The assistant gunner, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stared in terror at the apparition like Chu Hang, instinctively reaching for his sidearm. In that moment, Chu Hang, driven by a bloodlust, withdrew the shovel and, without a glance, executed a swift horizontal strike, the edge of the shovel making solid contact with the assistant gunner's neck. A crisp crack resonated, and the assistant gunner's head drooped at an eerie angle. Having dispatched two foes, Chu Hang felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground, the shovel slipping from his grasp. Staring at the two bodies at his feet, nausea surged through him, and he retched violently, expelling the meager breakfast of oatmeal he had consumed that morning. He trembled uncontrollably, unable to discern whether it was fear or the physiological response to taking a life. The machine gun's roar abruptly ceased, and for an instant, silence enveloped the battlefield. Logan, sensing the sudden drop in pressure, sprang up from behind the mound and rushed toward the machine gun nest. He beheld the fallen German soldiers and then turned to see Chu Hang, pale and trembling on the ground, beside a pool of vomit. Logan's fierce expression softened slightly, revealing a complex emotion. He said nothing, instead approaching Chu Hang and extending his large hand to hoist him up. "Kid, you've got guts," he rasped, giving Chu Hang's shoulder a heavy pat. "Well done." Chu Hang stumbled slightly from the force of the pat, managing a weak chuckle, unable to utter a single word. The battle concluded half an hour later, and they had secured the position at a great cost. The surviving soldiers collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, silence enveloping them except for the heavy breaths and moans of the wounded. Logan produced a bottle of whiskey from somewhere, uncapped it, and took a hearty swig before passing it to Chu Hang. Chu Hang hesitated for a moment, then took the bottle and imitated Logan, gulping down a mouthful. The fiery liquid scorched his throat as it cascaded into his stomach, provoking a fit of coughing, yet the warmth dispersed much of the chill that lingered within him. Logan, his signature cigar clenched between his teeth, crouched beside Chu Hang, squinting as he scrutinized him. After a long pause, he spoke. "I saw you get hit, right in the shoulder. Where's the wound?" Chu Hang's heart sank. He knew this moment would come. He had prepared a response, feigning calmness as he replied, "I don't know what happened. It's been like this since childhood. No matter how severe the injury, I heal overnight. I recover much faster than others." Upon hearing this, Logan regarded him with a piercing gaze, sharp enough to see through the facade. He did not press further, merely nodding. Everyone had their secrets, especially in such a hellish place. Survival was the ultimate truth. He sensed a kindred spirit in Chu Hang, a hint of the monster he himself had experienced. Blowing a smoke ring, he extended his calloused and scarred hand toward Chu Hang. "You saved my life. I'm Logan." Chu Hang looked at him and extended his hand in return, shaking it firmly. Chu Hang. From that point on, Chu Hang and Logan became inseparable partners. One charged headfirst in a battle like a tank, drawing fire, while the other, like a ghost, utilized his invulnerability to harass and ambush from the flank. Their synergy shone brilliantly in the subsequent battles over the next 2 days, achieving astonishing efficiency that on the third day at dusk, having just repelled a German counterattack, They leaned against the trench, sharing a can of beef. An officer, distinguished by a bowler hat and a pair of characteristic mustachios, approached them, flanked by a group of soldiers. The officer's uniform was immaculate, and his polished leather boots gleamed, a stark contrast to the surrounding muddy and bloody environment. He looked down at the filthy, ravenous Chu Hang and Logan, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice clear and commanding, "would you be interested in changing your scenery for something more exhilarating?" Logan barely lifted his eyelids, grabbing the last piece of beef from the can and mumbling, "Not interested. It's quite amusing to kill Germans here." That was just his nature. He was inherently disinclined to follow others' commands. However, Chu Hang had a different perspective. He was acutely aware that this mustachioed officer was none other than Dum Dum Dugan from the Howling Commandos in the movies. This was an excellent opportunity to align with a powerful group. Being part of a larger force was far preferable to wandering the battlefield alone with Logan. He quickly nudged Logan with his elbow, wearing a broad smile as he addressed Dugan. "Sir, my brother here has a rather peculiar temperament, so please don't take offense. We are undoubtedly interested. However, we are curious about what exactly this intriguing work entails." That Dugan's gaze shifted between Chu Hang and Logan, his sharp eyes revealing a keen intelligence. He seemed unfazed by Logan's rudeness, instead finding Chu Hang, the more astute of the two, far more intriguing. "It's a task that will allow you to fully utilize your special skills," Dugan replied, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A task that will let you kill to your heart's content. Follow me. We can discuss it on the way." Without waiting for Logan's consent, he turned and strode away. Logan frowned deeply, clearly reluctant to move. Chu Hang leaned closer to him, lowering his voice. "Logan, think about it. We are indeed formidable. But what if we encounter a tough opponent someday, with hundreds of guns aimed at us or surrounded by tanks? Even if you can heal, you'd still be reduced to pulp. Why joining them? At least we'd be part of an elite unit, with resources, intelligence, and logistics far beyond our capabilities. Besides, for what he implies, there are plenty of formidable foes to tackle, which is surely more exhilarating than slaughtering these ordinary foot soldiers." Logan fell silent, contemplating. Although wild by nature, he was not foolish. Chu Hang's words rang true. They were powerful on the battlefield, but ultimately outmatched. He licked his lips, tossed the empty can aside, stood up, and grumbled, "Let's go see. If it's not as interesting as you say, I'll turn around and leave." "Great," Chu Hang thought, feeling elated, and hurried to follow Dugan's lead. They were led to a military truck draped in thick canvas. The interior was pitch black, rendering everything invisible. As the truck roared to life, it jostled along, and they had no idea how long or where they were headed. Logan leaned against the side, closing his eyes as if asleep, while Chu Hang was too excited to rest. He knew he was officially stepping onto the main narrative of the Marvel Universe. Soon, he would meet Captain America, Bucky, and those characters he had only seen in films. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. It was a surreal sensation. Just weeks ago, he was a wage slave, working late into the night for a meager salary. And now, he was aboard a truck heading to a secret base, about to become part of a legendary squad. His greatest asset was his still-cooling replication ability and the spoilers stored in his mind. After an indeterminate time, the truck finally came to a halt. The canvas was pulled aside, and the blinding light made Chu Hang instinctively squint. They were ushered into a vast underground base, a stark contrast to the war-torn battlefield outside. The place was brightly lit, bustling with soldiers and researchers clad in lab coats. The air was filled with a blend of machine oil and disinfectant. Dugan led them into a briefing room where several individuals were already seated, each appearing somewhat out of place. There was a black man playing a harmonica, an Asian man in glasses looking scholarly, and a Frenchman puffing on a pipe. Chu Hang recognized them. These were the initial members of the Howling Commandos. Dugan approached the front of the room, cleared his throat, and announced, "Welcome to our new members. I understand you all have questions about why we have gathered this collection of elites, or, shall we say, misfits from various units." His gaze swept over everyone before settling on Chu Hang and Logan. "Because the enemy we face is not your typical German soldier." He gestured, and an aide quickly lowered the projection screen and switched on the projector. The mechanical whirring of film began, illuminating the screen with an image of a massive flag adorned with a red skull and 6 octopus tentacles. Beneath it stood thousands of fervent soldiers, arms raised in unison, chanting a single phrase, "Long live Hydra." Chu Hang's heart skipped a beat. It was here, finally. Dugan's tone grew grave. "This is our true enemy, Hydra, the German deep science strategic force, led by a man named Johann Schmidt. also known as the Red Skull. Their technology far exceeds anything we currently comprehend. The energy weapons they wield can reduce a person to ashes in an instant. The screen began to display blurry combat footage. Chu Heng saw Hydra soldiers, clad in black uniforms, wielding futuristic blue energy guns, unleashing beams of light that vaporized American soldiers as though they were made of paper, leaving no trace behind. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive. Even Logan, who usually exuded nonchalance, furrowed his brow that he feared not death, but he detested such a demise where he had no chance to fight back. Conventional tactics and weapons are of limited use against them, Dugan continued. Thus, we require a special team capable of employing unconventional methods to penetrate enemy lines and strike Hydra with precision. You are the most unconventional soldiers I have selected from various fronts. This revelation elicited thoughtful expressions from the others present. Each of them, in their own way, had exhibited differences that rendered them outliers in their original units. Now, their uniqueness was the very reason for their selection. Our mission is to act like a pack of rabid dogs, severing every tentacle of Hydra. Thus, this team shall be named the Howling Commandos. With that, Dugan turned off the projector but did not switch on the lights, instead opting to load a new film reel. Of course, we aren't entirely devoid of good news, he said, feigning nonchalance. In order to combat Hydra, we've also developed some good stuff on our end. A new image appeared on the screen. This time, the tone shifted dramatically. Triumphant music filled the air as a man clad in a blue, white, and red bodysuit, adorned with a white star on his chest, and wielding a shield resembling a frying pan, made his grand entrance. Behind him, a row of blonde women danced and sang. This is, Logan remarked with disdain, a clown from the circus? Chu Heng nearly burst into laughter. He recognized this as the earliest depiction of Captain America, originally designed for promotional tours to sell war bonds. The outfit was indeed comically out of date, brimming with the flavor of its era. On screen, the man began his performance, effortlessly punching through a sandbag bearing Hitler's likeness, tossing several women into the air, and executing acrobatic feats on stage with remarkable agility. The entire promotional film was exaggerated and highly sensationalized, steeped in themes of individual heroism. Steve Rogers, whom you are about to meet, is the Captain America. Dugan introduced, he is the sole success of our super soldier program. His strength, speed, and reflexes have reached the limits of human imagination. He is our trump card against Hydra. The individuals in the room were rendered speechless. While they were unimpressed by his comical costume, the superhuman abilities displayed by Rogers were undeniably real. This was not a product of cinematic effects, but rather a manifestation of true power. Chu Heng's gaze was fixated on the figure projected on the screen, his heart racing uncontrollably. The regenerative factor merely ensured his survival. However, he yearned for genuine strength. Before him stood the ideal model for replication, the Captain America. Super Soldier Serum. If he could replicate this ability, his physical capabilities would experience an exponential enhancement. Coupled with Wolverine's healing factor, he would become an indomitable force, capable of both offense and defense. His chances of survival on the battlefield would soar to unprecedented heights. I must acquire this. Chu Heng vowed silently, his eyes brimming with longing. As the promotional video concluded, the lights in the room flickered back to life. Dugan observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. I understand that you may perceive him as merely an actor performing on stage. However, soon you will witness his true prowess with your own eyes. That he paused, adopting a serious demeanor. Just yesterday, over 100 soldiers were captured by Hydra during an operation, including Captain America's dear friend, Sergeant Bucky Barnes. The captain has resolved to venture alone to rescue them. And we, the Howling Commandos, have received our first official mission. To assist him, as soon as Dugan's words resonated, Chu Heng instinctively accessed his system interface, system cooling down. Remaining cooldown time, 4 days, 8 hours, and 21 minutes. Chu Heng's brow furrowed instantly. 4 days. More than 4 days to wait. He had just recently replicated proficiency in firearms. The mission could commence at any moment, yet his abilities remained in cooldown. This meant that even if he encountered Captain America, he would be powerless to act. What was he to do? He needed to devise a plan not only to survive this perilous mission, but also to secure an opportunity to engage with Captain America, and that opportunity had to arise just after. His cooldown period ended. Chu Heng rubbed his temples, realizing that this predicament was far more challenging than dodging bullets on the battlefield. Chapter 4. Before departure, let's gather some goodies. The lights in the briefing room flickered back to life, casting a hush over the room where no one dared to utter a word. The only sound was the rhythmic tapping of Dugan's fingers against the table. Each expression on the faces of the veterans was a complex tapestry of shock, skepticism, and a flicker of ignited excitement. Hydra, energy weapons. Super soldiers. These terms struck like heavy stones, sending ripples through the hearts of these seasoned warriors. Logan was the first to shatter the silence. Rising from his chair, he cracked his knuckles with a resonant pop, his countenance a blend of impatience and a thirst for blood. Enough of this chatter. When do we move? Where are we going to kill? He had no interest in Hydra or Octopus, nor did he care for Captain America or the President. His sole concern was whether the adversaries would be formidable enough to satisfy his bloodlust. The imagery of Hydra soldiers disintegrating into ashes under the energy weapons had not frightened him. Rather, it ignited the primal ferocity within him. Dugan cast an approving glance in Logan's direction, clearly appreciating this straightforward demeanor. Hold your horses, Logan. Dealing with Hydra requires more than brute force. He gestured towards the door. Come, let me show you your new home, and then we shall procure some fine equipment. Rest well tonight. At dawn, we shall embark. The so-called new home was a spacious barracks, with a dozen army cots aligned in 2 neat rows, their bedding folded meticulously into squares. Compared to the makeshift foxholes they had endured on the front lines, this was nothing short of paradise. Upon entering the barracks, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The previously reticent team members began to introduce themselves to one another. The African-American fellow playing the harmonica was named Gabby Jones, a skilled technician adept in various mechanics. The bespectacled Japanese man was Jimmy Morita, an expert in explosives. The Frenchman with the pipe was Jacques Denier, proficient in infiltration and poisoning. Each individual possessed a unique talent. Chu Hang, in his previous life, had been the type to engage in casual conversations with anyone. He took the initiative to greet everyone, offering cigarettes, and within no time, he had forged a camaraderie with the group. He understood that these individuals would soon become comrades he could trust with his life. Fostering good relationships was undoubtedly advantageous. Only Logan, upon entering, sought out a cot in the farthest corner. Casually tossing his worn leather jacket onto the pillow and engrossing himself in the meticulous cleaning of his military knife, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Chu Hang refrained from encroaching on his solitude. He was well aware of Logan's nature. The man was a lone wolf, and persuading him to integrate into the collective was akin to convincing him to give up his cigars. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as long as they were on the battlefield. He knew who his allies were. While engaging in light banter with Gabby and the others, he mentally calculated his pressing concerns. For days, his replication ability would require 4 days to cool down. Yet the mission commenced at first light tomorrow. This time disparity was utterly exasperating. In other words, he must ensure both his own survival and that of Captain America for at least 4 days following the commencement of their mission, all while creating an opportunity to inadvertently encounter the captain during this period. The challenge is formidable. The Hydra base is nothing short of a den of peril, a fact he could ascertain with a mere thought. In the film, Bucky had plummeted from a cliff there, and he certainly did not wish to follow in those footsteps. Hey, Chu. Jimmy Morita nudged his glasses and leaned in with curiosity. I heard from Colonel Dugan that you and Logan are, well, quite resilient. Is that true? Chu Hang understood the implication behind the inquiry and chuckled softly, gesturing to his military uniform, still marked with bullet holes and stains of blood. In the battlefield, it's merely a stroke of luck. He certainly could not divulge that his survival was attributed to self-healing factors, so he chose to be deliberately vague. Fortunately, the others, being astute individuals, recognized his reluctance to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. After a brief commotion, Dugan led them to the armory. As they stepped through the heavy iron door, a frigid gust of metallic air and the scent of gun oil enveloped them. Chu Hang's eyes instantly brightened. This armory was far more spacious than the modest armory of his previous unit. The walls were adorned with an array of firearms, from Thompson submachine guns to M1 Garand rifles, showcasing a comprehensive selection. Tables were lined with neatly arranged grenades, explosives, and various types of ammunition, all glistening ominously under the light. An elderly quartermaster handed over a checklist. According to standard configuration, each person is entitled to 1 submachine gun, 1 pistol, and 4 grenades. Choose as you wish. Logan barely glanced at the list. He simply snatched 2 Colt M1911 pistols from the wall, tucked them behind his waist, and stuffed his pockets with a handful of bullets. He even pilfered several cigars, considering the matter settled. For him, his own hands were more effective than any weapon. The others began selecting their preferred arms as well. However, Chu Hang remained stationary. He stood there, rapidly recalling the plot of Captain America, the First Avenger. Where was that Hydra factory from which the captain had gone to rescue someone? It seemed to be nestled in the mountainous regions of Austria, amidst bitter cold. Moreover, the factory's internal structure was intricate, with numerous platforms and walkways at varying heights. With this thought, an idea began to form in his mind. He approached the quartermaster, displaying a particularly sincere smile. "Sir, in addition to these, may I request a few other items?" The quartermaster lifted his gaze slightly. "Speak. I would like a set of the thickest thermal undergarments, preferably wool. Additionally, I need a pair of climbing claws and at least 50 feet of rope. Oh, and do you have any high-calorie energy bars or chocolate? The more, the better," Chu Hang stated in one breath. As soon as he finished speaking, the armory fell silent. Everyone stared at him as if he were a creature of myth. Dugan furrowed his brow. "Chu, what do you need those items for? We are not going to scale a mountain. We're about to raid a factory." Chu Hang had long since prepared his remarks. He scratched his head, feigning a hint of embarrassment. "Commander, this is wisdom gleaned from my previous combat experiences. The location we are en route to, as you described, lies behind enemy lines. The specific environment remains uncertain. Should we find ourselves in some secluded ravine with frigid temperatures, it is prudent to dress warmly, for to be frozen solid would render us incapable of battle. As for the ropes and grappling hooks, their utility is manifold. They will allow us to scale walls, descend inclines, or hoist our injured comrades from perilous depths." He paused momentarily before adding, "High-calorie food is of even greater significance. None can predict the duration of this mission. Should we find ourselves trapped, sustenance would afford us the means to endure longer. I have witnessed firsthand that some of our brothers did not perish by enemy fire, but rather succumbed to starvation." His words were grounded in reason and derived from the practical wisdom of a seasoned veteran, leaving no room for critique. Dugan listened in silence, regarding Chu Hang with a newfound scrutiny and admiration. He had initially assumed this Eastern lad was akin to Logan, merely a reckless warrior unafraid of death. He was astonished to find such meticulous thoughtfulness, surpassing even his own as a commander. "You make a valid point," Dugan nodded, directing the quartermaster, "Equip everyone accordingly." He then turned to Chu Hang and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Chu Hang's eyes flickered as he recalled the impenetrable armor worn by Hydra soldiers in films. He gestured towards a type of adhesive explosive on the table. "Commander, might we procure additional C2 plastic explosives? I believe these would be more effective against tin canisters than grenades." At this, even demolition expert Jimmy Mortensen regarded him with newfound respect. Once all the gear was gathered, each individual resembled a mobile fortress, adorned with an array of equipment. Logan surveyed the cumbersome clothing forced upon him and the excess gear, his expression sour as he muttered, "What a hassle." Yet Chu Hang was thoroughly satisfied. He understood that these provisions would prove invaluable in the forthcoming mission, potentially even saving lives at a crucial juncture. This was not solely for his benefit, but for the entire squad. After all, his own strength was limited. The survival of his comrades increased the odds of success, granting him the opportunity to emulate Captain America's prowess. With preparations complete, Dugan summoned them before a C-47 transport plane. The massive propeller began to turn slowly, emitting a low, resonant thrum. Their objective, Austria, Klausburg, the Hydra weapons development facility. Pointing to a red dot on the map, Dugan issued the final command. "Our mission is to infiltrate the periphery of the facility, sow chaos, and draw the enemy's attention, thereby facilitating the captain's infiltration and rescue operation. Remember, we are both bait and support. Is that clear?" "Understood." The group responded in unison. Boarding. The team members ascended the transport aircraft's gangway in succession. Chu Hang brought up the rear, casting a glance back at the brightly lit base before lifting his gaze to the inky blackness of the night sky. He inhaled deeply, the air frigid and infused with the potent scent of aviation fuel. He could feel his heart racing, blood warming within him. This was not fear, but an indescribable thrill. He was finally about to partake in this grand epic. The aircraft jolted violently for a moment before gradually ascending, soaring into the unknown darkness. Chu Hang found a seat and closed his eyes. In his mind, the chilling countdown continued its unhurried ticking. Remaining cooling time, 3 days, 9 hours, and 46 minutes. Chapter 5, Parachuting? I haven't trained for this. The night was deep. At this clandestine Allied airfield near the Austrian border, temperatures had plunged below freezing, causing the recently equipped individuals to shiver in their heated state. Not far away, a C-47 transport plane stood quietly at the end of the runway, its 2 massive propellers beginning to turn slowly. Dugan stood at the foot of the gangway, a signature cigar clenched between his teeth. He did not rush them, rather. He observed his team members as they approached one by one, each burdened with heavy gear, their faces illuminated by the dim light cast by the aircraft. Expressions varied. Chu Hang positioned himself in the middle of the group, swathed in layers like a dumpling. He glanced at Logan, who led the pack, exuding an audacious nonchalance. Clad only in a thin leather jacket, open to reveal a robust chest. A monster, Chu Hang mused inwardly, tightening his collar. Comparing physical prowess with such an inhuman specimen was simply a futile endeavor. Listen closely. Dugan's voice, though not loud, cut through the roar of the aircraft, reaching each ear with clarity. This operation is codenamed Hell's Kitchen. Our mission is to create sufficient chaos around the target factory to draw out its guards. Remember, we are bait, not sacrificial lambs. I need each of you to return alive. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face. The captain had already moved ahead. Our operation is to buy him time and create opportunities. Once we hear 3 consecutive explosions from within the factory, that will be the signal that the captain has succeeded. We will immediately alternate cover and retreat to the designated meeting point to the west. Is that understood? Understood. The team responded in unison, their voices echoing loudly in the frigid night air. Very well, board the aircraft. With Dugan's command, the team members began to ascend the narrow gangway one by one. Chu Hang selected a seat toward the center, placing his heavy backpack at his feet. He could feel the vibrations of the aircraft's engine resonating through the metal floor, pulsating through his entire being. The team members gradually settled into their seats, and the heavy cabin door was shut with a thud, instantly enveloping the atmosphere within in a stifling tension. Silence reigned. Some closed their eyes to conserve energy before the operation commenced, while others meticulously inspected their firearms and magazines, their fingers gliding over the cold metal as if seeking solace. Logan, upon boarding, claimed the corner seat, resting his military knife across his knees, eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Yet, Chu Hang knew that at the slightest hint of danger, this beast would be the first to strike. As Chu Hang surveyed his surroundings, he could feel the palpable tension thickening in the air. These individuals were seasoned veterans, having clawed their way out from the depths of death, yet none dared to underestimate the Nazis. He sighed, realizing he needed to take action. Duggan, seated at the front, had remained silent, yet he observed Chu Hang's every move intently. He noticed Chu Hang distributing food, recognized the calmness on his face that contrasted sharply with the surrounding anxiety, and saw how his few words managed to ease the taut nerves of his comrades. Unbeknownst to him, his opinion of this young Oriental had risen several notches. Before departure, everyone was on edge. In such moments, even a seemingly casual gesture, like sharing a morsel of food, could alleviate the collective pressure and foster camaraderie. This young man did not resemble a novice. Rather, he embodied the essence of a born battlefield leader. Chu, you seem utterly unafraid? Duggan's voice suddenly pierced the silence as he turned his sharp gaze towards Chu Hang. Chu Hang, mid-bite of chocolate, swallowed and smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Afraid? Of course I am. Terrified, in fact. But what good does fear do? The German's gun won't transform into a water pistol just because I am scared. Hunger will weaken my limbs, and cold will dull my reflexes. Those are the true perils of the battlefield. So, sir, before I am struck down by the enemy, I prefer to first be a well-fed corpse. His words, a blend of sincerity and jest, resonated like the musings of a seasoned soldier who had danced with death countless times, yet they carried an air of profound acceptance of life and death. The atmosphere in the cabin noticeably lightened due to his playful remarks. Even the stern-faced Jimmy Morita could not suppress a chuckle, adjusting his glasses. Duggan regarded him with a deeper gaze, choosing not to speak further, merely taking a thoughtful drag on his cigar, his admiration for Chu Hang intensifying. Inside, however, Chu Hang silently lamented, "Can I afford not to be afraid? I am nearly terrified to the point of losing control." His composure was a calculated effort, aimed at bolstering the morale of his comrades. After all, a higher team spirit increased their chances of survival. Furthermore, he understood that his greatest advantage lay in his self-healing factor. As long as he was not blown to pieces or shot in the head, he would endure. His only concern was that his abilities were still cooling down. Remaining cooling time, 3 days and 9 hours. He must ensure he remains lively before meeting Captain America. As he was lost in thought, the plane suddenly jolted violently. The turbulence was so intense that everyone in the cabin was tossed about uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the cabin. The red emergency lights flashed incessantly. Anti-aircraft guns. It was the Germans' anti-air positions. "We have been spotted." A terrified shout from the cockpit pierced the air. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds reverberated outside the fuselage, the shockwaves from the anti-aircraft shells exploding around the aircraft. Chu Hang's heart leapt to his throat. Damn it. This wasn't T in the script. In the film, the captain infiltrated on a small plane alone, and the Howling Commandos joined him later. How could the transport plane they were on be turned into a target midway? Was it the result of my presence causing a butterfly effect? Or was this scene never filmed at all? Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the right side of the plane, causing the entire cabin to tilt sharply. Chu Hang clearly saw through the window that thick smoke and flames billowed from the base of the right wing, like a struggling fire dragon. The right engine is on fire. We are losing altitude. The pilot's voice was filled with despair and panic. Prepare to parachute. Everyone, check your parachute packs. Prepare to jump. Duggan reacted swiftly, grasping the overhead support bar to stabilize himself, and shouted with all his might. Jump? Chu Hang's mind went blank. He had never even tried bungee jumping in his previous life, and now he was expected to directly confront the extreme sport of skydiving? In the midst of gunfire on a battlefield? Jumping from a nearly disintegrating aircraft? Instinctively, he felt the heavy parachute pack on his back. Before departure, Duggan had indeed taught them how to use it, but that was merely theoretical. He had never practiced it. Everyone, don't panic. Check your parachute packs. Follow my orders. Duggan shouted while stumbling towards the rear of the cabin, kicking open the heavy hatch. The icy wind surged in, mingled with snowflakes and the acrid scent of gunpowder, making it difficult to even open his eyes or breathe. Through the open hatch, Chu Hang could see a dark expanse below, filled with undulating, endless snow-capped mountains and forests. We have deviated from the planned flight path. Below lies an unknown mountainous region. After jumping, try to gather towards the factory in the east where there are lights. Remember, finding Captain America is the top priority. Duggan leaned into the fierce wind, half of his body outside the cabin, loudly issuing the final orders. Go, 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 jump. He was the first to take the lead, leaping unhesitatingly from the cabin door, his figure instantly engulfed by the unending darkness. Following closely, Gab, Jimmy, and the other team members gritted their teeth, clutching their guns, and mimicking Duggan's actions as they jumped down. Soon, only Chu Hang remained in the cabin, accompanied by two young soldiers whose faces had turned pale with fright and whose bodies trembled uncontrollably. The aircraft plummeted faster, the creaking of its structure sending shivers down the spine, as if it were on the verge of disintegration in midair. Jump! Are you just waiting to die? Chu Hang shouted at the two soldiers, who were nearly paralyzed by fear. Although he too was terrified, his legs quaking like leaves in the wind. He understood that remaining behind meant certain death. Jumping might offer a glimmer of hope. The soldiers were jolted back to reality by his thunderous command. As if infused with one last spark of courage, they exchanged a glance and then, screaming, scrambled to the cabin door, eyes shut tight, and leapt into the void. Now, the cabin was left with only Chu Hang. Gripping the icy edge of the door, he gazed at the rapidly fleeting silhouettes of dark mountains below, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. He took a deep breath, the frigid air choking him into a cough. He fervently encouraged himself. What is there to fear? Chu Hang, what is there to fear? I possess self-healing factors. Even if I break my legs, they will heal. Even if the parachute fails to open, as long as I don't land face first into a puddle of mush, there is still hope. It's far better than being blown to ashes here. With this resolve, he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and leapt into the abyss. Suddenly, a colossal fireball erupted in the night, the burst of light and heat illuminating half the sky, revealing Chu Hang's face etched with terror. His heart sank alongside the flames of the explosion. Chapter 6. Landing face first wouldn't be pleasant. The moment of the explosion was eerily silent. A blinding white light first consumed half the night sky, followed by a massive, distorted mushroom cloud ascending, its rolling flames tinting the surrounding clouds an eerie orange-red. Moments later, a muffled, oppressive explosion reverberated, causing his chest to feel heavy and his head to buzz. The subsequent wave of heat swept toward him from a great distance, adding an incongruous warmth to his nearly numb cheeks. Then, his astonishment at the grandeur of the scene was abruptly eclipsed by primal fear. I am falling. This thought struck him like a chilling bolt of lightning, piercing through his oxygen-deprived and stunned mind. The eternal sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. He felt like a stone shot from a slingshot, helplessly plummeting toward the unfathomable abyss below. The fierce wind sliced through him like countless sharp knives, howling like a banshee from all directions. He yearned to cry out, yet the wind rushed in, stifling every sound from his lips, leaving only a muffled whimper reminiscent of a deflating bellows. Struggling to open his eyes, he found the gale too fierce, tears streaming down his cheeks, rendering the world before him a blur of distorted light and shadow. The pull cord. The parachute's pull cord. From the depths of chaos, this critical thought emerged. His hands began to frantically search his body. The cold gloves dulled his sense of touch, and he felt the bulging packs and straps all over, on his chest, abdomen, and thighs. Yet all he could grasp were the frigid metal buckles and coarse canvas. Where the hell is it? Chu Hang screamed internally. His heart raced like a wild metronome, and he could hear the blood rushing in his ears. Duggan had indeed demonstrated the procedure on the plane, but who could have anticipated that within the hour he would be compelled to use it? His mind raced, attempting to recall that brief lesson. Duggan had mentioned the pull cord was located on the right side of his chest, a T-shaped ring painted red for ease of identification in darkness. But now, he was tumbling through the sky, struggling to locate his own right hand. Calm down. Calm down. Chu Hang, for heaven's sake, calm down. He urged himself desperately. In a past life, he had been a programmer, adept at pinpointing the elusive bug that caused entire systems to crash. The current predicament mirrored that. He needed to find the life-saving switch before he became a mere splatter on the ground. He recalled parachuting tips he'd read in some magazine, advising one to spread their limbs like a giant octopus, utilizing air resistance to stabilize their position. He strained to extend his body, arms and legs outstretched. The effort drained him entirely, his muscles battling against the tempest, but slowly, the violent rolling of his body began to subside. At last, he managed to stabilize himself, adopting the standard dive position, face down and back up. Good. Now he could discern up from down. He clutched the metal buckle of his harness tightly with his left hand, while his right began a meticulous search on the right side of his chest. His fingers encountered the cold stock of an M1 submachine gun and a rigid canvas pouch filled with magazines. No, still nothing. Had he misremembered? Or was this parachute a defective one? It was not uncommon to receive faulty equipment on the battlefield. In that moment, despair washed over Chu Hang. He thought back to his past life, dying from overwork, and now was he to perish due to a quality issue with his gear? Such a fate was darkly ironic. Just as he began to mentally berate the quartermaster's entire family, his fingertips finally brushed against something distinct. It was a cold, metal ring secured within a clasp. This is it. A surge of unrestrained joy coursed through Chu Hang's heart, his adrenaline surging wildly. Without a moment's thought, he summoned all his strength and yanked with all his might. The jarring sound of metal grinding sent a shiver down his spine, and he immediately felt as though a rampaging rhinoceros had collided with him from behind. An irresistible force emanated from the parachute pack strapped to his back, coursing through the harness and enveloping his entire being in an instant. It felt as if an invisible hand had abruptly yanked him upwards, halting the terrifying descent. A pained, distorted groan escaped Chu Hang's lips, as the immense pulling force nearly severed him in two. His shoulders felt as if they were being violently torn apart, while an indescribable agony surged between his legs, as if his very soul were being shredded, leading him to question whether his future happiness was now irrevocably compromised. Yet, amidst the excruciating pain, a familiar warmth began to rise. The self-healing factor. He could distinctly feel the muscle fibers, nearly on the verge of rupture, reconnecting and mending at an astonishing pace. The heart-wrenching pain lasted only a hellish few seconds before rapidly transforming into an intense sensation of soreness and numbness, gradually receding. Although discomfort lingered, akin to the aftermath of running a marathon followed by an arduous set of squats, at least he had not lost consciousness nor suffered any serious injury. He could finally catch his breath. Above him, the enormous canopy unfurled quietly in the darkness, resembling a dandelion blooming at midnight, pure and white. The terrifying roar of the wind faded away, replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of his heavy, labored breathing. He had survived, suspended in midair. Chu Hang felt akin to a sausage dangling in the wind, swaying gently with the currents, nearly on the verge of collapse. He glanced up at the vast white canvas overhead and then down into the unfathomable abyss below, a profound sense of relief washing over him. Damn it. If anyone ever tells me that skydiving is thrilling and fun again, I shall throw them off the Empire State Building without a parachute. After regaining his composure, he began to survey his surroundings. The night sky was pitch black, devoid of the moon, with only a few scattered stars twinkling through the gaps in the clouds. The flames from the distant plane crash were gradually extinguishing. Using the faint light, he could vaguely discern several small dark figures in the sky. Akin to him, those were his teammates. They had all jumped out. This was encouraging news. He strained to recall the 2.5 parachute control techniques that Dugan had taught him, attempting to tug at the control lines to guide himself towards his comrades. However, being a novice, his movements were clumsy. After much effort, not only did he fail to draw nearer, but a sudden gust of crosswind sent him drifting even further away. Forget it. I shall leave it to fate. Chu Hang resigned himself to the struggle. The paramount concern now was a safe landing. Yet, reality often proves far more brutal than one's plans. Just as he fortified himself mentally, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. The edge of the parachute became ensnared in the dense crown of a towering pine tree. Thud! His back collided forcefully against the rough, bark-covered trunk, jarring him and causing stars to dance before his eyes. He felt as if his spine might shatter. Cough. Cough. Chu Hang expelled a mouthful of pine needles and snowflakes, acutely aware of the pain radiating throughout his body. The self-healing factors were tirelessly working to mend the wounds inflicted by the branches, bringing a wave of itching that only compounded his discomfort. What a predicament! Embarking on a mission only to meet an untimely end, a hero yet to rise, now reduced to a bat hanging upside down. Chu Hang drew his knife to sever the connecting straps. Plop! He plunged headfirst into a soft mound of snow, finally achieving a safe landing. He retrieved a waterproof compass from his pocket. After a slight wobble, the needle steadied and pointed resolutely north. He then cast his gaze toward the distant mountaintop, where a faint glow was on the verge of extinguishing, orienting himself. Dugan had instructed them to assemble towards the eastern factory. He had to locate his teammates quickly or find a place to conceal himself. Wandering alone in this unknown, enemy-occupied forest was tantamount to suicide. Just as he took his first few steps, an exceedingly subtle, yet piercingly clear sound broke the silence from the darkness to his left. Crack. The sound was faint, akin to someone inadvertently snapping a brittle branch concealed beneath the snow. Chu Hang's body froze instantly. He instinctively raised his submachine gun, the dark muzzle aimed in the direction of the sound. His heart raced to his throat. Was it a comrade? Or German soldiers? Perhaps a creature of the forest? Chapter 7. It is not the Germans. It is Hydra. Following that crisp crack, the entire forest seemed to hold its breath. Even the wind stilled, leaving only the frantic thumping of Chu Hang's traitorous heart echoing in his chest, loud enough to irritate his own ears. In that fleeting moment, his body reacted instinctively. He gripped the M1A1 submachine gun tightly, the cold stock pressed against his shoulder, the muzzle steady, and aimed at the source of the sound. His index finger poised delicately on the trigger. Friend or foe? That thought flickered through his mind. He dared not move. Even his breathing was drawn to a near halt. In this environment, any slightest disturbance could transform him from hunter to prey. The snow-covered ground is the epitome of impartiality, meticulously recording the footprints of each visitor while simultaneously revealing those who attempt to conceal their presence. He strained to listen, his enhanced auditory perception, augmented by self-healing factors, allowing him to detect subtle sounds imperceptible to the average ear. The gentle crunching, was the sound of footsteps treading on the thick blanket of snow. The noise was faint, cautious, and indicative of more than one individual. It seemed that at least 3 or 4 figures were forming a loose formation as they approached in search of him. Chu Hang's heart sank gradually. The members of the roaring assault team were all fierce individuals, unyielding in nature, and even when exercising caution, they could not produce such disciplined footsteps, especially that Logan fellow, whose very gait seemed designed to announce his presence within a kilometer radius. Thus, the newcomers could only be enemies. Damn it, what extraordinary luck he had. Having just descended from the heavens, he had barely caught his breath before colliding headlong with a German patrol. What to do? Run? Don't be absurd. In this snowy expanse, fleeing would leave unmistakable tracks, a few bursts of bullets from the opposition, and even with self-healing factors, he'd be left in agony if riddled with holes. Engage in combat. The enemy was numerous and undoubtedly equipped with automatic weaponry. Although his physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary men, he remained flesh and blood. A bullet to the head would certainly spell his demise. At that moment, Chu Hang's mind raced. Akin to the frantic analysis he performed while debugging code in a previous life, desperately evaluating all possible scenarios to uncover the singular path to survival. He quickly scanned his surroundings. He found himself in a relatively flat clearing amidst the trees, devoid of suitable cover. A few meters to his left lay a colossal pine tree, toppled by the relentless wind and snow, lying across the ground like a natural barricade. That would be his sanctuary. In an instant, he resolved to act. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low, nearly merging with the snow as he stealthily crawled toward the fallen tree, employing both hands and feet to minimize sound. In less than 10 seconds, he traversed the short distance, silently concealing himself behind the sturdy trunk, revealing only his keen eyes that peered through the gaps in the branches, fixated on the unfolding scene ahead. Soon, several dark figures emerged from the shadows of the forest, 4 in total, clad in the white snow camouflage of the German army. Each soldier brandished an MP-40 submachine gun, their barrels vigilantly aimed in various directions, forming a standard diamond search formation as they advanced cautiously. Their movements were remarkably professional, maintaining a distance that allowed for mutual support, unmistakably the work of well-trained elites. Chu Hang's heart raced faster. He shrank lower, daring not to exhale. The 4 German soldiers drew nearer, and he could even hear their heavy breaths, exhaled in the cold, as well as their hushed exchanges in German, their voices barely above a whisper. Though he could not comprehend their words, Chu Hang sensed they were searching for survivors of the plane crash, a potential opportunity. His eyes narrowed slightly. He understood he could not remain hidden indefinitely. This area was limited, and sooner or later, they would uncover the footprints he had left behind and the parachute that had hung from the trees. He had to act preemptively before being discovered. He intended to launch an ambush. His gaze fell upon the soldier at the rear of the formation. It would be foolish to target the leader first in such a scenario. The most effective strategy was to begin from the back, eliminating them one by one, silently. He drew his KBAR knife from his waist, gripping the cold handle that instantly steadied his clammy palms due to his mounting anxiety. The four-man squad passed by the fallen log where he was concealed, coming within 5 meters of him. Chu Hang could distinctly see the frost forming on their gun barrels and the redness of their noses from the cold. His heart raced, each beat echoing like a drum. As the first 3 soldiers moved past, the last one was about to walk by his hiding spot. Now was the moment. The instant the soldier's back was fully exposed to him, Chu Hang sprang into action. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a taut bow, without a sound, propelled by a gust of wind laden with snowflakes. The German soldier seemed to sense the wind behind him, instinctively turning his head. But it was too late. Chu Hang's left hand shot out like lightning, covering the soldier's mouth tightly to stifle any sound. Simultaneously, his right hand wielded the cold military knife, silently and precisely piercing the side of the soldier's neck, then slicing with force. The soldier's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes wide as saucers. All struggles and sounds silenced by Chu Hang's iron grip. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering onto Chu Hang's hand. He did not release his hold. Instead, he pressed his body against the soldier, gently lowering him to the snow without a whisper of noise. A swift kill. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the 3 German soldiers in front halted almost simultaneously. Had he been discovered? Chu Hang's heart tightened. The apparent squad leader raised his hand in a gesture to halt, scanning the surroundings warily. They had clearly noticed their comrade was missing. Hans. The leader called softly in German. There was no reply. In the forest, only the sound of the wind remained. The 3 soldiers immediately huddled back to back, raising their submachine guns, their barrels aimed into the surrounding shadows, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Chu Hang realized that he had been exposed. The opportunity for a surprise attack was fleeting, and now he had no choice but to engage directly, without a moment's hesitation. As the 3 adversaries were at their most tense and distracted, he sprang up from behind the fallen log, and his M1A1 submachine gun erupted with a furious roar. The orange-yellow tongues of flame carved a deadly arc through the darkness, and bullets cascaded like rain. The 3 German soldiers reacted swiftly, hitting the ground the moment the gunfire erupted, raising their weapons to retaliate. The air was filled with the staccato sound of their MP-40s firing in unison. Bullets whizzing past Chu Hang's head and body, striking the trees behind him and sending splinters flying. After firing a shot, he immediately ducked back behind the log. He was no fool. Standing there to exchange fire with 3 submachine guns was akin to signing his own death warrant. A bullet grazed his arm, tearing a painful wound. Agony shot through him, but his healing factor quickly kicked in, sending waves of tingling and itching through the injury, and the blood flow soon ceased. This damned ability, while saving his life, certainly did not spare him from pain. Chu Hang grimaced, cursing under his breath. He was pinned down by their fire, unable to raise his head. He knew this could not continue. They would soon encircle him. A thought sparked in his mind, and he devised a plan. He removed a grenade from his tactical belt, pulled the safety pin, counted silently to 2, and then hurled it in a specific direction from behind the log. The grenade arced through the air, landing in the snow about 10 meters to the right of the 3 soldiers. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a cloud of snow and dirt into the air, illuminating half the forest in a flash of fire. The 3 soldiers were evidently startled by the sudden blast, their fire momentarily ceasing as they instinctively turned to look toward the explosion. In that precious instant, Chu Hang darted out from the other side of the log, his submachine gun roaring to life once more. This time, he did not spray bullets haphazardly. Instead, he fired with precision. One soldier, who was just rising, was met with 2 bursts of crimson from his chest, unable to utter a sound before collapsing backwards. Another soldier, realizing what was happening, swung his weapon around. But before he could fire, Chu Hang's 3rd bullet had already found its mark in his skull. Only the squad leader remained. This leader was no ordinary foe. He did not panic, but instead rolled behind a large tree, firing wildly in Chu Hang's direction in an attempt to suppress him. Chu Hang emptied his magazine and quickly retreated to cover, swiftly retrieving a new magazine from his pouch. The entire process was seamless, completed in less than 3 seconds. Just then, he heard the enemy's gunfire cease. Clearly, they were reloading as well. An opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Chu Hang's eyes. Rather than engaging in a shootout, he suddenly surged forth from his cover, akin to a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage, charging directly toward the tree where the captain was concealed. He yearned for close combat. The captain had just reloaded his magazine, and, upon raising his head, was met with the sight of a shadow hurtling toward him with astonishing speed, sending a wave of terror coursing through him. In a frantic attempt, he lifted his weapon, but it was already too late. Chu Hang was far too swift. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 30-meter gap. Just before the captain could pull the trigger, Chu Hang delivered a powerful kick to his wrist. A sharp crack echoed as the captain's MP40 slipped from his grasp. Accompanied by a pained cry, Chu Hang offered him no respite, lunging forward to deliver a brutal elbow strike to the captain's temple. The captain's head collided with the tree trunk behind him with a resounding thud, and he fell, lifeless, without uttering a sound. The skirmish was over. In less than a minute, Chu Hang stood amidst the chaos, gasping for breath, his adrenaline surging through him. As he surveyed the 4 lifeless bodies and the disheveled snowy ground, he felt no elation of victory, only a profound weariness from having survived. He approached the captain's corpse, crouching down to rummage through his belongings, magazines, grenades, chocolate, precious supplies that must not go to waste. Just as he was about to search the next body, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the captain's uniform insignia. It was neither the Iron Cross of the German army nor the skull emblem of the SS. Instead, it was a small yet grotesque metal badge, a black skull connected to several twisted appendages resembling octopus tentacles. In an instant, Chu Hang's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and his breath caught in his throat. He yanked open the captain's collar to reveal a tattoo on his neck bearing the same emblem, only larger and more distinct, with an eerie touch of crimson. Hydra. Chu Hang involuntarily uttered the name. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the other corpses, inspecting each one in turn. Every individual bore the same badge or tattoo in the same location. Finally, the pieces fell into place. He understood why they had strayed from their course. They comprehended, at last, the uncanny coincidence of encountering a patrol here. This was no ordinary German-occupied territory. They had parachuted directly into the perimeter of a secret Hydra base. This was the heart of Hydra. Chapter 8. Upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. What in the world is happening? Chu Hang stood in the snow, gazing at the lifeless bodies of several Hydra soldiers strewn across the ground, his heart a tumult of emotions. Fear was undeniable. He found himself utterly alone, uncertain of how many more Hydra soldiers lay in ambush nearby. The recent gunfire had surely alerted others. Yet, amidst the fear, a more potent emotion began to rise within him: excitement. It was a morbid thrill, tinged with anxiety and greed. Where was this place? The lair of Hydra. What treasures lay within? Advanced technologies far surpassing the current era. In the movies, what weaponry did the soldiers under Red Skull wield? Those blue energy rifles could disintegrate a person into mere ash with a single shot, far exceeding the capabilities of the submachine gun he currently possessed. Though the soldiers before him appeared to be mere patrolmen wielding conventional arms, they were still Hydra. Their equipment must surely be superior to that of the average German soldier. As the saying goes, the bold thrive while the timid perish. Given his current predicament, there was no point in hesitating any longer. Whether he lived or died, he must seize some advantage. Once this thought surfaced, it could not be quelled. Chu Hang's eyes gleamed with determination. He hesitated no longer. Crouching down to embark on his first foray into scavenging since his arrival in this world, he first approached the squad leader he had dispatched with a swift elbow strike. A higher rank usually meant greater spoils. This was common knowledge. He swiftly searched the leader's body, beginning with the weapon, a well-maintained MP40 submachine gun, accompanied by 3 fully loaded magazines, which he unceremoniously tucked into his own attire. From the soldier's gear, he liberated 2 German-made stick grenades, potent and far-reaching, ideal for breaching defenses. Next, he sought sustenance. From the leader's breast pocket, he retrieved a dark, oily paper-wrapped item. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered an energy-dense compressed biscuit, exuding a rich aroma of meat and nuts, a far cry from the bland military rations in his pack. Nearby lay a small tin box containing several pieces of chocolate, all valuable provisions. As he popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, savoring the sweet, revitalizing energy coursing through him, he mumbled incoherently. Confectionery could swiftly restore stamina and alleviate tension. It was a lifesaver indeed. Just as he prepared to flip the corpse to search for more valuables concealed beneath, his hand brushed against a hard, rectangular object within an inner pocket. Intrigued, he extracted it to find a small notebook encased in leather. Opening it, he caught a glimpse of its contents. Illuminated by the reflection of the surrounding snow, it was a hand-drawn map. Though the map was hastily drawn, the key locations were marked with clarity. His gaze quickly fell upon a large red cross, beside which the word fabric was inscribed in German, a term he recognized as meaning factory. Surrounding the factory were several routes delineated with dashed lines, accompanied by times and numbers. This was evidently the patrol routes and schedule for the area. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chu Hang's heart, nearly leaping from his throat. The value of this item surpassed that of 100 submachine guns. With this map in hand, he was no longer blind in the perilous forest. He could evade enemy patrols and discover the safest paths. More importantly, he now knew the precise direction of the Hydra factory. He carefully folded the map and stowed it deep within his innermost pocket, his talisman of protection. Suppressing his elation, he continued to search the captain's body. Soon, he uncovered an unusual object in a small pocket, a palm-sized black metal box adorned with a red button and several short antennas. It resembled a walkie-talkie, yet was more compact and sophisticated than any wartime communication device he had seen. This must be Hydra's internal communicator. Chu Hang weighed the box in his hand. Although he was unaware of the frequency and could not comprehend German, the device itself symbolized Hydra's technological prowess. After some consideration, he decided to keep it. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Having finished with the captain, he swiftly turned to the other 3 corpses. The 3 ordinary soldiers yielded little of value, aside from ammunition and some provisions, with no remarkable discoveries. However, adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he scavenged their magazines and grenades. By the time he stood up after searching the last soldier, he felt utterly transformed. He discarded his spent M1A1 and donned a nearly new MP40, his body adorned with bulging magazines and a belt laden with 6 long-handled grenades. His backpack brimmed with chocolate and high-energy biscuits, while he cradled a directional map and a futuristic communicator. It was a true upgrade from a bird gun to a cannon. He felt an immediate boost in his sense of security. Indeed, a man's greatest sense of safety arises from ample firepower and resources. As he prepared to leave this treacherous locale, his gaze inadvertently swept over the first soldier he had dispatched with his knife. The soldier's backpack had spilled its contents upon his fall, scattering across the ground. Initially indifferent, Chu Hang's attention was soon captured by a faint blue hue amidst the snow. What could that be? Curiously, he approached and nudged the accumulated snow with his foot, revealing an object emanating a bluish glow. It was a fist-sized, translucent blue cube that resembled a crystal, yet within it appeared to swirl ethereal light, exuding a faint and pure energy vibration. It lay quietly in the snow, its hue appearing particularly enigmatic against the darkness. Chu Hang crouched down, extended his hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately picked it up. The cube felt icy to the touch, yet it was not piercing. Instead, it possessed a warm, smooth texture. He distinctly sensed a subtle, yet exceptionally refined energy radiating from this small cube. Could this be an energy block? Instantly, images from films depicting Hydra's energy weapons flooded his mind. The source of energy for those weapons was none other than the Tesseract, was it not? This diminutive blue cube, in both its color and the essence of its energy, bore an uncanny resemblance to the sensations the Tesseract had evoked in him. He quickly deduced that this object was likely a standardized energy source manufactured by Hydra after extracting energy from the Tesseract, essentially, the batteries for those energy weapons. Chu Hang's breathing grew suddenly rapid. He cautiously tucked the energy block into his coat, feeling as though his heart might soon exceed its limits. First the map, and now this energy block. Good heavens, is this fate's way of ensuring I meet my end swiftly by bestowing upon me such treasures, compelling me to drag Hydra to their demise alongside me? Just as he reveled in this overwhelming surprise, a vague sound drifted towards him on the wind from afar. Woof, woof, the unmistakable sound of barking. And not just one dog. Chu Hang's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that the gunfire had undoubtedly attracted a larger search party, and they had brought military dogs. In this snowy terrain, human noses might fail, but dogs' noses never lie. The scent of blood on the ground served as the most blatant signpost. He had to leave at once, without a trace of hesitation. He cast one last glance at the fallen bodies, silently thanking his fallen comrade for the equipment, then turned and plunged into the depths of the encroaching darkness. He chose not to follow the marked route on the map leading to the factory, but instead opted for a seemingly desolate path that ran contrary to the patrols depicted on the map. Seeking the factory now would be akin to walking into a trap. He needed to find a place to conceal himself, to evade this onslaught, and wait until dawn to devise a new plan. The wind and snow seemed to intensify, swiftly covering his footprints in the snow, along with the 4 corpses, erasing all evidence. The entire forest returned to its eerie silence. as if the brief and bloody skirmish had never transpired. A solitary shadow, adorned in pristine gear and fueled by an ardent heart, traversed the dark expanse of the snowy forest with unwavering determination. Chapter 9. Seek refuge. The wind whipped against his face with a stinging ferocity. Chu Hang had long since lost the sensation of pain, or perhaps he simply lacked the luxury to concern himself with the discomfort on his visage. His entire focus was devoted to two primal tasks. First, to keep moving. Second, to avoid a fall. His lungs resembled a bellows riddled with holes, each breath accompanied by a wheezing sound, the frigid air piercing through him like countless icy needles, inflicting a searing agony deep within his chest. The self-healing factor indeed bestowed upon him an extraordinary resilience and recovery capacity, but it offered no comfort. Its sole duty was to restore his physical form. Indifferent to his suffering, had the Chu Hang of his previous life, who had languished in a cubicle until calluses formed, found himself in this predicament, he would undoubtedly be lying face down in the snow, foaming at the mouth, awaiting the approach of ravenous hounds. Yet now, he could neither afford to stop nor dare to do so. The howls of the dogs behind him resonated like the relentless drumbeats of death, growing louder and closer with each passing moment. Woof, woof. The exhilaration in their barks, akin to the scent of meat and bone, permeated the stillness of the snowy woods. Curse them, a pack of brutes. Chu Hang cursed inwardly, unsure whether his ire was directed at the dogs or the serpentine soldiers leading them. Employing dogs for tracking was a blatant act of cheating, a gross violation of the martial code. He dared not run in a straight line, for that would render him an easy target. Instead, he relied on a vague recollection of the map in his mind, deliberately choosing the more treacherous paths. Before him loomed a thicket of shrubs, half his height and blanketed in thick snow. Without hesitation, he plunged into it. The sharp, brittle branches cracked against his military coat and even tore his trousers, leaving trails of blood on his legs. The self-healing factor swiftly activated, sending waves of tingling itchiness through the wounds as they healed almost instantaneously. Emerging from the thicket, he inadvertently stepped into a snow-covered pit, losing his balance and tumbling into the cold, biting snow. Spitting out the icy flakes, he disregarded any injuries as he scrambled to his feet and continued his frantic flight. He sensed his stamina waning at an alarming rate. His limbs felt increasingly leaden, as if weighed down by the very earth. Continuing in this manner was untenable. A human could never outrun a dog, especially in such treacherous snowy terrain. He needed a strategy to evade his pursuers completely. What to do? His mind raced. Climbing a tree? Impossible. The target would be too conspicuous, and the dogs would bark incessantly beneath, rendering him a living target. The only viable solution was to find a location that could entirely obscure his scent and presence. The river or the cave. The river. His eyes brightened as he noticed a small brook nearby, its surface lightly glazed with ice. He immediately altered his course and dashed to the water's edge, plunging his foot into the frigid stream without hesitation. With a sharp crack, the thin ice shattered, and the icy water engulfed his calves. A chill so penetrating it felt as if it were seeping into his very bones. Gritting his teeth, he bore the numbing cold and sprinted downstream for 100 meters or so, hoping to temporarily disrupt the dog's sense of smell. Climbing out of the icy water, he was drenched, his pant legs stiff with frost, producing a clattering sound as he moved. He knew he must find a hiding place before his body succumbed to the freezing temperatures. As he ran, his eyes frantically scanned the terrain around him. The moonlight and the reflections off the snow allowed him to discern most of the contours of his surroundings, even in the darkness. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a dark cliff approximately 200 meters ahead to his left. The cliff was mostly bare, yet at its base, an area appeared peculiarly different. A dense thicket of low shrubs grew there, the snow piled upon them forming a gentle outward curve, resembling a small belly protruding from the mountainside. Such a shape seemed rather incongruous in a natural setting. A doorway. A surge of hope blossomed within him. Without hesitation, he summoned the last remnants of his strength and charged toward the cliff. As he drew nearer, his intuition intensified. Upon reaching the thicket, breathless, he pushed aside the snow-laden branches, revealing a narrow, dark crevice, just wide enough for a person to pass sideways. The entrance was perfectly concealed by the shrubs and snow. Had he not observed so intently, he could have walked past it 100 times without discovering this hidden passageway. He hesitated before entering. Who knew if a hibernating bear or a pack of wild wolves resided within? Pressing his ear against the icy rock, he held his breath, straining to listen for any sounds from inside. Silence reigned. Aside from the occasional drip of water falling from the rock, producing a faint tick-tock, there was no other sound. He leaned closer to the entrance, inhaling deeply. The damp scent of earth and stone wafted toward him, devoid of the characteristic stench of wild beasts. It should be safe. No longer delaying, he sensed the barking dogs drawing nearer. Clutching his MP-40 submachine gun tightly against his chest, he turned sideways and, like a parched loach, laboriously squeezed through the narrow gap. The moment his body fully entered the cave, he was enveloped by an atmosphere distinctly different from the outside. The temperature inside was markedly warmer, and the bone-chilling cold dissipated significantly. As Chu Hang was about to exhale a sigh of relief, his foot unexpectedly slipped, causing him to lose control and tumble forward. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground, nearly losing his submachine gun in the process. It was then that he realized the entrance was a slick, sloped surface, coated with a thin layer of ice formed by seepage, wet and treacherous, an almost natural trap. Ignoring the pain radiating from his backside, he struggled to rise, cautiously making his way along the rocky wall for several meters. After navigating a bend, the space before him opened up magnificently. Before him lay a spacious natural cavern, roughly the size of half a basketball court, with a lofty ceiling adorned with bizarre stalactites that hung down like the skeletal remains of some ancient behemoth in the dim light filtering through the entrance. At last, he could pause. Chu Hang collapsed onto the ground, leaning against a massive, frigid rock, feeling utterly drained, as if all his bones had been extracted. He inhaled the damp, murky air of the cave deeply, the relief of surviving this ordeal enveloping him like warm ocean water. From his backpack, he retrieved the high-energy compressed biscuit, exuding a meaty aroma that he had confiscated from the Hydra captain. Summoning all his strength, he took a hearty bite. The biscuit was dry and hard, causing his gums to ache, yet the rich scent of grains and meat made it the most delectable morsel he had ever tasted. He devoured more than half of it ravenously and then opened his water bottle, gulping down several mouthfuls of icy snowmelt. Feeling the flames of exhaustion slowly subside and his strength gradually return, the various abrasions and cuts on his body, inflicted by branches, had ceased bleeding thanks to his self-healing factors and were beginning to scab over, leaving only an irritating itch. He fished a lighter from his pocket, and with a click, a small orange flame flickered to life in the darkness, dispelling a patch of oppressive gloom while bringing a hint of warmth and security. By the faint light of the fire, he eagerly unfolded the precious map he had hidden close to his chest, carefully laying it out on the dry ground. The map was drawn hastily, yet it contained all the essential information. At its center, a large red X marked the word fabric, factory, resembling a venomous spider lurking at the heart of a web. From it extended numerous dotted lines, enveloping the entire mountainous region, with each line annotated with German words and timestamps. This was evidently Hydra's patrol network in the area. Chu Hang scrutinized the route he had just escaped through and realized he had fortuitously traversed the largest gap between two patrol paths. Indeed, it feels as though fate has ordained this moment. Chu Hang gazed at the map, unable to suppress a cold sweat that broke out upon his brow. It was only now that he comprehended the extent of his good fortune. It was akin to navigating a meticulously crafted chess game, where he, an unexpected intruder, had fortuitously stumbled upon the singular path to survival. Had he deviated even slightly, he would have found himself ensnared like an insect caught in a spider's web, plunging headlong into the embrace of another patrol team. From another pocket, he reverently retrieved the azure-hued cube. In the flickering firelight, this fist-sized energy core appeared increasingly enigmatic. The luminous essence within, seemingly in constant motion, grew even more vibrant and profound as it caught the glow of the flames. He could distinctly sense an extraordinarily pure and potent force, as if it were a remnant of the universe's inception, confined within this minuscule space. But how was he to utilize this object? Chu Hang examined it from every angle, even attempting to press an imaginary switch as one would with a television, only to find it utterly unresponsive. He then concentrated, hoping to forge a mental connection as depicted in certain novels, but all he succeeded in doing was dizzying himself, with the energy cube remaining obstinately inert. Damn it, a high-tech gadget devoid of any manual. What poor quality, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that understanding its function would require further study. He carefully wrapped both the energy core and the map in oilcloth, tucking them into the most secure pocket close to his person. This was his most valuable asset for survival, far more precious than the MP-40 submachine gun. Just then, distant shouts and dog barks echoed from outside the cave. He immediately crept to the edge of the cave's opening, peering cautiously out. In the distance, beams of flashlight illuminated the forest, oscillating as they moved further away, the sounds of pursuit already fading, heading in the opposite direction. It seemed the Creek strategy had borne fruit. They had lost his trail. Chu Hang exhaled a long, relieved breath, his body finally relaxing. For the moment, he was safe. An indescribable wave of fatigue washed over him, akin to a dam breaking, flooding his entire being. His eyelids felt as heavy as if burdened by iron weights, urging him to lie down and succumb to slumber for 3 days and nights. No, he must not sleep. He pinched his thigh sharply, the sudden jolt of pain snapping him back to alertness. To doze off in such a desolate place would be tantamount to extending his neck for the executioner's blade. The pursuers could return at any moment, and who knew what hidden dangers lurked within the depths of this cave. The primal instinct for survival surged forth, overpowering his weariness. He struggled to his feet, resolved to thoroughly explore the cave before allowing himself any respite, ensuring its absolute safety. He held the fully loaded MP-40 submachine gun in one hand, while the other clutched a diminutive lighter. Utilizing the flickering flame, which seemed perilously close to extinguishment, he cautiously ventured deeper into the cavern. The cave was profound, the ground increasingly uneven, littered with debris that had fallen from the ceiling. The air grew ever more damp and frigid, the sound of dripping water resonating through the expansive chamber, amplified into an eerie rhythm that struck at his taut nerves. After traversing approximately 50 to 60 meters, he encountered a bend that obstructed his path. He halted, pressing his body tightly against the cold rock wall, akin to a gecko, and gradually, inch by inch, craned his neck around the corner. Beyond the bend, the cavern expanded into a vast underground hall, the darkness ahead unfathomable. Just as he prepared to step forward, his ears suddenly detected an exceedingly unusual sound. The noise was faint, almost entirely masked by the incessant dripping, yet in that moment, Chu Heng's body froze. He could assert with absolute certainty that it was neither the whisper of the wind nor the trickle of water. It was the sound of a heavy metallic object scraping across the rugged stone floor, a discordant, intermittent noise, imbued with a disquieting texture, as if someone were dragging a rusted, exceedingly heavy chain through the depths of that underground hall. In an instant, Chu Heng's body became as rigid as stone. The lighter slipped from his grasp with a sharp clatter, extinguished by a drop of water that fell from above, snuffing out the last flicker of light. The surroundings were instantaneously engulfed in suffocating, absolute darkness. His heart raced uncontrollably once more, each beat resonating like a hammer striking against his chest. There were others in this cave. Chapter 10. There are living beings within this cave. The thought struck Chu Heng like a thunderclap, leaving his mind a void. The sharp sound of the lighter's fall was akin to death pressing the switch on his life's countdown. With the final vestige of light extinguished, the world was irrevocably consumed by an endless abyss of darkness and cold. Sight became utterly futile in such an environment, no matter how wide he opened his eyes. All he could perceive was an expanse of pure, disquieting blackness. Yet, in that moment, his other senses were magnified 1,000-fold. He could distinctly hear the frantic pounding of his heart, a sound so loud it felt as if someone were drumming in his ear, causing his eardrum to throb painfully. He sensed the icy air surging from all directions, greedily siphoning away the last remnants of his warmth. He could even detect the damp, earthy odor that seemed to emanate from the very essence of a grave. Most alarmingly, however, was that sound. The wretched sound of metal scraping against heavy objects did not cease with the disappearance of the light. On the contrary, it became resoundingly clear in the suffocating darkness, akin to someone wielding a rusty saw, methodically gnawing at his nerves. The sound persisted, seemingly drawing ever closer. Chu Heng's body was as rigid as a piece of wood frozen in ice, and he could feel every hair on the back of his neck standing on end. Could it be, dear sir, that having just escaped the clutches of Hydra, he had plunged headlong into the lair of some prehistoric monstrosity? Was this cavern the secret hideout of a deranged killer? Was it not the very trope of films, where a secluded madman delights in transforming unwitting intruders into grotesque works of art? Or perhaps, Hydra was conducting some clandestine experiment here, nurturing a creature best left in the shadows? Countless horror film scenarios flashed through his mind, each one capable of inducing instant terror. He gripped the MP-40 submachine gun tightly, the cold steel providing the only solace in this moment of dread. Yet he knew all too well that in this pitch-black void, the weapon was as useful as a mere stick. Could he truly fire blindly into the darkness? Such an act would only serve to betray his location, rendering it utterly futile. What to do? What to do? A fierce instinct for survival compelled his nearly paralyzed mind to begin functioning once more. Calm down. He must remain composed. Drawing a deep breath, the icy air choked him into a cough, which he stifled forcefully. He fought to steady his racing heart, commanding his muscles to gradually relax from their rigidity. Abandoning the futile attempt to see, he directed all his focus to his ears, meticulously discerning the sound. The scraping was heavy, methodical, yet unnaturally slow, and it seemed to be accompanied by an exceedingly faint, suppressed sound of breathing. It was the breath of a human, This realization allowed a slight easing of the tension in Chu Hang's heart. As long as it was a person, there was always a way to deal with it. But then, a more unsettling thought struck him. Would a normal person be dragging a heavy chain in such a ghastly place? Just as he was lost in his musings, the scraping sound abruptly ceased. The cavern once again sunk into a profound silence. Chu Hang's heart leapt into his throat. He held his breath, daring not to exhale, standing motionless like a statue awaiting judgment. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment, each second feeling like a century. Just as Chu Hang was on the brink of madness from the suffocating silence, a hoarse, weak voice, tinged with evident pain, suddenly echoed from the darkness ahead. Who's there? The words were in English. Chu Hang's body jolted, nearly escaping a cry. He instinctively felt compelled to respond, yet the words caught in his throat. He was uncertain of the identity of the speaker, friend or foe. If the individual were a captive of Hydra, revealing himself could spell disaster. Yet, if he remained silent, should the stranger possess a weapon and fire indiscriminately in the dark, his demise would be utterly unjust. Taking a gamble, Chu Hang swiftly resolved to answer. He lowered his voice and cautiously replied in English, "A friend. I'm just looking for a place to hide." His voice produced a slight echo in the vast cave. Silence enveloped the darkness for several seconds before he heard a sigh of relief, followed by a metallic clatter, as if some metal object had fallen to the ground. "Friend," the hoarse voice repeated, imbued with exhaustion and a hint of incredulous joy. "Thank God." No sooner had the words left his lips than Chu Hang noticed a flicker of light in the darkness ahead. With a soft crackle, a small, orange flame timidly ignited, dispelling a patch of the surrounding gloom. It was an old-fashioned oil lamp. In its feeble glow, a familiar face, drenched in sweat and anguish, came into view. Gabby Jones? Chu Hang gasped. The figure before him, struggling to light the lamp on the ground, was none other than his comrade from the Howling Commandos, Gabby Jones, whom he had only seen once in the barracks. Gabby Jones was equally astonished to see Chu Hang, his wide eyes reflecting shock and elation as he exclaimed, "Chu? My God, it's really you. What are you doing here?" As Chu Hang approached, he began to comprehend Gabby Jones's dire situation. His left leg was ensnared in a massive, rusted trap. The device resembled a steel maw lined with jagged teeth, deeply embedded in his calf, with the surrounding military trousers soaked in dark crimson, a truly harrowing sight. Beside him lay a sturdy iron crowbar. In an instant, Chu Hang understood. The earlier sounds of metal scraping were not chains, but Gabby Jones attempting to drag the wretched trap or using the crowbar to pry it open. Damn it! Who on earth placed this cruel animal trap here? Chu Hang cursed, immediately crouching down to examine Gab's injury. "I don't know." Gab Jones grimaced in pain, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "After parachuting, I got separated from you all. I sought a place to hide, but as soon as I entered this hole, I stepped right into this cursed contraption. I've been stuck here for nearly 2 hours." Chu Hang scrutinized the seemingly simple, yet exceptionally robust trap, his brow furrowing deeply. This device operates by the immense force of its springs. Once it snaps shut, it is nearly impossible to pry open without specialized tools. For Gab Jones to have endured a 2-hour struggle with it using a crowbar is a testament to his toughness. "Hold on," Chu Hang said in a low voice. He set aside his submachine gun and grasped the trap's iron jaws with both hands. "Don't exert yourself, Chu." Gab weakly shook his head, watching his movements. "This thing is too tight. I've already tried." His words were abruptly cut off, his eyes widening in shock. Chu Hang took a deep breath, the muscles in his arms suddenly bulging like gnarled roots of an ancient tree. A terrifying strength, far beyond the ordinary, surged from his core, traveling through his arms and culminating in his fingertips. With a low growl, he unleashed his formidable power without reservation. A spine-chilling metallic creak echoed as the trap, which even Gab Jones could not budge with a crowbar, was forcefully pried open inch by Chu Hang's hands. Gab Jones gaped at the scene, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain in his leg. He had always perceived Chu Hang as merely a lucky young man with good aim, yet the strength he displayed now was utterly beyond human capability. With a final, crisp snap, the trap spring was forcibly stretched to its limit and locked in place. Chu Hang, drenched in sweat, released his grip, gasping for breath. His arms ached painfully, nearly dislocating from the effort. The force of this device exceeded his expectations. "Quick, get your leg out," he shouted at the still-dazed Gab. Snapping back to reality, Gab hurriedly extricated his bloodied left leg from the steel fangs. The moment he freed his leg, Chu Hang, exhausted, let go, and the iron jaws slammed shut with a thunderous clap, reverberating throughout the cave, sending chills down one's spine. Gab glanced at his still bleeding leg, then at the terrifying trap on the ground. and finally turned his gaze to the panting Chu Hang, his eyes filled with gratitude and awe. Chu, let us not linger on trivialities. Chu Hang gestured dismissively, retrieving a first aid kit from his backpack. Allow me to tend to your wounds. This place is perilous, and we must depart swiftly. He tore open Gab's pant leg, recoiling slightly at the sight of the deep, bone-exposing lacerations. With water, he washed away the congealed blood, sprinkled on a coagulant, and tightly bandaged the injuries. After completing this arduous task, fatigue washed over him, prompting him to sit heavily upon the ground. He produced the remaining half of a compressed biscuit and a water bottle, offering them to Gab. Consume something to replenish your strength. Gab accepted without hesitation, devouring the sustenance voraciously. In the cave, a temporary tranquility enveloped them, broken only by the sounds of their chewing and labored breathing. Yet, the euphoria of surviving the ordeal was short-lived, as a graver predicament loomed before Chu Hang. Gab's leg was grievously injured. Not only was combat out of the question, but even walking had become a daunting challenge. In his mind, the countdown for the cool-down of the supercopier ominously ticked away. 3 days, 3 hours. He had to locate Captain America and make contact within this limited time frame. But now, Chu Hang glanced at Gab Jones, who could barely rise, then shifted his gaze to the abyss of darkness outside the cave. Damn it all. This was a predicament. The originally solitary stealth survival had morphed into a dual escort mission for an injured comrade, significantly amplifying the difficulty of the endeavor. Chapter 11. Plans are no match for change. Chu Hang observed Gab Jones, slumped against the rock wall, his complexion as pale as parchment. And his heart was a tumult of emotions. He did not resent Gab as a burden. After all, they were comrades, having just shared chocolate aboard the plane. He could not abandon him in dire straits. What vexed him was that this situation had thoroughly disrupted his already precarious plan. Gab Jones, evidently still reeling from the earlier shock, regarded Chu Hang with a gaze that mingled gratitude with astonishment and confusion, akin to that of a creature beholding a monster. What is the source of your strength? I swear, I exerted every ounce of effort with that crowbar, yet it remained immovable. As anticipated, the question arose. Chu Hang sighed internally, maintaining a stoic facade. He could hardly confess, my friend, I have activated a cheat, replicating self-healing factors, thereby augmenting my strength. While organizing the first aid kit, he replied in a tone that balanced jest and sincerity, I am uncertain. Perhaps I sustained too many explosions on the battlefield, and some wire in my brain has been crossed. There are times when I feel an inexhaustible energy coursing through me, yet at other moments, I am as ordinary as anyone else. It fluctuates, much like luck. This ambiguous explanation was the most plausible excuse he could conjure, simultaneously accounting for his extraordinary power while leaving ample room for interpretation. In the event that one day one's performance wanes, it can easily be attributed to mere misfortune or a lack of inspiration. Gabe Jones nodded in a semblance of understanding, although he found this justification somewhat far-fetched. War is indeed a realm where the impossible becomes possible. He had witnessed individuals who survived bullets piercing their hearts, as well as those hardened by life's tribulations who became shells of their former selves, lost to fear. In comparison, a sudden increase in strength did not seem so implausible. He struggled to rise, but as soon as he exerted pressure on his left leg, a searing pain caused him to groan and sit back heavily, beads of cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Do not move. Chu Hang quickly restrained him. Your wound is too deep. Although it hasn't damaged the bone, the muscles and blood vessels are torn. Any further movement could reopen the bleeding. Yet we cannot remain here indefinitely, Gabe gasped, urgency etched across his face. The Hydra patrols could return at any moment, and moreover, their comrades awaited their return. He was right. Although this cave was temporarily secure, it was certainly not a place for prolonged stay. The animal trap was the best testament to this. It was likely a trap set by a hunter or the German forces. Chu Hang spread the seized map on the ground once more, studying it meticulously under the dim light of the kerosene lamp. Look here, he pointed to a location on the map. We are approximately here. This is a convergence of several patrol routes. While we have evaded one wave, they will undoubtedly conduct a more thorough search at dawn. It is only a matter of time before we are discovered. Gabe leaned in to examine the map, his expression growing graver. The dense lines on the map resembled a vast spider's web, and they were but 2 small insects ensnared within it. What shall we do? We must leave. And we must do so before dawn, distancing ourselves as far as possible from this area, Chu Hang asserted decisively. He traced a path with his finger on the map, his mind racing. His task was to find the safest route through this deadly web leading to the outskirts of the factory. His finger finally halted at a region in the northeast corner of the map, marked by a simple icon of a small cabin, annotated in German as Jägerhut, meaning Hunter-S Lodge. Here, Chu Hang indicated the small cabin. This location is far from all major patrol routes, and the surrounding terrain is quite complex, making it an ideal hiding spot. We shall head there first, allowing you to recuperate while we observe the movements at the factory, and then decide our next course of action. The plan seemed sound, yet Gabe gazed at his uncooperative leg and managed a wry smile. The plan is good, but Chu, in my condition, I will only be a burden to you. Why don't you hide me here, leave me some food and water, and go on your own? You are stronger than I am, and your chances are greater. Chu Hang lifted his head and cast a glance at him. His gaze was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Do not utter such nonsense. I have yet to abandon the principle of not forsaking my comrades. In his previous life, he had been a selfish cog in the machine, always prioritizing maximization of benefits. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon arriving in this wretched world, having endured gunfire and witnessed death, something cold within him seemed to be gradually thawing. Perhaps it was Logan's words, "Kid, you really suit my taste." Or perhaps it was Dugan's warm welcome, or maybe it was the almost naive determination he perceived in Captain America. He found himself beginning to think like a true soldier. Gabe Jones stared into Chu Hang's eyes, momentarily taken aback. In those dark pupils, he recognized a familiar light, one that could only be seen in the eyes of Captain Steve Rogers. He nodded emphatically, choosing not to say more, but instead clutched his M1 carbine tightly to his chest. All right, let's go. However, embarking on this journey posed a significant challenge. Chu Hang attempted to drape one of Gabe's arms around his neck, encouraging him to hop on one foot. Yet, after only 2 steps, Gabe broke into a sweat, nearly fainting from the pain. The wound on his leg was too severe. Each jolt felt like a knife cutting into his flesh. This is not sustainable. Your wound will become infected, Chu Hang declared, pausing with a furrowed brow. Carrying him was out of the question. The mountain path was treacherous, and the snow was slippery. Even for Chu Hang, transporting a robust man weighing around 180 pounds would be a monumental task, especially given the large target he presented. A solution was imperative. Chu Hang's gaze swept across the cave, finally settling on the thicket he had previously cleared at the entrance. An idea sparked within him. He approached the cave entrance, selecting 2 of the sturdiest, most resilient branches from the thick underbrush, and with his military knife, he severed them. Next, he retrieved all the spare ropes and bandages from his backpack and set to work. Gabe watched curiously, unsure of Chu Hang's intentions. Before long, Chu Hang had laid the 2 substantial branches parallel to one another on the ground, using shorter twigs as crossbeams, securely binding them together with rope to create a rudimentary frame. He then shed his military coat, draping it over the frame and fastening it in place. Thus, a makeshift yet seemingly sturdy sled was born. My heavens, Gabe exclaimed, dumbfounded. Chu, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? Enough chatter. Get on and lie down, Chu Hang urged, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Gabe cautiously reclined on the makeshift sled, though a bit uncomfortable. It was nothing short of heavenly compared to hopping on one foot. Chu Hang wrapped the rope from the front of the trailer around himself several times, attempting to pull it forward. It was heavy, yet under his extraordinary strength, the trailer began to glide steadily across the snowy landscape. All set, let us embark. Just as they were preparing to leave their makeshift refuge, Chu Hang's nose twitched suddenly. He detected a faint, somewhat pungent herbal aroma. He halted, and by the flickering light of the kerosene lamp, began to search meticulously in the crevices of the rocky entrance. Soon, amidst a patch of inconspicuous weeds, he discovered several green plants with thick, serrated leaves. He plucked a leaf, inhaling its scent, then chewed it between his teeth. A bitter, spicy flavor erupted on his tongue, swiftly followed by a refreshing sensation. He recalled, in a previous life, while watching a documentary on wilderness survival, he had come across a plant known as mountain arnica, which thrived in the Alps. Local hunters used it to treat injuries, possessing potent properties for invigorating blood circulation and alleviating pain. The specimen before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the mountain arnica featured in the documentary. Truly, there is always a glimmer of hope. He immediately gathered a generous handful and returned to the cave, using 2 stones to crush them into a dark green paste. What are you doing? Gab looked at the sticky, oddly scented concoction with suspicion. A valuable remedy. Bear with it, Chu Hang replied, unwrapping the bandage from Gab's leg and thickly applying the cool paste to his gruesomely injured wound. Ouch! An indescribable sensation of both heat and cold surged through Gab's body, causing him to yelp in pain and jolt upright. Stay still. Chu Hang firmly pressed him down. Bitter medicine is for the good. If you want to save your leg, you must endure. Strangely, the intense stinging sensation subsided in less than a minute, swiftly replaced by a soothing coolness. Gab could distinctly feel the fiery pain at the wound diminishing at an astonishing rate, supplanted by a tingling sensation, as if countless tiny ants were crawling over his skin. He tentatively wiggled his toes, realizing the excruciating agony had lessened by 70 to 80%. My God, Gab gazed at the green paste on his leg, then at Chu Hang, his eyes reflecting not just awe, but a sense of reverence, as if he were beholding an omnipotent sorcerer. What other hidden talents do you possess? Chu Hang smiled, reapplying a clean bandage around Gab's leg, and remarked, a competent soldier ought to possess some life-saving skills, don't you think? Yet, in his heart, he contemplated the truth of the adage, knowledge is power, and indeed, it is a profound truth. All preparations complete. Chu Hang extinguished the kerosene lamp and settled Gab on the trailer. He then grasped the rope, dragging his comrade as he slowly emerged from the cave, disappearing into the vastness of the night. They walked for over an hour, and Chu Hang's strength was nearly spent. He paused, leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. Just as he was about to retrieve his water bottle, his gaze was abruptly drawn to a distant glimmer on the horizon. It was a continuous, dim yellow glow that cast an ethereal haze across the sky in that area. At the center of this luminescence, he could vaguely discern several towering silhouettes, akin to black monolithic spires. Chu Hang's heart tightened suddenly. He took out the map, glanced once more at the distant light, and confirmed the direction repeatedly. Indeed, that direction corresponded to the factory marked on the map. They had already come so close. Yet, an even more disconcerting thought emerged. According to the map, they still had to traverse at least half the night to reach it. Why could they see it now? Unless... Chu Hang's pupils constricted sharply as he grasped the only, and most dreadful, possibility. Unless the map was erroneous. Chapter 12. This map is definitely problematic, damn. I've been duped. Those 3 words hit Chu Hang like a bucket of ice water, drenching him from head to toe and rendering him utterly cold. In that moment, all thoughts of Hydras, Captain America, and absurd missions vanished. Only a chilling fury remained, born from the sensation of having been deceived, accompanied by a tidal wave of profound fear. He was no fool. In his previous life, he had navigated the complexities of society for several years, having encountered countless linguistic traps within contracts and heard far too many grand promises from leaders. His instinct regarding traps was almost primal. The distance depicted on the map and what he now beheld with his own eyes were vastly disparate. According to the scale on the map, their current position was still at least 7 or 8 kilometers from that factory, separated by several mountain ridges. On such a snowy night, one would be fortunate to see even a faint light from fireworks, let alone a beacon. Yet now, not only had he perceived that unending expanse of light, but he could also vaguely distinguish the outlines of the factory's towering structures. This indicated that their straight-line distance to the factory was undoubtedly less than 2 kilometers. This was akin to placing one's face directly in front of a surveillance camera. Why was this the case? The only explanation was that this map was a fabrication. Or rather, from the very beginning, it was never meant for them, the insiders. Chu Hang's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He recalled that this map had been salvaged from the Hydra squad leader he had dispatched. At the time, he had been so elated, believing he had stumbled upon a treasure, that he had not given it a second thought. Now, upon reflection, too many discrepancies emerged. Which military unit would produce a patrol map so artistically rendered? The lines were crooked, the scale ambiguous, and the critical locations depicted with mere sketches. This was hardly a military map intended for soldiers on the battlefield. What did it resemble instead? It appeared to be a deliberately leaked document, crafted to entice and mislead the enemy with false intelligence. The Hydra operatives must have captured Allied soldiers or spies on more than one occasion. It was entirely plausible that they had intentionally allowed such erroneous maps to be seen by captives through various channels, or perhaps placed them on an officer destined to be discovered. Then, those unfortunate souls who managed to escape or believed they had obtained vital information would, like him, naively follow this map, convinced they were embarking on a safe route. Yet, they would never suspect that this so-called safe path was, in fact, a meticulously constructed death trap prepared by Hydra. The spot marked as the hunter's cabin might not be a refuge at all, but rather an observation post riddled with landmines and surveillance. If they had dragged Gab towards it, he would likely have become the brightest star in the sky by now. Chu, what is it? Gab on the trailer sensed the shift in atmosphere. He saw Chu Hang frozen in place, fixated on the distant factory, his expression ghastly. Chu Hang did not respond immediately. He abruptly crouched down, pulling the trailer behind several sturdy spruce trees, their dense branches and accumulated snow temporarily concealing their presence. Only then did he lower his voice to a near whisper, saying, "Gab, we've been duped. This map is a forgery." Gab Jones, an experienced veteran, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed Chu Hang's gaze towards the factory. With just one glance, his face drained of color. As a soldier, he understood the relationship between distance and visibility far better than Chu Hang. Having dragged the trailer across such an open area for so long, they had essentially been strolling beneath the enemy's very nose. Damn those Nazi bastards, Gab muttered under his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He instinctively tightened his grip on his carbine, scanning the surrounding darkness with heightened vigilance. We weren't detected, were we? He asked anxiously. I don't know. Chu Hang shook his head, uncertainty gnawing at him, but we cannot take that chance. From now on, we must assume that a search party is approaching our location. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped the hearts of the two men tightly. At that moment, Chu Hang truly grasped the essence of war. It was neither a cinematic spectacle nor a mere game. There were no opportunities for a do-over. A single misstep, an inconsequential oversight, could plunge one into irretrievable despair. His meager, cinematic foreknowledge crumbled into insignificance when faced with the brutal reality, as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. What to do? Retreat? Return to that cave? Impossible. It would inevitably be discovered. Continue towards the hunter's lodge? That would be tantamount to courting death. For a fleeting moment, they seemed ensnared in a deadlock. Chu, listen to me. Gab's voice unexpectedly shifted to a calm demeanor. Grasping Chu Hang's arm, his gaze bore the resolute determination characteristic of a soldier. Leave me here. Find a place to hide. You must go alone. You are a smaller target and can evade them more easily. Seek out the captain and fulfill the mission. Do not concern yourself with me. This is an order. Once again, this familiar refrain. Chu Hang regarded him, a mix of exasperation and amusement washing over him, tinged with an ineffable sense of gratitude. He patted Gab's hand dismissively and shook his head. Save your breath, Gab. First, you are not my commander. You cannot issue orders to me. Second, the roaring assault team does not abandon any comrade. I do not wish to repeat that for a third time. He paused, inhaling deeply, forcing his racing heart to steady. In times of peril, one must remain calm. This was the only valuable lesson gleaned from countless overtime hours and the trials inflicted by his boss. The map may be a fabrication, but our minds are not. Chu Hang's eyes sharpened once more. The Hydra sought to toy with them, and they would engage in their game. He crumpled the accursed map into a ball and stashed it in his pocket. Then, he closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on his auditory senses. The ability of self-healing was fundamentally a gift of the X gene, and once replicated, it bestowed not only remarkable recovery capabilities, but also a comprehensive enhancement of Chu Hang's physical abilities. Though the improvements were modest, his hearing was significantly more acute than that of an average person. The whispers of the wind, the soft rustling of snowflakes upon leaves, the distant crack of branches burdened by accumulated snow, all those myriad subtle sounds converged like a gentle stream into his ears, crafting an invisible auditory map within his mind. Gab observed Chu Hang, eyes closed as if attuned to some hidden melody, and refrained from interrupting. He sensed an extraordinary steadiness and reliability emanating from this young Eastern comrade, a quality that gradually calmed his own frantic heart. Moments later, Chu Hang abruptly opened his eyes. Follow me. Gone was any trace of hesitation as he seized the trailer and turned towards a direction entirely opposite to their original plan. It led to a lower-lying depression, where the trees grew denser. Where are you going? Gab inquired, bewildered. Seek a truly safe refuge. As Chu Hang laboriously dragged his way through the uneven snowy terrain, he explained, listen, in the direction of the windward side, can you not hear the sound of flowing water? Gab listened intently, and indeed, amidst the whispers of the wind, a faint gurgling could be discerned. The river. Gab suddenly realized, that very river we jumped into while evading our pursuers. Precisely. A subtle smile graced the corners of Chu Hang's mouth. The map provided by the Hydra had led us toward a vast trap area at a higher elevation. But what does that imply? It indicates that this lower terrain, closer to the water source, is their vulnerable point of defense. For in their minds, no one would be foolish enough to venture towards the riverbank in winter. Furthermore, the presence of a river signifies the existence of riverbanks. These banks, constantly eroded by the flowing water, are most likely to harbor natural caves and crevices, offering far greater safety than any man-made hunter's shelter. Gab listened, utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom how, in such a brief span of minutes, Chu Hang's mind had navigated through so many complexities and swiftly devised a new, seemingly audacious plan. He gazed at Chu Hang ahead, pulling the sled, and though his stature was not particularly imposing, at that moment, he appeared immensely tall and dependable. The path ahead proved to be far more arduous than before. The snow in the depression was deeper, and each of Chu Hang's steps demanded immense effort. The sled frequently snagged on roots or stones, necessitating pauses for him to clear the obstructions. His strength waned rapidly, sweat beaded on his forehead, soon crystallizing into frost upon his brows. Yet his pace remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of panic. After traversing a distance, they finally heard the unmistakable sound of flowing water. Pushing aside the final thicket, a river, approximately 7 or 8 meters wide and not entirely frozen, unveiled itself before them. The river's waters rose in white mist against the frigid air, and indeed, as Chu Hang had anticipated, the riverbanks were strewn with an array of rocks and crevices. Sculpted by the relentless flow, Chu Hang's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, and soon he pinpointed a target. It was at an inconspicuous bend in the riverbank, beneath a massive rock, where a dark opening, concealed by vines and dry grass, beckoned. The entrance was modest, just large enough for a person to stoop and crawl inside. That was the spot. He maneuvered the sled to the entrance and cautiously peered inside to ensure the absence of beasts or other sinister entities before beckoning Gab to descend. Together, they managed to squeeze Gab into the narrow yet remarkably dry and warm cave. The cave was modest, spanning less than 10 square meters. Yet for these two fugitives desperately seeking shelter, it felt akin to a 5-star presidential suite. Chu Hang moved all the equipment inside, and then cleverly disguised the cave entrance with some dry branches and vines he had gathered from outside. To an outsider, it would be nearly impossible to detect the hidden cave. After completing this task, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, slumping against the cold rock wall, utterly exhausted. Not even wanting to lift a finger. He was drained, not merely physically, but also mentally, from the heightened tension and fatigue. Gab looked at him, his eyes brimming with gratitude and guilt. Chu, thank you. If it weren't for you. Enough, let's not dwell on that. Chu Hang interrupted, waving his hand. We are temporarily safe now. You need to rest and take care of your leg. I must calculate how much time we have left. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. The cold countdown continued its relentless ticking. Supercopier, cooling time remaining. 2 days, 19 hours. Time was running short. He had no idea how Captain America was faring or where the rest of the Howling Commandos were. All he knew was that he had to reach that damned factory within 2 days. Yet, he hadn't even discerned the factory's true location, and he was burdened with an injured companion. Opening his eyes, Chu Hang glanced at the disguised fissure of the cave entrance, observing the profound, seemingly eternal night sky. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind regarding this mission. Perhaps Gab was right. Perhaps he truly should venture alone. Chapter 13. Brother, we cannot abandon. Humans, at times, are remarkably contradictory beings. Take Chu Hang, for instance. It felt as though two little figures were grappling within his mind. One, clad in a suit and tie, with a shrewd expression, whispered in his ear, Hey, Chu Hang, wake up. Why are you in this world? To survive, to grow stronger. The opportunity is right before you. If you walk alone and shed this burden, you stand a great chance of reaching Captain America and replicating the super soldier serum. The sky will be your limit. What is there to fear? Compassion will only lead to your downfall. The other, dressed in World War II military garb, reeking of gunpowder, kicked the suited figure aside and pointed a finger at Chu Hang's nose, admonishing him. Are you still a man? Why is Gab lying here? Was it to save you? No. It was for the entire team, for the mission. Now that he is injured, you want to abandon him? What makes you any different from those treacherous Hydra scum? Have you forgotten how Logan fought by your side? Forgotten how Dugan welcomed you with a pat on your shoulder? The Howling Commandos leave no comrade behind. Those were your own words. Do you wish to discard them? Frustrated, Chu Hang raked his fingers through his hair. To speak candidly, the words of the suited little man carry profound wisdom. They resonate deeply with the survival principles he adhered to in his previous life as a corporate drone. Pursue benefits while avoiding harm, maximizing personal gain. Accompanied by Gab, the peril escalates at least tenfold, while the likelihood of success diminishes to less than 10%. No matter how one calculates it, the arithmetic simply does not add up. Yet, the internal conflict gnaws at him relentlessly. The moment he closes his eyes, he recalls Gab's resolute gaze when he urged him to proceed alone. It was the gaze of a true soldier, prepared to sacrifice himself for the collective good. And what of himself? What does he amount to? An opportunist, navigating through life with the aid of a golden touch. If he were to abandon Gab today, even if he later replicated 100 superpowers and became godlike in prowess, could he truly find peace and sleep? Would he not feel a flush of shame upon encountering Captain America as S.H.I.E.L.D. again? To hell with it. After much hardship, he has finally found comrades in this wretched world to whom he can entrust his back and a fleeting sense of heroism. How could he allow a moment of difficulty to revert him to that selfish cowardice? At this moment of internal turmoil, Gab spoke once more. His voice weak, yet remarkably clear. Do not hesitate, let us go. I know what you are thinking. You are stronger and more intelligent than I. Only you can locate the captain and fulfill the mission. My presence here will only hinder you. Trust me, this is the most prudent choice." Chu Hang abruptly opened his eyes, turning to fix a fierce gaze upon Gab. "Say that again." His voice, though low, was laced with suppressed fury. Gab was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his stare, but insisted. "I said, you must go alone." Silence. Chu Hang interjected harshly. "I am not deaf." "What do you mean by the most prudent choice?" "Abandoning you, an injured comrade, in this frigid wilderness to await death is the correct decision. What does that make us? The Howling Assault Team? A band of cold-hearted machines willing to sacrifice comrades at whim for the sake of a mission?" His emotions surged, his voice rising involuntarily. Gab fell silent, observing the agitated Chu Hang with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that this seemingly nonchalant and somewhat cunning Eastern lad possessed such a stubborn and earnest resolve deep within. Yet, the mission is to eradicate Hydra, without a doubt. Chu Hang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. But the prerequisite for the mission is that we must fight as human beings, not as beasts. I tell you, Gab, today, we either both emerge from this forest together, or we perish here together. There is no third option. With that declaration, he turned away from Gab and retrieved the radio communicator he had seized from the Hydra captain. Observing the black iron box in Chu Hang's hand, Gab raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. "What do you intend to do? Await your demise?" "Certainly not," Chu Hang replied, a familiar, slightly mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Since they have set a trap for us, we ought to return the favor, don't you think?" He handed the communicator to Gab. "You know how to operate this device, right? Can you comprehend their incessant chatter?" Gab accepted the communicator and nodded. "I can manage. I also understand a bit of German. Routine military communications should pose no issue." "That's splendid." Chu Hang's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to a famished wolf that has found its direction in the darkness. "At present, we are like the blind and the deaf, utterly oblivious to the situation at the factory. This counterfeit map has led us astray, yet it has also bestowed upon us an opportunity." "What opportunity?" "An opportunity to eavesdrop on them." Chu Hang lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with excitement. "They must believe we have already fallen into their trap or are heading directly towards it. They could never fathom that we are currently concealed in their vulnerable zone, wielding their communicator to eavesdrop on all their movements." Gab's breath quickened instantaneously. He understood. He comprehended Chu Hang's intentions completely. This was an audacious, even reckless plan. Yet, without a doubt, it was their sole means of breaking the deadlock. "Hurry, activate it," Gab urged, his excitement causing him to momentarily forget the pain in his leg. Chu Hang cautiously turned the dial, activating the communicator. A faint crackling sound reverberated within the cramped cave. He adjusted the volume to the lowest setting. Barely audible unless one leaned in closely. Both men felt their hearts leap to their throats. Intermittent German conversations began to emerge from the communicator, and Gab tilted his ear, furrowing his brow in concentration. "Position 3. All is normal. Patrol Team B has returned. No signs detected. Supply truck expected to arrive at the south gate in half an hour." Most of the messages were fragmented, inconsequential daily communications. Although Chu Hang could not decipher the language, he discerned from Gab's expression that there was nothing of significance. He remained unhurried, patiently awaiting further information. He understood that amidst such stringent surveillance and inspections, it was improbable to have no valuable intelligence whatsoever. Indeed, after approximately 10 more minutes, the voices from the communicator suddenly grew clearer and more frequent. A figure, sounding like a commander, issued orders in a grave tone. Gab's expression shifted dramatically. "What did he say?" Chu Hang inquired immediately. Gabriel made a gesture for silence, continuing to listen intently. Once the communication concluded, he turned to Chu Hang, his expression grave, and said, "We have bad news. They have confirmed that at least 2 individuals successfully parachuted from the downed aircraft, as they discovered 2 cut parachutes in different areas." Chu Hang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Indeed, they had been exposed. "What else?" he inquired. "They mentioned that the conventional search teams are proving inefficient, and Lord Schmidt, Red Skull, is quite displeased. Hence, they have dispatched the hounds." "Hounds?" Chu Hang furrowed his brow. "Are they military dogs? We jumped into the river. We should have eliminated our scent." "No." Gabriel shook his head, his countenance growing even darker. "The hounds do not refer to actual dogs. It is the code name for an elite tracking unit within Hydra. It is said that their leader is a true master of jungle hunting. With even the slightest trace left behind, nothing escapes his notice." A chill ran down Chu Hang's spine. "Damn it, just as I evade one trap, I attract a more professional killer." Indeed, the Hydra base was a veritable den of hidden talents. However, before he could fully process this unsettling news, the The communicator relayed an unexpected piece of information that took both him and Gabriel by surprise. A patrolling soldier reported with a tone tinged with excitement and a hint of boasting. Report. We have located the target on the western ridge. He is wearing a blue and white uniform and holding a circular shield. He looks exactly like the person in the photograph. We are surrounding him. Boom. Chu Hang's mind erupted with shock. Captain America. He cursed inwardly. How did the plot deviate so drastically from the film? Shouldn't Captain America have stealthily infiltrated the factory, rescuing everyone and then making a grand escape together? Why is he now isolated and surrounded by Hydra? His first thought was whether his own presence had triggered a butterfly effect, altering the course of events. Do not fire. Lord Schmidt wants him alive. The commander immediately issued a new order through the communicator. All units, converge on the western ridge. Repeat, all units, immediately converge on the western ridge. Trap him inside. In an instant, the communication channel erupted with a cacophony of responses. Chu Hang could easily envision all the Hydra soldiers surrounding the factory, converging towards the western ridge like sharks sensing blood. That place was about to transform into a deadly snare, with Captain America ensnared within it. What to do? Chu Hang's heart raced. His replication ability still had over 2 days of cooldown remaining. Even if he rushed over now, he wouldn't be of much assistance. Rather, it might cost him his life. But if he chose not to go, but it is Captain America. He is the ultimate target of this mission and the hero whom he has always admired, almost to perfection. How could one merely stand by and watch him be captured by Hydra, only to be subjected to dissection and study? As Chu Hang's mind spiraled into chaos, Gab beside him suddenly grasped his arm tightly. Chu, listen. Startled, Chu Hang refocused on the communicator. Amidst the cacophony of urgent communications from those rushing to provide assistance, a faint yet chilling voice pierced through, causing both Chu Hang and Gab to bristle with apprehension. It was a calm, emotionless male voice, the so-called Hunter leader. Command Center. This is Hunter. I have reached the target drop zone. There are drag marks on the ground, 2 individuals, one of whom is injured. They did not head towards the trap area, but rather veered toward the downstream riverbank. They are clever, attempting to use the river to obscure their trail. However, they have made a mistake. The mountain gold car in the snow did not find its way into the cave by its own long legs. The voice paused, its tone chillingly factual, and continued, I can smell them. They are nearby. Chapter 14. Misdirection. A cold, emotionless voice resonated through the communicator. I can smell them. They are close. These 2 statements were delivered with an unsettling calmness, akin to a mere declaration of fact. There were no roars, no shouts. Yet they instilled a fear deeper than any threat. It was over. This thought crashed into both Chu Hang and Gab simultaneously. Gab's face turned ashen, instinctively. He clutched his wounded thigh tightly. The injury had been bandaged, but the faint scent of blood was likely a beacon revealing their position. This cave was not a sanctuary. It was a stone coffin. The darkness at the entrance loomed like a gaping maw, ready to devour them whole. Blocked in, cold sweat drenched Chu Hang's back. He could envision the scene outside, an elite Hydra operative crouched in the snow like a hound, nostrils flaring in the air, eyes fixed on the rock face. Run? Where to run? Gab's leg was a burden. The footprints and blood in the snow served as the most blatant markers of their path. They wouldn't make it 50 meters before that psychopath caught up to them, dispatching them as one would toy with a mouse. Not running, staying here to await death? Waiting for them to find this cave and then casually toss in a grenade? The elite of Hydra would surely do something like that. What to do? What the hell should they do? Chu Hang's mind raced, but every thought led to a dead end. Just then, the communicator crackled again. This time with the commander's voice, urgent and demanding. Hunter, report your exact coordinates. Do you require fire support? Chu Hang and Gab's hearts raced to their throats. As soon as the creature codenamed Hound announces its coordinates, everything will come to an end. No need for that. Unexpectedly, the voice of Hound dripped with mockery and disdain. To contend with 2 injured mice, I alone suffice. Let those fools pursue the oversized rodent draped in the stars and stripes. The quarry here is my personal affair. The communication channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the commander's voice resonated once more. Very well. Lord Schmidt has decreed that you may deal with these 2 little mice as you see fit. Acknowledged. The communication ceased. The cave was enveloped in an eerie stillness. As you see fit. Those 4 words were akin to a death sentence. Chew. Gab's voice trembled uncontrollably as he tightened his grip on the M1 carbine. Listen to me. This is our last chance. When I count to 3, I will dash out, causing the greatest commotion. You take the opportunity to run to the river, and do not look back. For heaven's sake, shut your mouth. Chu Hang roared, interrupting him, seizing Gab by the collar. His eyes ablaze. Are you out of your mind? In your current state, how long do you think you'll last outside? What good will it do except to gift your life away? He desired to live more than anyone else. Yet he could not abandon Gab in this perilous situation. Calm down. He had to regain his composure. Chu Hang released Gab, turning away to draw deep breaths. The frigid air pierced his lungs painfully, yet it also quelled his racing heart to some extent. He closed his eyes, compelling himself to replay all the information he had just heard. Hound, alone and exceedingly arrogant. Captain America, surrounded by Hydra's main forces on the western ridge. All units. Every Hydra combat unit had been diverted to besiege Captain America. Wait. All units. Chu Hang's eyes flew open. A glimmer of light shattered the darkness in his mind. This was a crisis, but also an opportunity. Hound's arrogance had led him to choose solitude. Meanwhile, the bait of Captain America had drawn all other Hydra soldiers to the west. This signified that the riverbank area where they currently found themselves, aside from the approaching Hound, had become a vacuum of forces. As long as they could divert this solitary threat. How to draw him away. Chu Hang's gaze fell upon the black iron box beside Gab, the Hydra radio communicator. A remarkably audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. Gab, Chu Hang abruptly turned, lowering his voice, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. Do you trust me? Gab was momentarily taken aback by the question. Observing the blend of madness and excitement on Chu Hang's face, he nodded vigorously. I do. Excellent. Chu Hang's lips involuntarily curled upward. Then let us play a grand game. We shall deceive that son of a dog with a feint. A feint? Indeed. Chu Hang snatched the communicator, waving it before Gab's eyes. Did he truly believe we were lurking nearby like rodents? Let us use this device to inform him that he is mistaken. Gab's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you mean to utilize their communicator to disseminate false information? What else? Chu Hang squeezed the words through clenched teeth. Are we to sit here and wait for him to find the entrance, only to escort us on our way? Gab, this is our singular chance. Gab's throat bobbed. This plan is exceedingly perilous, utterly insane. If discovered, they would meet their demise even sooner. Yet as Chu Hang said, this is our only opportunity. What shall we do? Gab inquired through gritted teeth. Quite simple. Chu Hang spoke rapidly, extracting C4 plastic explosives and a pencil detonator from his backpack. In a moment, you shall use this communicator to mimic the tone of a patrolman, reporting in your most frantic voice that you have spotted us upstream and have engaged in gunfire. To make the report more convincing, I shall set off this. Chu Hang shook the explosives in his hand. Upstream. Gab comprehended fully. No matter how formidable he may be, he is merely one man. Upon hearing a clear report of gunfire, accompanied by the sound of an explosion, he would instinctively assume he had misjudged. He would immediately rush toward the direction of the detonation. Precisely. Chu Hang snapped his fingers. As long as we can divert him, even for a mere 10 minutes, we shall escape immediately, plunging into the river and fleeing downstream. By the time he realizes he has been deceived, we will have vanished. Very well. Let us proceed. Gab, no longer hesitating, seized the communicator, a renewed spark of survival igniting in his eyes. Prepare yourself, think carefully about what to say, and ensure it sounds authentic. The more panicked, the better. Chu Hang thrust the communicator into Gab's hands, then grasped the explosives, his expression grave. I shall be outside for 5 minutes to set this up. Remember, when I return, at my signal, you must report immediately. With that, Chu Hang ceased his chatter, inhaled deeply, lowered his body, and silently slipped out of the cave. The air outside was icy and biting. Battling the wind and snow, Chu Hang chose a rocky outcrop along the riverbank approximately 300 meters upstream. He wedged the C4 explosives into a crevice of the rocks, inserted the detonator, leaving only a short fuse exposed. Having completed this task, he retraced his steps, each footfall carefully placed upon his prior tracks. When he re-entered the cave, resembling a snowman, he found Gab gripping the communicator tightly, his lips moving as he repeatedly rehearsed his lines. Chu Hang gave him a thumbs up, leaning against the rock wall to steady his heartbeat. The success or failure hinged upon this moment. He nodded at Gab, slowly making a gesture to commence. Gab's forehead glistened with sweat. He clenched his jaw and pressed the talk button. In the next instant, a torrent of German, laced with sheer panic and heavy breathing, erupted from the communicator. Calling command center. Calling Hound. I am at the upstream riverbank of Area A3. Target sighted. It is those 2 fugitives. They are armed to the teeth. I require assistance. They are fleeing upstream. Requesting support. Requesting. Bang. Gab's plea for help had barely escaped his lips when, from a distance, a deep yet resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The violent blast amplified through the radio waves, transforming into a piercing cacophony that echoed across the Hydra's communication channel. In an instant, the tumultuous background noise vanished, leaving only silence. Within the cavern, Chu Hang and Gab held their breath, their eyes fixed on the small iron box. Had they succeeded? Had that creature taken the bait? Time seemed to slow. Finally, after an oppressive stillness, the cold, unmistakable voice of the hound emerged once more. Upstream riverbank of Area A3. Excellent. All units remain on standby. Do not approach. The voice paused, then, with deliberate enunciation, continued. These two mice are proving to be more intriguing than I anticipated. I shall arrive shortly. Chapter 15. Run. Now. As the chilling voice from the communicator faded into an unsettling silence, the very air within the cavern felt as though it had solidified. Gab's face drained of color as he turned to Chu Hang. His lips moved without sound, brimming with questions and fear. Had they truly deceived that monster? Did it genuinely believe their fabricated tale and pursue a non-existent shadow upstream? Chu Hang's heart raced wildly, akin to a runaway pile driver lodged in his chest. Truth be told, he too was engulfed in uncertainty. The individual code-named Hound radiated an aura of peril, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, unpredictable and lethal. That final remark, more intriguing than I anticipated, sent chills down his spine. It sounded less like the reaction of prey escaping and more akin to the excitement of discovering a new plaything. Damn it, there was no time for such thoughts. In Chu Hang's mind, the image of the little suited figure reappeared, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Why ponder so much? Do you wish to linger here for tea and a discussion on the philosophy of life? This is your singular opportunity. Only one. Hesitate for a moment, and you shall become a specimen mounted on the wall. Yes, run. Now. Immediately. Go." With a low growl, Chu Hang seized the still-dazed Gab from the ground. He afforded Gab no time for contemplation or hesitation, swiftly hoisting one of Gab's arms over his shoulder. Using all his strength to half-drag, half-carry him as they burst from the confines of the narrow cavern. The biting cold wind, interspersed with icy snowflakes, instantly coated their faces. "Chu, did he really fall for it?" Gab asked, shivering from the cold as he was dragged along by Chu Hang. "How should I know?" Chu Hang gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the heavy weight of Gab beside him, struggling through the snow with uneven steps. "All I know is, if we don't run now, we're as good as dead. Stop wasting breath. Conserve your strength." He dared not linger for even a moment, nor glance back at the ominous darkness of the forest behind them. His entire focus was on the ground beneath his feet and Gab in his arms. At a pace that was not particularly swift, but remarkably steady, he surged toward the riverbank downstream. Each step upon the thick blanket of snow emitted a crunching sound, reverberating painfully in the stillness of the snowy woods. Chu Hang's heart raced, fearful that the perverse hearing of their pursuer was as acute as his tracking abilities. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. The icy river, shimmering under the moonlight, drew closer. At last, they tumbled onto the riverbank in a frantic rush. No time left. Jump. Chu Hang cast a glance at the dark woods behind, sensing a pair of eyes watching them. Without a moment to ponder, he shouted, hoisting Gab, and plunged into the frigid water. Splash. The biting, icy river enveloped them instantly. Damn, even with his Wolverine-like resilience. Chu Hang couldn't help but curse at the moment the water struck him. It was not merely cold, it was excruciating. It felt as if thousands of icy needles pierced every pore of his body simultaneously, inflicting a searing pain that threatened to freeze his blood in an instant, causing his heart to skip a beat. If he was suffering so acutely, how much worse was it for Gab? Gab's body stiffened in the water, unable to utter a sound, nearly losing consciousness from the severe cold and the pain in his legs. "Wake up, Gab. Don't you dare fall asleep." Realizing Gab was going limp, panic surged through Chu Hang. He knew that at such frigid temperatures, losing consciousness meant death was imminent. He slapped Gab hard on the back and with all his strength, pulled him toward the center of the river. The water was shallow, mostly reaching their chests. Yet the current was fierce. The icy river ruthlessly washed over them, siphoning away the last remnants of their warmth. Chu Hang's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. He could feel his bodily functions rapidly declining. The self-healing factor indeed made him far more resilient than an average person, but it was not infallible. He sensed his wounds healing, his stamina recovering, yet the pace of that recovery was nowhere near fast enough to match the loss of heat. He had to get Gab away from this accursed river as swiftly as possible. He trudged through the water with great difficulty, his enhanced vision swiftly scanning the riverbank downstream in search of a refuge. At that moment, his ears perked up slightly. Amidst the cacophony of rushing water and the howling wind and snow, he seemed to discern another sound. It was faint, emanating from upstream, akin to something moving rapidly among the treetops. It was not the sound of footsteps. Rather, it was a lighter, swifter sound reminiscent of a monkey leaping through the forest, causing the branches to tremble ever so slightly. Chu Hang's pupils constricted sharply. The hound. It was not traversing the ground. It was moving through the trees. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. No wonder they had not heard any pursuing footsteps along the way. This psychopath was not tracking them through conventional means. He was like a true specter of the jungle, silently navigating the canopy above them. Had he been deceived? Perhaps. Yet, he held absolute confidence in his tracking abilities. The hound might genuinely believe he had misjudged and ventured upstream. But what would happen once he found no one there? He would immediately realize he had been outsmarted. Then, he would rush downstream along the river with utmost speed. Chu Hang's heart sank to the depths of despair. He had initially thought that plunging into the river would ensure his safety. It seemed now that they had only momentarily pushed the scythe of death away. Hurry! Faster! Chu Hang roared within himself, dragging Gab, nearly crawling and rolling through the water as he surged downstream. After struggling in the frigid river for nearly 10 minutes, he felt his consciousness beginning to blur. He spotted, not far downstream, a dense thicket of reeds, where the riverbank appeared to form a small indentation. Seemingly an excellent hiding place. That would be it. With the last vestiges of his strength, he dragged the half-unconscious Gab onto the shore, collapsing together into the dry, yellow reeds. The thick cluster of reeds shielded them from a portion of the biting cold wind. Lying on the icy mud, Chu Hang gasped for breath. A searing pain in his chest. He felt like a piece of pork just pulled from liquid nitrogen, his body rigid and unrecognizable. He dared not rest, forcing himself to sit up and check on Gab's condition. Gab's lips had turned entirely purple, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, his breath shallow, his body shaking uncontrollably. Gab! Hey, Gab! Chu Hang exclaimed, shaking his face vigorously. Gab's eyelids fluttered a few times, barely managing to open a slit, his gaze unfocused, evidently teetering on the brink of hypothermic shock. No, if this continued, he would truly perish. Chu Hang gritted his teeth and tore off the relatively dry lining from his body, laboriously removing the soaked outer garment from Gab. He vigorously rubbed the cloth against Gab's skin, attempting to impart even a modicum of warmth. After completing this arduous task, he felt himself on the brink of exhaustion. Leaning against a cluster of reeds, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. No, he could not succumb to slumber. He pinched his thigh fiercely, the sharp pain momentarily rousing him from his stupor. Instinctively, he summoned the system interface that resided in his mind. Super ability copier, current copying opportunities, 0, cooldown timer, 1 day, 16 hours, 23 minutes. More than a day remained. If he could just endure a little over a day, he would regain the ability to copy. At that moment, if he could locate Captain America and replicate his powers. No, that was not right. Captain America himself was surrounded, and his survival was already in jeopardy. Chu Hang's gaze pierced through the sparse reeds, fixating on the distant western ridge. Surely, a battle had commenced there by now. He could almost hear the faint echoes of gunfire in the distance. In his current state, he was in no position to rescue anyone. Merely preserving their own lives, alongside Gab's, was a cause for gratitude. What should he do? Must he truly cower here like a lost dog, trembling in anticipation of fate's judgment? No. Gradually, the sharpness returned to his eyes. He was no longer the passive cog in the machine, resigned to fate. He possessed the pinnacle of physical prowess in this era. He wielded the most extraordinary ability in existence. He was not here to flee. He was here to hunt. Casting a glance at Gab, who was nearly devoid of consciousness, and then at the distant ridge engulfed in artillery fire, a more audacious and reckless thought took root in his heart. Perhaps he need not seek out Captain America. He could compel Captain America to seek him out. Chapter 16, a gamble to drag the captain down cold. Bone-chilling cold. Chu Hang felt as if the blood coursing through his veins was on the verge of freezing solid. He leaned against the damp, frigid reeds, each breath akin to swallowing shards of glass, scraping painfully from his throat to his lungs. Gab's condition was even more dire. His tremors had transitioned from violent convulsions to subtle, nearly imperceptible spasms. Chu Hang knew that this was not a sign of improvement. It indicated that Gab's body could no longer muster the energy to generate heat through shivering. If this persisted, in no more than half an hour, Gab would become nothing more than a lifeless, icy shell, and he himself could not endure much longer. The self-healing factor is indeed remarkable, yet it is not a perpetual motion machine. It too requires energy to function. In this extreme cold, the meager energy within his body is akin to an engine leaking oil, rapidly depleting. What to do? Await death? Chu Hang's gaze pierced through the swaying reeds, fixated on the distant ridge intermittently illuminated by the flashes of artillery fire. There stood Captain America, Steve Rogers, this muscular man, wielding a shield akin to a pot lid, hailed as the embodiment of justice, now encircled by the Hydra forces like dumplings in a pot. His predicament was likely no better than Chu Hang's. Expecting him to come to the rescue? That was sheer folly. But What if it was not about him rescuing me? A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Chu Hang's mind, illuminating the darkness shrouded in cold and despair. His nearly frozen brain surged into unprecedented activity. An idea, so audacious that even he found it absurd, erupted uncontrollably. Why must I wait for him to save me? Why can't I drag him down with me? Gabe. Chu Hang's voice was hoarse as he vigorously shook his nearly unconscious comrade. Wake up, listen to me. Gabe struggled to lift his eyelids, but his vacant gaze revealed no spark of life. I have a plan. Chu Hang leaned closer, whispering rapidly into his ear. A plan that will allow us both to survive. But it is perilous, so mad that one misstep could lead to our immediate demise. Perhaps the mere thought of survival stirred something within Gabe, as a flicker of awareness returned to his eyes. You say. He managed to force out 2 words with all his strength. Listen, Chu Hang spoke with rapid urgency. Currently, all of Hydra's main forces are drawn to the Western Ridge by Captain America, and that damned hound has been lured upstream by us. This means the area we occupy now is a vast vacuum of military power. This is our disadvantage, yet it is also our greatest advantage. We must exploit this void to invite Captain America out of that damned encirclement. Gabe's eyes widened slightly, though he seemed perplexed by Chu Hang's meaning. How to invite? A sinister smile twisted Chu Hang's lips, stark against the cold night. Of course, we shall employ Hydra's own methods. He patted the cold iron box containing the radio communicator in his arms. We deceived the hound once with it. Now, we shall deceive Hydra's entire command system. Gabe's breathing suddenly quickened. He finally comprehended what Chu Hang intended to do. This plan was 100 times more audacious than the earlier ruse. You mean to impersonate the commander of Hydra? Gabe's voice trembled with incredulity and fear. Indeed, a wild gleam sparkled in Chu Hang's eyes. I shall masquerade as a senior officer and issue a false command to the encircling troops on the Western Ridge, one that they must execute at all costs. I will order them to create an opening in the eastern encirclement, specifically the defensive line near our riverbank, claiming that we have detected the main force of the Allies to the south and require urgent reinforcement. In doing so, the besieged Captain America, if he possesses any sense, will undoubtedly recognize this solitary escape route. He will desperately attempt to break through towards us. Gabe was utterly astounded by Chu Hang's fantastical scheme. This is akin to dancing on the edge of a razor blade, and with the utmost difficulty. However, he stammered, but, by doing so, won't we expose ourselves? Yes, we will be exposed. Chu Hang replied without hesitation, his gaze resolute. But what of it? Gabe, listen closely. We are like 2 individuals trapped in an icy abyss. Remaining still will lead to our frozen demise. We lack the strength to climb up. The only way forward is to drag down the strongest one on the shore with us. If he falls, the disturbance will be significant and may alert the others. Captain America is that strongest one. Once he charges towards us, Hydra's pursuers will inevitably follow. This place will transform into a new battlefield, a chaotic one. Only amidst chaos do we stand a chance. Only in turmoil can we seize the opportunity to survive. Chu Hang's words struck Gabe like a potent stimulant, piercing through his heart, which was on the verge of ceasing its beat. Indeed, death was inevitable. Rather than perish here in this marsh, humiliated and without dignity, it would be far better to gamble boldly. If they won, they would live. If they lost, it would still be preferable to their current state. All right, let us do it. Gabe gritted his teeth, a flicker of the will to survive reigniting in his once dull eyes. Excellent. Chu Hang inhaled deeply, knowing that from this moment onward, there would be no turning back. He adjusted the frequency of the communicator back to Hydra's public command channel. The cacophony of static and shouts in German surged forth immediately. Increase firepower on the west. Do not let him break through. Medic. Where's the medic? We have injured here. Repeating, the objective is advancing towards the eastern side of Hill 3. Requesting fire cover. Amidst the chaos on the channel, Chu Hang understood that Captain America's team was engaged in the fiercest of battles. Now was the moment. He closed his eyes, striving to recall the tone and inflection of the Hydra officers he had previously overheard issuing commands. That superior, unquestionable arrogance. He mimicked the accent of the Hydra squad leader he had dispatched. Clearing his throat, he pressed the communication button. Silence. A brief, yet commanding reprimand in German issued from his lips. He deliberately lowered his voice, rendering it more composed and aged. In an instant, the previously tumultuous communication channel fell eerily silent. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden, unfamiliar voice. Chu Hang's heart raced. He knew the critical moment had arrived. This is Observer. He utilized a fabricated, weighty code name and continued. I have just received the highest directive from Lord Schmidt. On the southern line, in the A7 area, we have detected the main force of the Allies attempting to flank us. The order is for all squads 4, 5, and 6 responsible for the eastern encirclement to immediately abandon their current positions and assemble at full speed in the southern A7 area to establish a new defensive line. Repeat. This is a supreme directive and must be executed within 10 minutes. Upon finishing, he promptly released the communication button. A profound silence enveloped the channel. Chu Hang could even hear the drum-like thumping of his own heartbeat alongside Gab's. Did it work? Would they believe him? Time ticked by second. Just as Chu Hang was about to lose his composure and shout again, a voice filled with evident confusion from a young officer broke the silence on the channel. Received, observer. However, if we withdraw, a significant gap will emerge in the eastern encirclement. That American fool. Chu Hang interrupted before he could finish. Pressing the communication button once more and bellowing with a furious, exasperated tone, "Are you questioning Lord Schmidt's decision? Which is more important? One American soldier or the safety of our entire base's flank? I care not how you do it. Execute the order. If the southern line falls, I will personally twist your head off and kick it like a ball." This roar, laced with threats and fury, evidently had its effect. The young officer dared not voice any further doubts. Yes, understood. We will execute immediately. Soon, the sounds of troops assembling and vehicles starting echoed through the channel. It worked. Chu Hang and Gab exchanged glances, both witnessing a glimmer of exhilaration in each other's eyes, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. They had indeed maneuvered Hydra's forces with a fabricated command. However, before they could revel in their triumph for more than 3 seconds, a cold, emotionless voice, brimming with an insatiable bloodlust, abruptly resonated through the communication channel. This voice, etched into the memories of Chu Hang and Gab, was unmistakably that of the Hound. "What a splendid performance, my little mouse. You not only dig holes, but have also taken to mimicking your master's voice." The voice paused, as if relishing the terror coursing through Chu Hang and Gab at that moment. Then, with a tone almost cruel, each word articulated with deliberate precision, it continued, "However, it seems you have forgotten something. I am in charge of reconnaissance on the southern front. There, amidst the howling winds and relentless snow, there is nothing but desolation. Now, I know precisely where you are. The game is over." Chapter 17. Deadlock and Opportunity. With those emotionless words echoing in the communicator, Chu Hang felt as if his blood had congealed. It was over. Only 2 words lingered in his and Gab's minds. The cold seeped into their bodies from all directions. No longer a mere infiltration, but an all-consuming erosion. With each breath, it felt as if shards of ice were scraping through their lungs. Gab fared worse. His bloodless face had turned a ghastly shade of ashen gray, his lips tinged with purple. His body had ceased to tremble, even the spasms had stopped. He resembled a statue frozen in time, with only the slightest rise and fall of his chest betraying any sign of life. "We are doomed." Gab's lips barely moved, his voice a strained whisper, tinged with despair. "He knows we are here. He will come." He could not continue. The last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving him limp, as if resigned to his fate. Chu Hang's heart sank in tandem. Damn it! He could not suppress a curse within his mind. Despite meticulous planning, he had never anticipated that the Hound would be responsible for reconnaissance on the southern front. This was nothing short of Murphy's Law. A seemingly foolproof deception had led them into a trap of their own making. It had all gone awry. A battlefield deception worthy of textbooks had been swiftly unraveled due to a mere coincidence. Now, that sadistic pervert was leisurely making his way upstream. While he and Gab resembled turkeys on a Thanksgiving table, awaiting the hunter's choice of where to strike, awaiting death, to languish so pitifully, caught between the clutches of cold and fear. No, those words held no place in Chu Hang's lexicon. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a sudden epiphany jolted his mind. No, things had not yet reached their nadir. The Hound was clever, but he had made a fatal error. He was overly confident. He believed that by exposing the ruse, he had seized control of the situation, even succumbing to the temptation of proclaiming his victory over the public channel, reveling in the terror of his prey. Yet, he had overlooked a crucial fact. In the chaos of battle, the transmission of information incurs a delay. What chaos might his words sow among others? "Gab, listen to me." Chu Hang suddenly grasped Gab's shoulders, shaking him forcefully. "Look at me. It's not over yet. We still have a chance." "A chance?" Gab's vacant gaze struggled to focus. "What chance? The chance to see what knife he is using?" "No." A frenzied spark ignited in Chu Hang's eyes as he leaned closer to Gab's ear, speaking rapidly. "That bastard. He is using the public channel. Everyone heard it. The 4th, 5th, and 6th squads who just received my false command, they heard it too." Gab was momentarily stunned. Chu Hang continued, unperturbed by Gab's silence. "Analyzing the situation, a Hydra squad leader is heading south for reinforcements. Suddenly, another guy, codenamed Hound, declares that the orders are fake over the channel. What do you think he'll think? What will he do? Gab instinctively replied, I would stop. I'd be confused. Exactly. Chaos. Chu Hang's voice rose slightly. They will doubt. They will hesitate. They will call command for confirmation. Before this, they were just a bunch of headless flies. This is the opportunity we have gambled our lives for. More importantly, Chu Hang's gaze shifted towards the distant ridge, Captain America, Steve Rogers. He won't care whether Hydra's command is in disarray. As long as he sees a weakness in the encirclement from the east, what will he do? He will charge in. Gab's response came without hesitation this time. Yes. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Chu Hang's mouth. He will push forward with his last breath, rushing toward this soul opening. So, the current situation is that Hound is coming downstream to kill us, while Captain America, along with Hydra's pursuers, is racing downstream toward us. Gab was taken aback by this scenario. Isn't that more dangerous? Dangerous? No, this is a desperate gamble. Chu Hang yanked him up from the ground, shouting, what we need to do now is not to flee, but to bet. Bet that Captain America will arrive before that psychopath. As long as he and the pursuers get here first, this place will become a new, chaotic battlefield. We can slip through the cracks and vanish completely. With that, Chu Hang positioned Gab, dragging him with his injured leg toward a shallow gully filled with rocks and withered shrubs. Hide behind this stone. No matter what you hear or see, don't move. Unless I call for you. After ensuring Gab was settled, Chu Hang took a deep breath and retrieved C4 explosives from his backpack. His fingers were somewhat numb from the cold, but his movements were steady. He placed the explosives at the edge of the reeds where they had just taken cover, on a crucial passage coming from downstream. Then, he tore off a shoelace, found a dead branch, and fashioned a rudimentary tripwire device. One end of the thin string was tied to the detonator's pull ring, while the other was delicately laid between two bushes. He knew this wouldn't kill the Hound, but all he needed was a signal, a deafening explosion. A signal could convey to Captain America, hey, run this way, there's a surprise. After executing this, he rolled back to Gab, and they pressed themselves against the cold rock wall like stones, slowing their breaths. Time ticked by second. The sounds of wind, snow, distant gunfire, and the drumming of their heartbeats filled the air. Chu Hang's gaze was fixed intently on two directions. Downstream lay death, the Hound. To the west, on the mountain ridge, lay hope, Captain America. Who would arrive first? Hurry, Steve. If you don't move faster, I'll end up as a specimen. Chu Hang roared inwardly. Just then, a cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted from the western ridge. The sound surged forth like a breaking dam, sweeping towards the riverbank. Leviathan arrived. Chu Hang and Gab exchanged glances, both recognizing the exhilaration in each other's eyes. Captain America had emerged. He had placed his bet wisely. However, at that very moment, on the still riverbank downstream, in the shadow of the reeds where they had set their trap, a tall figure appeared silently. He moved leisurely, his long black coat remaining still against the cold wind. His gaze, sharp as a laser, was fixed directly on the patch of reeds. It was the Hound. He had arrived faster than anticipated. Chu Hang's heart sank. On one side lay the hope of a desperate escape, and on the other, the quiet arrival of death. And Chu Hang and Gab found themselves caught in between. Chapter 18, A Life or Death Gamble. Just 3 seconds away. My heavens, this is truly a high-stakes game. Chu Hang felt his heart racing towards his throat, only to be forcibly pushed back down by an icy hand, choking him. To the left, Captain America was sprinting for his life, pursued by a throng of howling Hydra soldiers, the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and roars merging into a moving rock concert, with death as the instrument. To the right stood the Hound, emerging like a specter from the darkness, silently watching. Yet the chilling aura and murderous intent radiating from him were far more terrifying than the entire symphony to the left. What was this? It was a case of wolves in front, tigers behind, with 2 nearly frozen little rabbits caught in between. In that moment, Chu Hang's mind raced frantically. The western ridge was approximately 800 meters away. Captain America was running at great speed. Considering the snowy terrain and the complexities of the landscape, it would take him about a minute and a half to reach this point. The pursuers behind him were about 100 meters away, arriving a few seconds later. Meanwhile, the Hound downstream was less than 50 meters away. Although he was moving slowly, it was deliberate, with the explosive speed of an elite operative. How long would it take to cover 50 meters at full sprint? 5 seconds. Or perhaps 3. Damn it, no matter how many seconds, it's still faster than Captain America. It's over. This gamble has been lost. In Chu Hang's heart, a heavy thud resounded, sinking to the depths. His meticulously crafted plan, designed to let 2 torrents collide while he navigated the murky waters, had been completely ruined by this damned few seconds of time difference. The situation had now transformed into a grim reality where, before the reinforcements could arrive, that deranged butcher would reach the kitchen first, calmly disposing of them like mere side dishes. Gab, prepare to fight with all your might. Chu Hang's voice was low, almost squeezed out from between clenched teeth. He gripped the MP-40 submachine gun, pried from the hands of a Hydra soldier, tightly in his hands, the cold steel a solitary source of reassurance in this moment. Gab did not respond, but Chu Hang sensed his body, on the verge of surrender, tense up once more. When faced with the specter of inevitable death, one either collapses entirely or erupts with a final frenzy. Downstream, a man known as the Hound began to move. He did not charge directly as Chu Hang had anticipated. Instead, he approached with an elegance reminiscent of a guest at a lavish banquet, taking deliberate steps towards the reeds where they had previously hidden. His gaze remained fixed on that area, a faint, mocking smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. He relished the process, like a master bomb disposal expert admiring a rookie's poorly designed explosive device. Closer, ever closer. Chu Hang's palms were slick with cold sweat, his index finger resting on the trigger of the MP-40. He knew that if the Hound took just 2 more steps, he would trigger the tripwire crafted from shoelaces. While it certainly wouldn't kill him, it would at least ensure a momentary distraction, granting them a fleeting chance. However, the Hound halted less than half a meter from the slender tripwire. He paused, tilting his head with keen interest at the almost invisible string swaying in the cold wind. His eyes filled with disdain, as if regarding a childish prank. He noticed it. Chu Hang's heart clenched once again. This guy's observational skills were disturbingly acute. The Hound slowly lifted his foot, seemingly intending to crush the rudimentary device, obliterating Chu Hang's last hope. But at that very moment, whoosh, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air from the direction of the western ridge. Immediately following, a round shield painted in red, white, and blue, propelled by an unmatched force, spun and roared toward them like a cannonball. Its target was neither the Hound nor Chu Hang, but rather a thick white birch tree standing to the Hound's side. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air. At the moment the shield collided with the tree trunk, it unleashed an immense force, accompanied by a cloud of splintered wood, rebounding at an astonishing angle. The trajectory of its rebound was precisely aimed at the back of the hunting dog. This unexpected turn of events transpired with astonishing swiftness, catching even the hunting dog off guard. His previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a primal instinctive reaction. Instinctively, he abandoned his intention to step on the tripwire, twisting his body at an angle that defied the laws of physics. With a resounding thud, the shield narrowly grazed his back, crashing violently onto the frozen ground behind him, sending a spray of icy debris into the air. Although he evaded the fatal blow, the ferocity of the shield's force caused him to stumble, his body lurching uncontrollably forward. In his path lay the very trip device set by Chu Hang. The hunting dog's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks at that moment. He attempted to regain his balance, but it was too late. His military boot came down heavily upon the slender shoelace. Snap! The shoelace broke with a sharp sound. The connected pull ring was instantly yanked out. Within his mind, Chu Hang roared with fervor. Now is the moment. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The tremendous power of the C4 explosive was unleashed in that instant. Fiery orange flames, mingled with black smoke and shattered ice and earth, formed a terrifying shockwave that surged wildly in all directions. The entire riverbank seemed to tremble violently. The once formidable hunting dog did not even have time to emit a muffled groan before being hurled away by the sudden explosion, tumbling through the air like a ragged sack, before crashing heavily into the nearby icy river with a splash. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from the moment the shield was launched to the explosion, taking only a second or two, so swift that no one had time to react. Chu Hang and Gab stared in astonishment at the dramatic scene before them, their minds blank. Had they succeeded? No, it was not their success. It was that man who had arrived. Chu Hang abruptly turned his gaze westward. There, a tall and robust figure emerged from the chaotic thicket. Clad in a tight-fitting combat suit of blue, white, and red, a white star gleamed on his chest amidst the flames. His face was smeared with soot and dirt, breaths coming in quick gasps, eyes filled with fatigue, yet his straightened spine stood as unyielding as a spear. Captain America, Steve Rogers. He had finally arrived. He was 3 seconds behind the hunting dog, but his shield had arrived 3 seconds earlier. It was precisely those fleeting 3 seconds that spared the lives of Chu Hang and Gab. Get down. Just as Chu Hang was momentarily dazed, the Captain America's resonant and urgent shout reached them. Instantly, a barrage of bullets descended upon their hiding spot like a hailstorm. It was the Hydra soldiers pursuing them from behind. A jolt ran through Chu Hang, and he quickly pulled Gab close, pressing their bodies tightly against the rock. Bullets struck the stone, igniting sparks and sending shards flying, stinging their skin. Chaos. Utter chaos. Captain America dashed ahead, seeking cover while the Hydra soldiers frantically pursued and unleashed gunfire, and the fate of the Hound thrown into the river remained uncertain. This small riverbank had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse in an instant. Opportunity. At that moment, Chu Hang's eyes gleamed with an almost frightening intensity. This was the chaos he craved. No longer content to hide, he suddenly peered out from behind the rock, raising his MP-40 submachine gun. His target was neither Captain America nor the pursuing Hydra soldiers. It was the flank. He immediately spotted 3 Hydra soldiers in the trees to the side, attempting to encircle Captain America's rear. "Captain, to your right." 3 of them. Chu Hang shouted with all his might in English, almost simultaneously with his shout. The MP-40 in his hands erupted with a furious tongue of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets sprayed forth with precision. He did not expect to hit anyone. His sole aim was to use the gunfire and trajectory to indicate the enemy's position to Captain America. The captain, taking cover in a shell hole, clearly heard Chu Hang's shout. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled on the ground, retrieved the shield that had just been buried in the dirt, and without a second thought, hurled it in the direction Chu Hang had indicated. Clang, clang. The shield traced a graceful arc through the trees, accompanied by 2 dull metallic clashes and a piercing scream, before returning to Captain America's grasp. The 3 Hydra soldiers attempting to encircle them fell silent in an instant. With one hand gripping the shield and crouching in the shell hole, Captain America cast a gaze like lightning towards Chu Hang for the first time, a complex expression mingling surprise, vigilance, and a hint of gratitude. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 19. Captain America. The gun's muzzle still emitted wisps of smoke. Several dozen meters away, the man in the shell hole quietly regarded Chu Hang. That gaze was like a knife, slicing through the air and piercing through him. Chu Hang felt as though he had been laid bare to that man's scrutiny. That is Captain America, Steve Rogers. He stands there, vividly alive, not merely the moral paragon from the films or the idol depicted on promotional posters. This is a soldier who has just emerged from the chaos of gunfire. His face is smeared with gunpowder and dirt, his golden hair dampened by sweat and snow, clinging to his forehead. His chest heaves violently, each breath releasing great plumes of white mist. His eyes reflect exhaustion and vigilance, but more prominently, an indomitable will. This man is the real deal. In Chu Hang's mind, only one thought remains. Previously, viewing him through a screen, he only perceived his combat prowess. Now, in person, he feels the aura of someone capable of holding an entire front single-handedly. "Hey, rookie, what are you spacing out for? Do you want to die?" Captain America's fierce roar jolts Chu Hang from his stupor. A new wave of gunfire descends upon them. More Hydra soldiers charge down from the ridge, their firepower more ferocious than before. Chu Hang flinches, instinctively retracting his head behind the rock. He curses under his breath, nearly forgetting that this is a battlefield. "Gabe, cover me," he shouts behind him, rolling to the side and slipping out from behind the rock. He can no longer hide. Captain America draws the main fire. He must seize this opportunity. The instincts of battle within him urge him to fight, to tear apart the enemy. The desire to survive overwhelms all else. To live, he must eliminate those who wish to see him dead. As Chu Hang bursts forth, he is already half kneeling, raising his weapon, aiming, and firing in rapid succession. The series of actions is astonishingly swift. Rat-a-tat-tat. The MP-40 submachine gun roars once more. He disregards the foot soldiers cowering behind cover, instantly identifying the most significant threat, a freshly mounted MG-42 machine gun at the front. Once it opens fire, they are doomed. With determination, Chu Hang steadies his aim and unleashes an entire magazine of bullets. The dense hail of bullets carves a line of death, and the Hydra machine gunner erupts in a spray of crimson, collapsing backward. The assistant gunner beside him also takes a hit, clutching his leg and howling on the ground. One down. He immediately rolls, evading the bullets whizzing past him, grazing his scalp and igniting a rush of fear-laden exhilaration. As Chu Hang rolls, Captain America makes his move. He leaps from the crater, brandishing his star-spangled shield, charging into the onslaught of bullets. A madman. This is the only thought left in Chu Hang's mind. How can he charge through a web of gunfire formed by dozens of weapons? In the next moment, Chu Hang realizes his error. Captain America's path of advance weaves left and right, deftly avoiding the densest trajectories of fire. Most bullets are deflected by his shield, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs, leaving no mark. That shield is made of vibranium. Occasionally, a bullet grazes him, merely causing him to stagger momentarily, unable to impede his relentless progress. This is a super soldier, an anthropomorphic weapon. Chu Hang felt as though his very blood was ablaze. This was it, the ability he had longed for. To his left, he caught a glimpse of an individual wielding a dark iron tube, aimed directly at Captain America. The muzzle of the tube glimmered with a blue hue, revealing it to be a Hydra energy weapon. Should that strike land, even the most resilient would suffer. With a swift motion, Chu Hang fired a shot. The distance was too great, and the bullet merely struck the tree trunk, sending splinters flying. Yet, it was sufficient. As Captain America charged forward, it appeared as if he had eyes in the back of his head. At the instant of Chu Hang's shot, he raised his left hand with great force, sending his shield flying from his grasp. Whoosh! The shield spun menacingly, not toward the rocket launcher operator, but rather crashing into a towering boulder beside him. The impact resonated with a thunderous clang. The shield rebounded at an uncanny angle, striking the rocket launcher wielder squarely in the head. With a muffled thud, the man fell lifelessly, not even a sound escaping his lips. The shield arced gracefully through the air, returning steadily to Captain America's hand. He caught it effortlessly, his momentum unbroken. Splendid, utterly magnificent. Chu Hang silently applauded in his mind. He had merely fired a warning shot, and Captain America instantly comprehended the situation, neutralizing the threat with unparalleled efficacy. The exhilaration was overwhelming. With Chu Hang providing fire support and reconnaissance from the flank, Captain America plunged headlong into the Hydra ranks, unleashing a massacre. He used his shield to block and struck with its edge at the throats and joints of his adversaries. His fists and feet bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, sending those struck flying with shattered bones. Chu Hang's task became remarkably straightforward. Utilizing his positional advantage, he provided suppressive fire for Captain America while identifying those attempting to launch sneak attacks. A tacit understanding developed between them, transcending the need for words. With a precise burst of fire, Chu Hang could signal to Captain America that at 3 o'clock, behind the rocks, someone was about to throw a grenade. Captain America consistently reacted the moment Chu Hang fired, hurling his shield to send the unfortunate soul and their grenade skyward. One initiated the assault, while the other provided cover. The rhythm of the battle was entirely dictated by the two of them. The Hydra soldiers finally unraveled. Their bullets could not penetrate that accursed shield, and their flanking maneuvers were invariably thwarted by bullets that seemed to come from nowhere. Panic spread among their ranks. It was uncertain who cried out first, discarding their weapon and turning to flee. This action was akin to toppling the first domino, leading the remaining soldiers to completely lose their resolve, scattering in terror. The battle came to a close. Along the riverbank, only the sound of the wind remained, mingling with the stench of blood and a battlefield strewn with corpses. Leaning against a tree, Chu Hang felt utterly spent. He gasped for breath, the barrel of his MP-40 hot enough to fry an egg. He gazed at the imposing figure nearby, also resting on his knees and panting, and felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Had they truly won? At that moment, the man stirred. Captain America gradually rose to his full height, securing his shield behind him as he advanced step by step toward Chu Hang. His gait was steady, yet tinged with caution. Instinctively, Chu Hang raised his empty submachine gun, the barrel slightly drooping to signify his lack of hostility. "Do not be alarmed, soldier." Captain America's voice, somewhat hoarse yet unwavering, resonated with authority. "The battle is over. I am not your enemy." He halted a few meters in front of Chu Hang, his gaze sweeping over the ill-fitting Hydra uniform adorning Chu Hang, before shifting to the figure of Gab behind him. "Are you members of the Howling Commandos?" he inquired. "Yes, sir." Chu Hang instinctively stood at attention in response. Captain America's eyes returned to Chu Hang's face, his blue irises reflecting curiosity, along with a hint of admiration. "What is your name, soldier?" "Chu Hang, sir. From Company D." "Chu Hang." Captain America repeated the name with a somewhat stiff intonation, then broke into a weary yet sincere smile. "You performed admirably, Chu Hang. Very commendably." He paused, adopting a more solemn tone to add, "It has been quite some time since I have encountered a soldier of your caliber. Welcome to this fight, soldier." Chapter 20. It's cooled down. Now, to be honest, receiving such praise directly from Captain America filled Chu Hang's modest vanity with immense satisfaction. This was no mere compliment. It was from Captain America himself, alive, capable, and someone who had just fought alongside him. The sensation was akin to that of a schoolboy who, after grappling with what he believed to be a particularly challenging math problem, found the top student in the entire school patting him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Buddy, your problem-solving approach is brilliant." The exhilaration was profound, almost to the core. For a fleeting moment, Chu Hang felt an impulsive urge to produce a small notebook and request an autograph. Yet, the remnants of his reason cautioned him that such behavior on the battlefield could easily lead to being perceived as a lunatic dispatched by Hydra, likely to be met with a shield to the face. He forcibly suppressed the surge of excitement within him, striving to project the image of a seasoned, battle-hardened veteran rather than that of an ardent fan meeting his idol. Mimicking the demeanor of those tough characters in films, he merely curled the corners of his mouth in a semblance of acknowledgement before redirecting his gaze toward Gab behind him. "Sir, my teammate is gravely injured," Chu Hang said in a somber tone, steering the conversation back to pressing matters. Now was not the time for reminiscing. Survival was the utmost priority. Captain America's smile immediately faded, replaced by a look of grave concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode purposefully over, kneeling beside Gab. He first cast a glance at Gab, whose face had turned as pale as parchment due to blood loss and the biting cold. His gaze then shifted downward to the thigh that had been hastily bandaged by Chu Hang. Upon witnessing the ghastly wound, which exposed bone and was a grotesque sight, even he could not help but furrow his brow in concern. A bear trap? Steve's voice bore a hint of fury. Such insidious devices could only be employed by the deranged minions of Hydra. "Indeed, sir," Chu Hang replied. "We were scattered upon parachuting. He was unfortunate enough to land on it." Steve extended his hand, gently touching Gab's neck to gauge his pulse before lifting his eyelid to examine him further. His expression grew increasingly grave. Gab had lost too much blood and exhibited signs of hypothermia. Immediate professional medical attention was imperative, or he would not survive for long. With that, he rose, scanning the surroundings as if swiftly assessing the next course of action. At that moment, a jarring splash erupted from the nearby river. The nerves of Chu Hang and Steve instantly tensed, and they turned in unison towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the frigid waters, a figure soaked to the bone, resembling a specter, staggered upright. It was the Hound. He had somehow survived. The close-range explosion of C4 had failed to claim his life. In that instant, he looked utterly wretched. His black combat uniform was tattered and torn, his face and hands smeared with blood, and grotesque wounds marred his body, making him appear as if he had clawed his way out of the depths of hell. One of his arms was unnaturally twisted, clearly broken, yet in his other hand, he clutched a glimmering combat knife with unwavering tenacity. He did not regard Chu Hang or even the severely injured Gab. His eyes, bloodshot from rage and agony, burned with an intensity akin to two smoldering coals, fixated solely on Captain America. To him, Chu Hang was merely a minor nuisance, a gnat that fired cold shots. Instead, this man clad in the stars and stripes was the primary target on his list, the architect behind the ruin of his perfect hunt. "You shall perish." The Hound growled, his voice a low, beastly rumble. Ignoring his own injuries, he propelled himself forward with his uninjured leg, charging at Captain America like a frenzied bull. Roaring with fury, this man was as mad as they come. Steve's reflexes were razor-sharp. Almost instantaneously, he shielded Chu Hang and Gab behind him. With a swift motion, he raised his left arm, the indomitable vibranium shield firmly positioned in front of him. Clang! The military knife struck the shield with tremendous force, sparking a shower of brilliant flames. A tremendous force caused Steve's body to sway slightly. He could distinctly sense that his opponent's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary soldier. This individual had likely undergone some form of physical enhancement. When the first strike missed, the relentless barrage of the Hound's attacks resembled a tempest, unyielding and fierce. He completely abandoned defense, employing a life-for-life approach in every maneuver. The military knife in his hand traced intricate and lethal trajectories, stabbing, slashing, and slicing. Each strike aimed precisely at Steve's vital points, his throat, eyes, and heart. Yet, Steve remained steadfast as a mountain, his shield functioning like an insurmountable wall. No matter how frenzied his opponent's assaults became, he deflected them all. The clashing of steel echoed incessantly, sparks flying, instilling a sense of terror in onlookers. Chu Hang, standing nearby, felt his palms drenched in cold sweat. This was a true duel of top-tier masters. Speed, strength, and skill were all indispensable. Although he possessed self-healing factors, in comparison to these two titans, he felt akin to an infant just learning to walk, lacking in combat experience and technique. At that moment, a voice only he could hear abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding! The cooldown period had ended. The supercopier was ready. Finally, Chu Hang's heart skipped a beat. He had awaited this moment for far too long. From the instant he first laid eyes on Captain America in the promotional video, he had yearned for this day to arrive. His gaze was fixed intently on the two combatants, his mind racing with unprecedented speed. He needed an opportunity, a chance to touch Captain America without raising any suspicion. Rushing in to assist? Absolutely not. Given his current display of strength, intervening in such a high-level battle would be tantamount to courting death, far too conspicuous. Waiting for them to weaken each other? That was even less acceptable. What if something happened to Captain America? Who would he turn to for solace? What to do? What should he do? Just as Chu Hang felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted abruptly. The Hound, having grown impatient after relentless attempts, let out a primal roar and, using his already fractured arm, crashed violently against Steve's shield. Clearly taken aback by this self-destructive tactic, Steve's shield was jolted slightly off course, revealing a minuscule opening. Now, the Hound's eyes sparkled with elation, and with the speed of a striking viper, he thrust the military knife towards Steve's side. If this strike landed, even with the protection of his combat suit, it would surely inflict severe damage. Steve's pupils dilated in alarm. He attempted to raise his shield in defense, but it was too late. It was over. In Chu Hang's mind, a sudden buzz reverberated, leaving him in a void of thought. At that critical moment, his instincts overwhelmed all reasoning and calculations. "Captain, be careful," Chu Hang bellowed, propelling himself like a released arrow. Charging fiercely from the side, his target was neither the hunting dog nor the deadly military knife, but rather Captain America himself. Summoning all his strength, he rammed his shoulder forcefully into Steve's back. With a thud, Steve felt an immense power surging from behind, a force entirely alien to an ordinary soldier, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. It was this very stumble that allowed him to narrowly evade the lethal strike. The glinting blade grazed his lower back, leaving only a faint white mark on his combat suit. At that moment, as Chu Hang collided with Steve, his hand instinctively rested on the broad expanse of Steve's back. Now is the time. Chu Hang fervently roared within, summoning the utmost volume of his being. Copy. Target detected, Steve Rogers. Ability available for replication, Super Soldier Serum. Shall I proceed? Yes, yes, yes. Let me replicate. Chu Hang felt his very soul cry out in exhilaration. Super Soldier Serum, replication successful. Ability integration with host in progress. Expected to enhance physical attributes within 24 hours. A wave of indescribable warmth and power surged through him, flooding from the point of contact in his palm and swiftly radiating throughout his limbs. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing, as if parched crops had finally been blessed with rain, or a drifting boat had at last found its harbor. An unprecedented sense of strength and security enveloped his entire being. It has happened. It has finally happened. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a searing pain erupted from his side. The hunting dog, missing its initial target, swiftly retaliated, thrusting the blade mercilessly into Chu Hang's body. With a sickening stab, Chu Hang felt a chilling sensation coursing through him. Looking down, he saw the blade protruding from his side, blood gushing forth along the edge. The pain was excruciating. Chu Hang grimaced. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, before darkness enveloped him, and his body slumped to the ground. Chu Hang. Steve's frantic and anguished shout was the last thing he heard before losing consciousness. Chapter 21. Not dead. But stronger Steve Rogers felt as though his blood had frozen in an instant, only to be ignited by the molten core of the earth in the next moment. It was an anger so frigid and wild that it transcended all bounds. He witnessed, with his own eyes, the Eastern soldier who had fought valiantly alongside him, clearing countless obstacles with his precise marksmanship, being brutally pierced by the enemy's venomous blade as he pushed to protect him. In that moment, time seemed to decelerate. He could clearly see a flicker of shock and pain cross Chu Hang's face, observe the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and perceive the light in his eyes swiftly fading away. This soldier named Chu Hang had only just registered in his memory. He was brave, composed, and possessed a tactical mind and battlefield instincts that belied his years. In his heart, Steve had already come to regard him as the most trustworthy comrade in this unit. Yet now, this ally lay fallen before him, sacrificed in an attempt to save him. No. A suppressed roar erupted from the depths of Captain America's throat. At that moment, his deep blue eyes were flooded with a terrifying crimson hue. If in the preceding battle he had retained the rationality and strategy of a soldier, now only one thought remained in his mind: to annihilate the fiend before him, in the most brutal and direct manner possible. The Hydra soldier, known as Dog, after stabbing Chu Hang, displayed a twisted ecstasy on his face. Though he had failed to slay Captain America, eliminating an important aide would suffice to satiate his satisfaction. He barely had time to withdraw his blade, intending instead to kick Chu Hang's lifeless body aside to buy himself a moment of respite. But he was gravely mistaken, facing instead a super soldier utterly enraged. What met him was a red, white, and blue blur, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Steve made no unnecessary movements. He channeled all his pent-up fury into his right arm, using all his might to hurl his vibranium shield like a brick. The dog's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He perceived a flash before him, and an irresistible force, akin to a battering ram, struck his cheek with tremendous impact. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. The dog's head twisted at an unnatural angle, and the ecstasy on his face froze, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. He could not even emit a scream. His body flew limply, like a sack emptied of its bones, crashing heavily against a distant rock before sliding down, lifeless and still. One strike, a single blow. The Hydra elite, who had recently exchanged blows with Captain America, showcasing the qualities of a super soldier, was thus completely eradicated. However, Steve did not cast him a single glance. The instant the shield slipped from his grasp, he had already turned and swiftly rushed to Chu Hang's side, carefully supporting his collapsing body. Chu Hang, hold on. Chu Hang. Steve's voice trembled with an urgency he himself was unaware of. He laid Chu Hang down on the ground, intending to bandage him. Just as he prepared to tear at his own clothing in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell upon the gruesome wound on his abdomen, which had inexplicably healed, leaving no trace of injury. What is this? Steve's mind buzzed, blank and bewildered. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, suspecting that his tension had conjured an illusion. Yet, this was no mirage. That wound had healed. In the midst of his overwhelming astonishment, Chu Hang, lying on the ground, emitted a pained groan, his eyelids fluttering open. Pain. It hurt like hell. This was the first thought that crossed Chu Hang's mind as he regained consciousness. He felt as though a red-hot iron rod was being twisted mercilessly within his abdomen, the excruciating agony nearly causing him to faint once more. Yet, beneath this profound suffering, he sensed something extraordinary. It was a warmth, imbued with strength, akin to a surging river. This warmth surged from the depths of his being, flowing through his limbs and revitalizing every parched cell within him. He could distinctly feel the metamorphosis taking place within his body, his muscles becoming more resilient, his bones denser, and his blood coursing with newfound vigor. Is this the power of the super soldier serum? A satisfied sigh escaped Chu Hang's heart. Though the process was somewhat painful, the outcome was undeniably exhilarating. The healing factor addressed his injuries while the super soldier serum fortified him. These two abilities were a perfect match. Chu Hang, how do you feel? Steve's voice, laced with uncertainty and astonishment, resonated beside him. Chu Hang laboriously turned his head and beheld Captain America's face, adorned with a look of confusion that screamed. Who am I? Where am I? What have I witnessed? His heart swelled with joy. Let this be a lesson to you, O Chosen One, for you have never witnessed such a miraculous resurrection. Yet, he managed to display a suitably weak, bewildered, and pained expression on his face. It hurts, sir. Am I dead? Chu Hang's voice was hoarse, akin to a broken gong, his acting rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor. You are not dead, Steve instinctively exclaimed, only to realize something was amiss. He pointed at Chu Hang's abdomen, his voice trembling. Your wound. Following his gaze, Chu Hang glanced down, noticing the military knife still embedded in his belly. However, the surrounding wounds had already healed significantly, leaving behind only a circle of grotesque red scars. Internally, he marveled at the potency of the self-healing factor, yet outwardly feigned ignorance. I don't know. I've always been stronger than others. As he spoke, he cautiously reached out, trembling as he grasped the knife's hilt. Then, with a clenched jaw and under Steve's horrified gaze, he yanked the blade out with a swift motion. Splurt! A surge of blood gushed forth once again. What are you doing? Steve gasped, quickly rushing to apply pressure. But in the next moment, both he and Chu Hang were left in stunned silence. The freshly opened wound, after expelling a torrent of blood, began to contract and close at a speed several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of the injury left. Chu Hang was equally bewildered. He could feel the surge of energy from the super soldier serum accelerating this miraculous healing process. The interaction of these two forces had indeed created a remarkable chemical reaction. Steve, observing the smooth skin before him, then glancing at the bloodied state of his own hands, was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged for what felt like an eternity. In that moment, the worldview he had constructed on the foundations of science and reason shattered into fragments. As the two stared at each other, the atmosphere laden with awkwardness and strangeness. A cacophony of footsteps and shouts echoed from the nearby woods. This way. The gunfire came from here. Hurry. Everyone follow me. It was the Howling Commando squad. They had finally arrived. Soon, Dugan, Logan, and several other team members burst forth from the thicket. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, akin to a slaughterhouse, and the sight of Steve and Chu Hang amidst the fallen bodies, all were left in shock. Logan sniffed the air intently, his animalistic instincts alerting him to the oddity of the situation. He first glanced at the tragically mangled hound, then fixed his gaze firmly on Chu Hang. In the air, Amidst the overwhelming scent of blood, he detected another aroma, a new, powerful essence, reminiscent of the captain's yet entirely distinct. "Well done, Captain." Dugan broke the silence first, surveying the surrounding corpses with genuine admiration. Then he turned to Chu Hang and Gab. "You two have certainly defied the odds." Steve remained silent, his gaze lingering deeply on Chu Hang, his expression a complex tapestry of gratitude, shock, and confusion, yet above all, a profound recognition of kinship. He stepped forward, bent down, and effortlessly lifted the still somewhat unsteady Chu Hang from the ground. Then, he extended his robust hand and gave Chu Hang's shoulder a hearty pat. "Welcome back to the team, soldier." Chapter 22. "So now, are we considered kindred spirits?" The weight of the hand on his shoulder was reassuring, imbued with a warmth that brought comfort. Captain America, Steve Rogers, possessed a palm that was as broad and powerful as his character, radiating an aura of reliability. Chu Hang was hoisted from the snow, regaining his footing. To be candid, his legs still felt a tad weak, not due to injury, but rather from the intense sequence of events he had just endured, gambling with his life and performing in a high-stakes act. The mental strain had been immense, and now, with the tension dissipated, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. He could distinctly feel the extraordinary transformation occurring within him. Waves of heat coursed through every corner of his being, akin to boiling water. His muscles, bones, and organs were being reshaped and fortified in an unfathomable manner. This sensation was reminiscent of being cast into a furnace, shattered, and then reassembled, both painful and exhilarating. He understood that the super soldier serum was taking effect. Around him, the roaring commandos regarded him as if he were a monster. They had just witnessed the knife pierce Chu Hang's body, yet now, apart from a paler complexion and a torn garment, he appeared utterly unscathed. "Hey, kid, are you made of iron?" Dugan, cigar in mouth, approached and poked him, discovering solid muscle beneath. Chu Hang offered a grin but remained silent. He could hardly confess, "I just activated a cheat code, and now I'm leveling up." His gaze drifted beyond the crowd, landing on Logan, who stood a short distance away, brow furrowed, his beast-like sharp eyes fixed intently upon him. Logan's nose twitched incessantly, as if discerning some scent. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Chu Hang. He had overlooked this detail. Logan was not comparable to Dugan and the others. His senses, particularly his sense of smell, were astoundingly acute, more so than that of a dog. With the self-healing factors and the super soldier serum surging through him, the scent emanating from his body must have undergone a monumental change. While he might conceal this from others, he could hardly deceive Logan. As anticipated, Logan strode purposefully toward him, halting directly in front of Chu Hang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze akin to that of an observer examining a creature cloaked in human skin. "You, my friend, are not quite right." Logan's voice was low and carried an undeniable certainty. The atmosphere around them shifted, becoming palpably tense. "Why do I feel so off?" Chu Hang pondered anxiously, though he maintained an air of bewilderment on his face. "The scent," Logan remarked succinctly, gesturing towards his own nose, "has changed. Just moments ago, after you were stabbed by that fellow, your essence transformed, somewhat reminiscent of the captain, yet distinctly different. More primal, perhaps." Chu Hang's eyelids fluttered. "Goodness, does your nose possess radar capabilities? Can it truly discern the nuances of wildness?" His mind raced, contemplating strategies. Engaging with someone as instinctual as Logan meant that any elaborate deception could be easily unraveled. The sole recourse was to weave a narrative that was half truth, half fantasy, something so outlandish yet irrefutable that it would suffice. "Perhaps I have awakened," Chu Hang sighed, adopting a melancholic expression as he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his performance reaching its zenith. "Awakened?" Logan's brow furrowed deeper. "Indeed," Chu Hang responded with a visage of profound weariness. "I have heard from the elders back home that in the East, there exists a saying, place one in a position of death, and then life will emerge. Some individuals, when teetering on the brink of existence, have latent abilities stirred within them. What I experienced moments ago may very well be such a phenomenon. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to feel the sensation of a blade piercing through their abdomen." His words were so convincing that even he nearly believed them. The notion of Eastern mystical powers and bloodline awakenings was a perfect ruse to bamboozle outsiders. Logan regarded him with skepticism, his expression shifting like the tides. Although he found the explanation far-fetched, the palpable transformation he witnessed in Chu Hang could not be dismissed. Lacking any other plausible explanation, he was left pondering the absurdity of it all. "Enough of this," Logan sighed. At that moment, Captain America, Steve, approached, placing a reassuring hand on Logan's shoulder and shaking his head. "Regardless of what has transpired with Chu Hang, he remains our comrade. Moreover, he just saved my life." Steve's words acted as a calming balm, instantly diffusing the tense atmosphere. His authority as captain was undeniably formidable. Logan cast a lingering glance at Chu Hang, choosing silence, merely grunting before turning to assess Gab's injuries. Although he refrained from further inquiries, Chu Hang sensed that Logan's doubts lingered, unresolved. Having navigated that hurdle with Logan, Chu Hang exhaled in relief and shifted his gaze to Steve. He noticed Steve was also observing him, his expression as intricate as an inscrutable philosophical tome. Captain, Chu Hang began, wishing to articulate something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Let us find a secluded spot to converse, Steve interrupted, turning to Dugan. Dugan, please scout the area with your team and secure the spoils, with particular attention to the injured. Chu Hang and I will venture ahead. Understood, Captain. Dugan replied with a crisp salute. Steve nodded and gestured to Chu Hang, leading the way into the depths of the forest. Chu Hang understood that the true test was just beginning. The two walked in silence through the snow-laden woods, the only sound being the soft crunching of snow beneath their feet. The atmosphere was tranquil, allowing Chu Hang to feel the warm current within him gradually subside, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. His senses sharpened remarkably. He could hear the distant sound of snow sliding from tree branches, smell the fragrant blend of pine needles and earth in the air, and even discern the delicate footprints of a hare several meters away in the snow. Strength, speed, endurance, reflexes. Everything had undergone a qualitative leap. Is this the sensation of a super soldier? Chu Hang couldn't resist clenching his fist, relishing the explosive power coursing through him. This feeling was utterly captivating. What is happening to my body? At last, Steve halted his pace, turning to face Chu Hang, his cerulean eyes filled with earnestness. It's here. Chu Hang sighed inwardly, managing a somewhat helpless smile. Captain, would you believe me if I said I'm not entirely sure myself? Steve remained silent, gazing at him expectantly, awaiting his elaboration. Chu Hang recognized the necessity of a meticulously crafted response. He organized his thoughts and refined the explanation he had previously given to Logan. I can only say that I might be inherently different from others. Chu Hang began slowly. Since childhood, I've always been in good health and recovered from injuries faster than most. I believed it was simply due to my robust physique. Until just now, when the knife plunged into my body, I felt as though something within me shattered with APOP, transforming me into what you now see. As he spoke, he observed Steve's expression. Although Steve's face betrayed no discernible change in emotion, the intensity of his scrutiny remained unwavering. Just as Dr. Erskine described? Steve suddenly inquired. Dr. Erskine? Chu Hang paused, taken aback. Yes, Dr. Abraham Erskine, the creator of the Super Soldier program. A hint of nostalgia and sorrow flickered in Steve's gaze. He once told me that the serum's effect is not merely to enhance the body. It functions more like a key that amplifies what is already within you. The good becomes better, and the bad becomes worse. He paused for a moment, his gaze piercing as he looked at Chu Hang. So, what you mean to say is that within your body lies an inherent, formidable self-healing ability. And this near-death experience was akin to a key that has completely unlocked this potential? In his heart, Chu Hang felt an overwhelming urge to applaud Captain America. What a divine assist. He had been contemplating how to weave a more convincing tale, yet unexpectedly, the other party had seamlessly filled in the logical gaps, rendering it all perfectly reasonable. I suppose that must be the case, Chu Hang replied, adeptly donning an expression of enlightenment, as if to say, I finally understand. Steve regarded him in silence for a lengthy moment. He was no fool. He recognized that there lay some concealment beneath Chu Hang's words. However, the terrifying self-healing ability and the selfless act of saving him were undeniably real. Moreover, Dr. Erskine's words had provided him with an acceptable explanation. Perhaps, in this world, there truly exist miracles that science cannot elucidate, much like his own existence. All right, Steve finally nodded, as if arriving at a resolution. I understand. This matter shall remain a secret between us. It is your own to keep. He extended his hand, once more giving Chu Hang's shoulder a firm pat. However, Chu Hang, remember this. Greater power entails greater responsibility. I hope you will wield it wisely. Looking at Steve's face, which radiated integrity and sincerity, Chu Hang felt an inexplicable stirring within him. He nodded solemnly and replied, I understand, Captain. In that moment, an unspoken understanding seemed to form between them. They were kindred spirits now. Well then, we should return. Steve's face brightened with a smile. We have a factory to destroy and a group of brothers awaiting our rescue. Chu Hang smiled in return. Indeed, the story has only just begun. Chapter 23. This body is incredibly potent. As he walked back alongside Steve, Chu Hang felt transformed. Just moments ago, he had been a fragile tank, relying on self-healing factors to endure, with physical capabilities slightly above that of an ordinary person. Now, however, he felt an explosive vitality coursing through him. How to describe this sensation? It was as if he had transitioned from riding a dilapidated bicycle that only emitted sound from its bell to mounting a fully fueled Harley, ready to soar with a mere twist of the throttle. He could distinctly feel his breaths growing deep and powerful, each inhalation akin to gulping down the frigid air around him, transforming it into waves of warmth that surged through his limbs. Earlier, while fleeing through the snow and plunging into the icy river, his body had succumbed to a certain numbness, but now he felt enveloped in warmth, as though cradling a small furnace within him. His eyes, too, could now see farther and with greater clarity. Previously, he possessed the vision of an ordinary man, but now he could distinctly perceive, from 100 meters away, the crystalline icicles hanging from the branches of a pine tree, even catching sight of the reflections of himself and Steve in those icicles. His ears were equally attuned. He could discern the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant sound of snow sliding down the slope. He could even identify the booming voice of Dugan barking orders at the team, while Logan emitted an impatient growl. It was as if he were a living radar. Chu Hang felt an overwhelming joy within. The combination of the self-healing factor and the super soldier serum was nothing short of a divine match. One was responsible for enduring blows and healing, while the other ensured output and mobility. He had transformed from a mere foot soldier clinging to survival into a genuine super warrior. How does it feel? Steve, walking ahead, seemed to sense the shift in his emotions and turned to inquire. It feels absolutely magnificent, Chu Hang replied, flashing a broad smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth, feeling as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Steve grinned in return, a heartfelt smile tinged with a hint of reassurance. He nodded. Adapt to it well. This power will become your most reliable ally. The two exchanged no further words and soon returned to the location where the team was regrouping. The Howling Commandos had already conducted a preliminary cleanup of the battlefield, gathering any usable weapons and ammunition. Gab's injuries had been tended to again. Dugan had somehow procured a few wooden planks and fashioned a makeshift stretcher for him using military straps, but the leg wounded by a trap remained a gruesome sight. The prognosis far from optimistic. Upon seeing Steve and Chu Hang return, all eyes turned towards them. Captain, what is the situation? Dugan approached, glancing at Steve and then at Chu Hang, who seemed unfazed, his expression one of astonishment. It's safe ahead. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Steve's demeanor shifted back to seriousness. Gab's condition could not be delayed any further. Our primary objective is to find a secure location for his treatment. As these words left his lips, a somber atmosphere enveloped the team. They were deep behind enemy lines, surrounded by Hydra soldiers. Finding a truly safe haven would not be an easy task, especially with a critically injured comrade in tow. Captain, I believe we should head directly to the factory. At that moment, Chu Hang spoke up unexpectedly. All eyes turned to him at once. Steve regarded him with surprise. Chu Hang? What do you mean? What I mean to convey is that the most perilous places are often the most secure ones. The super soldier serum appears to have sharpened Chu Hang's intellect, rendering his thoughts more lucid than ever at this moment. He gestured towards a distant area illuminated by floodlights, confident that Hydra would never anticipate our strategy of not only remaining, but willingly advancing towards them. Their main forces have just been lured away by you, leaving the factory's defenses remarkably vulnerable. He paused before continuing. Moreover, there must be a medical room within the factory. If we can infiltrate it, we can save Gab. After rescuing him, we can conveniently detonate the factory and liberate our captured comrades. A trifecta of benefits, far superior to aimlessly wandering like headless flies in this frigid expanse. Chu Hang's reasoning was sound and coherent, resonating with the team members who felt the validity of his perspective. Dugan, puffing on his cigar, pondered for a considerable time before nodding. The kid is right. With Gab in tow, we cannot escape far. Instead of being hunted down by Hydra like rabbits, we should seize the opportunity for a significant strike. Steve regarded Chu Hang with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He realized that not only had Chu Hang's physique transformed, but his intellect and audacity had also undergone remarkable growth. This audacity to counterattack in dire straits is indeed a hallmark of an exemplary commander. Very well, let it be so. Our objective is the Hydra factory, Steve decisively declared, prompting the team to spring into action. Gab was lifted onto a makeshift stretcher, carried by two robust team members. Chu Hang initially intended to assist, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. He believed he could carry Gab on his shoulders without breaking a sweat. However, Dugan dismissed his suggestion, stating, "You and the captain are our strongest firepower. You must be prepared to clear the path and guard our rear, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances." Dugan patted his shoulder and, without further debate, stuffed a significant portion of the seized ammunition and grenades into his backpack. The pack felt heavy, likely weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. In the past, carrying such a load would have left Chu Hang breathless after just a few steps. Yet now, he casually slung it over his shoulder as if it were merely a school bag, feeling no burden whatsoever. This guy, Logan, standing nearby, observed Chu Hang's effortless demeanor, letting out a low, guttural sound. His primal instincts once again informed him that this Eastern lad had transformed into a creature distinctly different from their own. The team set forth once more, with Steve leading the charge, shield in hand, cleaving a path for the group like a drawn sword. Chu Hang, meanwhile, voluntarily positioned himself at the rear, taking on the responsibility of guarding their flanks. He bore the weight of heavy equipment upon his back, a confiscated MP-40 submachine gun gripped firmly in his hand, following the troop with a buoyant stride. The super soldier's serum coursing through his veins endowed him with extraordinary stamina, rendering him impervious to fatigue. He even found leisure to meticulously survey his surroundings as he walked. At that moment, his senses were heightened, playing an invaluable role. Suddenly, as they traversed a dense grove of pine trees, Chu Hang raised his hand, lowering his voice to call out. Instantly, the entire unit came to a halt, each member alertly raising their weapons and scanning the vicinity. "What's the matter?" Steve, at the forefront, inquired, glancing back. "About 300 meters ahead. On the other side of the ridge, a patrol is approaching," Chu Hang replied. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, discerning that the group was small, approximately 5 or 6 individuals. They moved sluggishly, exuding an air of complacency. The team members were taken aback. 300 meters? On the other side of the ridge? How on earth could he hear that? Duggan pressed his ear to the ground for an extended moment, but aside from the whispering wind, he heard nothing. With skepticism etched on his face, he regarded Chu Hang. "Kid, are you sure you heard correctly? I can't detect a thing." Only Steve, upon hearing Chu Hang's words, remained without doubt. His own hearing had been significantly enhanced. Although not as acute as Chu Hang's, he too sensed an unusual disturbance in the air. He quickly made a decision. "Everyone, take cover. Remain absolutely silent." Although the team members harbored doubts, they unconditionally obeyed their captain's command. They swiftly dispersed, utilizing the surrounding trees and rocks to conceal themselves. Chu Hang found a sturdy pine tree and leaned against it, holding his breath. Time ticked by, each second stretching longer than the last. After 3 or 4 minutes had passed, as some members began to question whether Chu Hang had erred, a cacophony of footsteps and German chatter finally emerged from beyond the ridge. Shortly thereafter, a Hydra patrol team of 6 ambled down from the ridge, their demeanor matching Chu Hang's description to the letter. In that instant, the gazes directed at Chu Hang transformed. If his previous resurrection had elicited shock and disbelief, now his remarkable ability to detect the enemy brought them a tangible sense of safety and respect. On the battlefield, a sentry capable of detecting foes in advance is worth their weight in gold. The patrol team, blissfully unaware, had just passed perilously close to the scythe of death. Once they sauntered away, Steve signaled for the unit to continue their advance. As he passed by Chu Hang, Steve cast him a deep glance, softly uttering, "Well done." Chu Hang smiled, refraining from replying. He understood that from that moment onward, he had truly become a part of this legendary team. His enhanced physique has only just begun to reveal its terrifying worth. Chapter 24, A Familiar Task in Stealth. The team continued their journey through the forest. Yet the atmosphere had transformed entirely. While they had previously been a makeshift group, a sense of distance lingered in their hearts. However, after the recent ambush and counterattack, the way they regarded Chu Hang resembled that of beholding a rare treasure. This was a form of acknowledgement, he mused with delight. Indeed, in any realm, recognition earned through strength is the most solid and reliable. After approximately half an hour of progress, the snow underfoot thinned, and the fresh scent of the forest gradually dissipated, supplanted by a chilling aroma of industrial waste and metal. Steve, leading the front, suddenly raised a hand, and the entire team instantly froze as if a pause button had been pressed. They crouched silently at the forest's edge, merging with the shadows. Following Steve's gaze, Chu Hang felt his breath hitch in that moment. My heavens! Ahead lay an expansive, almost extravagant expanse of snowy terrain, and at its terminus, a colossal steel fortress loomed. Resembling a primordial beast ensnared in slumber, grotesquely sprawled on the horizon. Was this the Hydra factory? In his previous life, Chu Hang had visited numerous places and witnessed various industrial complexes, yet none could compare to this monstrous sight. This was no mere factory. It was evidently a military stronghold berthed for war. The towering walls, several meters high, were adorned with layers of barbed wire that howled in the biting wind. Every 50 meters or so, a soaring concrete watchtower rose, its apex crowned with a massive searchlight, akin to the unfeeling eyes of a demon, methodically scanning every inch of the surrounding land, illuminating the stark white snow with blinding brightness. Beneath the glaring beams, Chu Hang could discern with his enhanced vision the German-made machine guns mounted atop the towers. The dark muzzles seemed poised to unleash a fiery death upon any living creature daring to approach. Teams of fully armed Hydra soldiers, clad in black uniforms and accompanied by formidable dogs as robust as calves, tirelessly patrolled the perimeter along established routes beneath the walls. It appeared that Schmidt had poured all of Hydra's resources into this location. Dugan, lighting another cigar at some point, extinguished the end with a forceful stomp. His expression graver than ever. Attempting to enter from the front would be akin to queuing up to meet the divine. Everyone fell silent. The oppressive aura emanating from the fortress before them was overwhelming, resembling an invisible yet undeniably tangible wall pressing upon each heart. Not only the mere dozen of them, but even an entire regiment would likely suffer grievously against this formidable line of defense forged from steel, concrete, and death. In that moment, all gazes converged upon Chu Hang, their eyes brimming with expectation, anxiety, and the last flicker of hope. Chu Hang suddenly felt the weight of immense pressure. He understood their thoughts. If he could discern the footsteps from 300 meters away on the ridge, could he not also uncover a flaw in this seemingly impenetrable fortress? I will give it a try. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and then slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, he channeled all his focus into his auditory and visual senses. The super soldier serum coursing through his veins invigorated every cell, enhancing his senses to their utmost potential. The surrounding sounds seemed to be filtered, the rustling of the wind through the treetops, the anxious breaths of his comrades, the rhythmic beating of their hearts, all became distant and blurred. In his world, only the immense factory loomed ahead. Countless sounds surged into his ears like a tidal wave breaking through a dam. The slight creak of bearings and the searchlights, lacking lubrication. The subtle differences in the footsteps of the patrol, the crunch of snow contrasting with the clack of cobblestones, the low growl of military dogs, and the sound of their claws scraping against the frozen ground. Even the faint buzzing vibration of the electrified barbed wire atop the walls that resonated in the air. To an ordinary person, these sounds would merely be a cacophony. Yet in Chu Hang's mind, they were swiftly analyzed, organized, and categorized, piecing together a remarkably clear and precise three-dimensional sound map. To the west, Chu Hang's voice paused, as if he were straining to discern something. There was a blind spot in the coverage of the western searchlights. In the intervals where the beams crossed, near the corner, a dark area emerged approximately every 1 minute and 20 seconds, lasting around 3 seconds. Hearing this, several team members' eyes brightened. But Chu Hang's next words doused their hopes with cold reality. However, the voltage of the barbed wire in that area is the highest. The sound of the current is louder than elsewhere. Moreover, beneath that patch of snow, I heard numerous metallic pins frozen in place, producing an exceedingly faint clicking sound. There are landmines buried below. A profound silence enveloped the team. Was there truly no way forward? Steve's brow furrowed tightly, resembling two unsheathed blades. He gazed at Chu Hang's pale visage, a result of his intense concentration, and was about to suggest that he take a moment to rest and not exert himself too severely when Chu Hang suddenly opened his eyes. To the north, a flicker of near-manic excitement shimmered in his eyes, akin to a weary traveler who, after traversing the desert for 3 days and nights, finally glimpses an oasis. To the north, near the riverbank, there lies a drainage canal. He extended his finger, pointing towards the darkened riverbank to the north of the factory. His words tumbling forth with heightened urgency. I heard the sound of dripping water. It is remarkably rhythmic, drop by drop, not a natural sound. The noise emanates from a large pipe, likely the factory's drainage outlet. The guards there are few, perhaps deterred by the unbearable stench. I've noticed the patrols instinctively hold their breath and hasten past whenever they approach that area. Catching his breath, he continued, most crucially, I heard a faint rattling sound from the iron bars at the pipe's entrance. Clank, clank, as if the bolts, worn by years of water flow, had loosened. The mere mention of the drainage canal struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the shadow of despair that loomed in the hearts of the onlookers. Steve's eyes instantly sparkled with newfound vigor, as if stars were igniting within his blue irises. Well done, Chu Hang. He could no longer contain his excitement and delivered a hearty punch on Chu Hang's shoulder. The force was such that, had it been the old Chu Hang, he might have crumpled to the ground. Yet now, he merely felt a slight tingle in his shoulder. The gravity etched on Steve's face dissipated, replaced by a blazing determination. That is our entry point. Logan approached, his keen, beast-like nose twitching as he opened his mouth in a fierce grin. The boy speaks truth, following the wind. I can already detect that pungent scent. Indeed, it is potent. Having uncovered the breakthrough, the subsequent tasks appeared far more manageable. Steve promptly gathered everyone together, unfurling a rudimentary map seized from a Hydra soldier. By the faint moonlight, he began to outline their mission. His voice, though not loud, was steady and powerful, akin to a stabilizing anchor, instilling profound reassurance in all who heard him. The plan is as follows. He traced the map with the tip of his dagger. Chu Hang, Logan, and I will form the first assault team. We shall infiltrate the factory through the drainage canal. Our primary objective is to locate the factory's distribution room and sever the power supply to the outer barbed wire. Then, we shall find a way to unlock a side door from within, paving the way for the main force's entry. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as lightning, sweeping over the remaining team members. Duggan, you are to lead the others and form the second squad. Your mission is to stealthily navigate around the mine-laden area on the western side of the factory. Once we cut the power, I will notify you via the communicator. At that moment, your responsibility will be to breach through the western door we have opened and head directly to the prisoner camp marked on the map to rescue our comrades. Remember, maintain absolute silence and avoid any gunfire until the rescue is complete. Do you understand, Captain? Duggan nodded firmly. Once we are inside, we will use this to communicate with you. Steve produced a confiscated Hydra communicator from his pocket and handed it to Duggan. Keep in mind, the communication signal will consist of 3 short bursts. Upon hearing the signal, you must act immediately. If we have not signaled within an hour, it means we have failed. At this point, his voice grew solemn, imbued with gravity. At that time, you must retreat immediately, taking Gab with you, without hesitation. That is an order. Duggan's lips stirred, as if he wished to speak, but upon meeting Steve's unwavering gaze, he ultimately refrained, clutching the communicator tightly in his hand and nodding resolutely. Be careful, Steve smiled, patting his shoulder before turning to Chu Hang and Logan. Are you ready? Logan licked his cracked lips, the knuckles of his fingers cracking ominously. His deep-set eyes sparkled with bloodthirsty excitement, akin to a beast poised to be unleashed from its cage. Chu Hang inhaled deeply and nodded vigorously. To be honest, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The thought of soon following Captain America and Wolverine into a foul-smelling sewer to launch an assault on a heavily fortified Hydra base seemed utterly surreal. Just months prior, he had been a mere cog in the corporate machine, fretting over KPIs and his boss's temper. Now he was about to engage in an escapade worthy of a Hollywood blockbuster. Life, indeed, was more exhilarating than fiction. Let us move. With Steve's low command, the trio melded into the shadows like 3 phantoms, silently detaching from the main force, utilizing the cover of night as they advanced like sharp daggers towards the malodorous riverbank. The night breeze carried a chilling chill as it swept through the reeds by the riverbank. The 3 soon located the enormous drainage outlet, half concealed by dense weeds and thick muck. Before they could approach, an indescribable stench, mingled with the cold dampness, surged forth from the darkened pipe. The odor, reminiscent of decaying refuse, industrial waste, and some biological excrement, had fermented for months, exuding a penetrating intensity. Logan's face turned green at once. Unable to suppress a curse from his hometown, Steve instinctively furrowed his brow, yet without a trace of hesitation, he was the first to stride forward, reaching out to grasp the rusted, massive iron gate. His biceps bulged instantly, veins protruding as he exerted himself. Accompanied by a grating, piercing screech, the heavy iron gate, weighing several hundred pounds, was wrenched open to reveal a narrow passageway sufficient for one to slip through sideways. A more potent and foul stench, mingled with icy sewage, surged forth from the pipe. Steve glanced back at the 2 companions, remaining silent but conveying a message through his gaze before he bent down without hesitation. Plunging into the abyss of darkness that reeked horrifically, Chu Hang stared at the gaping, dark entrance, feeling his stomach churn violently, almost bringing forth the compressed biscuits he had for dinner. He stole a glance at Logan, who wore a similarly constipated expression, sighed, and resigned himself to follow. Well, a sewer it is then. After all, this was a sewer shared with Captain America and Wolverine. If he survived to tell the tale, it would surely be a story to boast about for a lifetime at the bar. Chapter 25. The stench is overwhelming. As he plunged into the pitch-black drainage pipe, Chu Hang felt as though his entire life had dimmed. Good heavens, the stench was utterly overpowering. If the odor outside was merely an appetizer, now he felt as if he had plunged headfirst into a cauldron of aged pickled vegetables and a public restroom that had fermented for 800 years. The odor assaulted him from every angle, invading every pore and causing tears to stream down his face. He instinctively tried to hold his breath, but quickly reconsidered, reminding himself that he was now a super soldier, with lung capacity that could endure for 10 minutes without gasping for air. The issue was that while he could suppress his breath, he could not prevent the stench from invading his nostrils. The frigid, bone-chilling sewage reached up to his calves. Sticky and murky, its contents a mystery. Chu Hang felt an unsettling squish beneath his feet, occasionally sensing slimy things swimming past. The mere thought of what they might be made his stomach churn violently, nearly causing him to expel the compressed biscuits he had eaten at noon. He fought back the nausea and glanced up at Steve, who was leading the way. Good heavens, as expected of Captain America. With one hand holding a small waterproof flashlight and the other clutching his precious shield, Steve stood upright, stepping through the sewage with minimal splashing. His expression was calm, as if he were strolling through his own backyard, a tranquility that was almost infuriating. It was as if the noxious odor that could knock a person over was no different to him than the fresh air of the countryside. Turning his gaze to Logan behind him, he noted the latter's face, which was a spectacle in itself. Logan's features contorted in a grimace, his beast-like sense of smell becoming a veritable curse in this environment. The mental pollution he endured was likely several times greater than that of Chu Hang. A cigar unlit hung from his mouth as a low, guttural growl emanated from his throat, reminiscent of a bear poised to unleash its fury. Damn it. This hellish place reeks worse than the bear dens I've excavated in the Canadian woods. Unable to contain himself, Logan muttered a curse in a hoarse voice. Chu Hang empathized deeply. Indeed, this was hardly a place for humans. In his past life, he had watched films where protagonists navigated through ventilation shafts and sewers with an air of coolness, but facing it himself revealed the deceit of cinema. The harsh reality was that one had to endure foul odors and claustrophobia while constantly worrying about stepping on something undesirable. Stay alert. Steve's steady and powerful voice broke through, serving as a much-needed stimulant to Chu Hang's hazy mind. Chu Hang, remain aware of your surroundings. We do not know where this conduit leads or what may lie within. Understood, Chu Hang replied, forcing himself to divert his focus from the repugnant odor to the sounds around him. The enhanced hearing bestowed by the super soldier serum came into play once more. Closing his eyes, the nauseating scent seemed to fade slightly as a multitude of faint sounds coalesced in his mind, the rushing of sewage, the dripping of water from the pipe overhead, and the splashes made by their footsteps. Moreover, he discerned something else. To the left, approximately 50 meters ahead, there's something. He whispered. Steve and Logan halted instantly, their gazes sharpening in the direction Chu Hang indicated. The dim beam of the flashlight struggled to penetrate the vast darkness ahead. What is it? Steve inquired. I hear many tiny scuttling sounds, a rustling, and the sound of something gnawing. Chu Hang frowned, straining to distinguish the noises, which seemed abundant. It sounds like rats, and not small ones at that. Logan's nostrils flared as he inhaled deeply, his expression darkening further. Yes, right. I can smell that foul odor. Damn, what a bunch of brutes, he muttered. Steve's brow furrowed. Encountering rats in the sewers was not unusual, but the sheer number and their size was concerning. In the Hydra base, who could tell what peculiarities they might concoct? Can we bypass them? Unlikely. Chu Hang shook his head. The noise is emanating from the entire cross-section of the conduit. It seems they have blocked the way ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Steve made a decision. Let us proceed with caution. The trio advanced further, and with each step, the unmistakable stench of rats intensified, intertwining with the inherent foulness of the sewer, creating a horror-inducing aroma potent enough to incapacitate an ordinary person on the spot. Soon, the beam of Steve's flashlight illuminated the scene ahead. Despite Chu Hang having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but gasp in shock at the sight before him. The pipeline ahead was teeming with an overwhelming multitude of black rats. These rodents were significantly larger than any he had encountered before, each resembling a kitten, their blood-red eyes glimmering with a predatory and avaricious glint under the flashlight, akin to countless rubies. They appeared to be gnawing on something, producing a nauseating crunching sound. At the center of the horde, a nearly devoured skeleton of an unknown creature was vaguely discernible. My God! Chu Hang felt a chilling sensation run through his scalp. Should one fall into that mass, it was likely that not even bones would remain. Damn these wretches! A low growl emanated from Logan's throat, his innate revulsion towards these filthy creatures evident as the veins on his forearms bulged, seemingly ready to unleash his claws. Don't be impulsive, Logan. Steve firmly grasped his shoulder, cautioning that too much noise could attract attention from above. He surveyed the repulsive tide of rodents, calmly deducing they were merely ordinary rats drawn by food, likely mutated due to the factory's waste pollution. They are afraid of fire. With that, he retrieved a flare from his tactical backpack, snapping it with force. With a soft hiss, a brilliant red flame erupted in the dark pipeline, casting a bizarre crimson hue over everything surrounding it. The rats, who had been baring their teeth and poised to pounce, immediately recoiled in terror at the sight of the flames, emitting shrill cries of panic. The horde erupted into chaos. Countless rats retreating like a tidal wave towards the sides and top of the pipeline, desperately fleeing from the fire that instilled such dread in them. In no time, a pathway wide enough for a person to pass through was cleared amidst the swarm. Move. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve, flare in hand, strode confidently through the path formed by the rats. Chu Hang and Logan followed closely behind. As Chu Hang traversed the center, he felt akin to Moses parting the sea. However, instead of water on either side, he was flanked by innumerable pairs of eyes shimmering with red light, filled with malice and greed. He could even sense the warmth radiating from the rats and the bristling fur that brushed against his pant legs due to their fright. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Having successfully navigated through the throng of rodents, the trio advanced over 100 meters further until they encountered a fork in the path. One route veered left, while the other went right. Which way should we go? Logan appeared increasingly impatient, eager to escape this wretched place. Steve, too, was at a loss. The map had not indicated the structure of the sewer. Choosing the wrong path could not only squander precious time, but also plunge them into unforeseen peril. Chu Hang. Once again, he placed his hopes upon Chu Hang. With a nod, Chu Hang closed his eyes once more. This time, he listened intently. The sound of water flowing through the left pipe seemed to grow louder, and he faintly discerned a peculiar humming noise, reminiscent of a large fan in motion. As for the right pipe, Chu Hang's eyes flew open. The right. He pointed decisively towards the right fork, exclaiming, "I can hear footsteps and the clanging of metal. It's just above and slightly to the right of us. That must be close to the inner area of the factory. All right, we will take the right," Steve declared without hesitation. The three immediately turned and slipped into the right pipe. This passageway was narrower and drier than the main conduit. The foul odor significantly diminished. As they advanced, the sounds from above grew increasingly distinct. He could hear the synchronized footsteps, undoubtedly belonging to patrolling soldiers. He could hear the heavy metal doors being opened and then slammed shut. He could even catch the sound of someone vociferously reprimanding in German. They were drawing ever closer to their objective. After traversing approximately 200 meters, Steve, who led the way, suddenly halted. "We've reached the end." Chu Hang peered ahead and saw a rusted metal ladder extending from the sewage, leading to a square exit at the top of the pipe, barred by iron grates. Finally, they were about to emerge. A wave of exhilaration surged within Chu Hang. Steve gestured for silence. Then, like a nimble cat, he ascended the ladder silently. He pressed himself against the cold pipe wall, leaning in close to the iron grates to listen carefully to the commotion outside. After a moment, he nodded gently to the two below, then mouthed the word, "Safe." Gripping the iron grates with both hands, his arm muscles tensed once more. This time, he controlled his strength, making minimal noise. A screeching metallic distortion echoed as he forcefully pried the seemingly indestructible iron grates from the concrete. A rush of relatively fresh air, carrying hints of oil and rust, surged in. Chu Hang and Logan greedily inhaled, feeling as though they had been revitalized. Steve was the first to emerge from the exit, followed by Chu Hang, and finally Logan. When Chu Hang's feet finally touched the solid concrete floor, he let out a long, relieved breath. They had successfully infiltrated. He surveyed his surroundings and found themselves in a narrow, dimly lit corridor. This appeared to be some underground maintenance passage of the factory, with various thick pipes and wires overhead, and sporadic yellow-hued explosion-proof lights illuminating the walls. The air was thick with a damp, moldy scent mingled with the heavy aroma of machine oil. We now find ourselves in the northeastern corner of the factory, likely the underground level housing the boiler room and power systems. Steve cast a glance at the internal structure diagram affixed to the wall and swiftly deduced that the distribution room was just one level above us and not far from our location. At that moment, Chu Hang's ears perked up. "Chu!" He suddenly raised his hand, lowering his voice. "Someone is approaching. Two individuals. Their footsteps are heavy. They must be patrolling soldiers in heavy military boots. Less than 30 meters away." No sooner had he spoken than clear footsteps and conversations in German echoed from around the corner of the corridor. Steve and Logan's expressions sharpened instantly. Steve quickly surveyed the vicinity, pointed to a pile of items covered with oilcloth nearby, and made a discreet gesture. The three of them hastily concealed themselves behind the clutter, holding their breaths. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer. Chu Hang's heart raced, rising to his throat. He gripped the MP-40 tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Now, things were about to get serious. Chapter 26. A textbook coordination. The footsteps grew increasingly audible. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, rhythmic sound was the distinctive echo of German boots striking the concrete floor. In this underground corridor, Shrouded in silence save for the dripping of pipes and the distant hum of machinery, the sound amplified, resembling the relentless ticking of death's pendulum, striking unwaveringly against the very core of Chu Hang's being. He crouched low, like a cat poised to pounce, tightly wedged behind a heap of items draped in heavy oilcloth. Every muscle in his body involuntarily tensed, akin to a string drawn to its limit. He could even sense his heart racing, hastened by anxiety, resonating like a drum under the enhanced auditory perception bestowed by the super soldier serum. To be frank, was he afraid? Just moments ago, when he had crawled out from that foul-smelling sewer, he had been terrified. Yet now, that fear had been supplanted by a more fervent emotion. It was a peculiar blend of tension, excitement, and a hint of bloodlust. What a joke. What was his current configuration? He glanced to his left. There stood Steve Rogers, Captain America, the pinnacle of human capability, a tactical master who could turn combat into an art, a living legend. He crouched in the shadows, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Save for his bright blue eyes, which remained calm and focused on the direction from which the sounds emanated. It was an embodiment of absolute concentration, a confidence born from complete mastery of the battlefield. He cast another glance to his right. Logan, Wolverine, a creature of ancient lineage with decades, if not centuries, to his name, possessed the primal instincts of a beast and the gift of immortality. His posture was anything but formal. He was nearly sprawled on the ground, his body subtly undulating, emitting a barely audible growl akin to that of a predator preparing to pounce. The cigar, a constant companion, was nearly bitten in half, and within his brown eyes flickered an unabashed desire for raw slaughter. Then he turned his attention to himself. Chu Hang drew a deep breath, feeling the exhilarating surge of newfound strength coursing through his limbs. The super soldier serum had bestowed upon him not merely enhanced power and speed, but a profound transformation of his very essence. He could distinctly sense the velocity of his blood flow, hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart, and detect the intricate melange of oil, rust, and remnants of distant food wafting through the air. His mind functioned like an overclocked supercomputer, processing the vast array of sensory information with calm efficiency. This formidable combination was more than sufficient to handle the two Hydra patrolmen outside, who seemed oblivious to their surroundings, likely preoccupied with complaints about their rations. This was no mere case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was akin to deploying an aircraft carrier to obliterate a fish pond. Thus, Chu Hang felt no fear, rather, a sense of nervousness akin to that of a young student stepping onto a stage for the first time. He felt like a novice, trailing behind two legendary figures who had carved their names into the annals of the underworld, anxious about making a misstep and bringing disgrace to his esteemed companions. The voices of the two Hydra soldiers drew nearer, speaking in German, a language Chu Hang did not comprehend. Yet, their tones conveyed their demeanor. One sounded lethargic, infused with weariness and impatience, while the other incessantly complained, speaking rapidly and exuding negativity. Chu Hang's mind raced. Two targets, their emotions lax, vigilance alarmingly low, threat level 0. At that very moment, as the shadows of the unfortunate duo emerged around the corner, Steve, who had remained as still as a statue, sprang into action. His movements were light and deliberate, imbued with a unique sense of rhythm. He extended a finger, exceptionally steady in the dim light, pointed to himself, then gestured towards the corridor outside, silently mouthing, 1. Next, his gaze shifted to Logan, with his blue eyes expressing nothing but pure tactical command. He too extended a finger, indicating another direction, his lips forming the word, 2. Finally, his eyes rested upon Chu Hang. In that instant, Chu Hang felt as though he were under the gaze of a slumbering lion, a powerful sense of pressure enveloping him. Yet more prominent was an undeniable trust reflected in Steve's look. Rather than signaling numbers, Steve pointed to both ends of the corridor, then to his own ear. The meaning was crystal clear. He, Steve Rogers, would handle the first target. Logan would address the second. Chu Hang's most crucial task was to leverage his unparalleled acute hearing, serving as the ears of the team, vigilant of the surroundings, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would arise during those fleeting seconds before they struck. In an instant, he grasped the gravity of the moment. A surge of warmth welled up from his chest, coursing throughout his body. He nodded firmly, his gaze resolute. At that moment, the initial tension of stepping into the fray dissipated, replaced by an indescribable thrill and a profound sense of belonging. He realized he was not merely a bystander. Within this legendary squad, he was an indispensable component. The two unfortunate Hydra soldiers were blissfully oblivious to the impending doom. One seemed to boast about a sausage he had pilfered from the kitchen the previous night, while the other muttered enviously. They were entirely unaware that mere meters away, in the shadows, 3 of the apex predators had revealed their fangs. just as the two men passed a cluttered heap, exposing their unguarded backs. Steve and Logan sprang into action. Their movements transcended human capabilities. They resembled ancient saber-toothed cats leaping from the darkness, silent, yet as swift as lightning. Chu Hang's eyes struggled to keep pace with their actions, despite his dynamic vision being enhanced to an extraordinary degree by serum. In his sight, Steve's form appeared as an elongated blue phantom, vanishing in an instant to close in on the soldier to the left. A muscular hand, akin to a precise iron claw, firmly covered the soldier's mouth and nose before he could utter a sound. Just as the soldier's gasp reached his throat, it was forcefully stifled. Simultaneously, Steve's other arm, like a steel serpent, coiled around the soldier's neck with a chilling gust. He thrust upward, his arm twisting violently to the side. The faint yet unmistakable crack of bone echoed through the dim corridor, a sound that, to Chu Hang's enhanced hearing, was akin to snapping a dry twig. The Hydra soldier's body stiffened momentarily, then slumped like a rag doll with its bones removed. Steve effortlessly dragged him into deeper shadows. The entire process was fluid, imbued with an aesthetic of violence, executed with a precision that sent chills down one's spine. On the other side, Logan's approach was starkly different. If Steve embodied textbook precision in assassination, Logan was pure, unrefined, wild brutality. He lunged almost in tandem with Steve, eschewing the subtler method of silencing the mouth, opting instead for a more direct and savage approach. In an instant, as he sprinted, he lowered his body sharply, shoulders thrusting forward like an enraged bull, crashing into the back of the complaining soldier with tremendous force. Bang! A dull thud echoed ominously, and the unfortunate soul soared forward like a kite severed from its string. The air in his chest instantaneously compressed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. However, this was far from over. Before he could even touch the ground, Logan had followed him like a shadow. One hand, akin to an eagle's talon, grasped the nape of his neck, while the other elbow, accompanied by a fierce gust that tore through the air, struck viciously from below, crashing into the back of his skull. Thud! Another muffled impact resounded, and the soldier could not even emit a groan. His head slumped weakly, and he succumbed to unconsciousness on the spot. Logan hoisted him up as if he were a lifeless canine, carelessly tossing him behind a pile of debris. From the moment the two engaged in combat until the scene was cleared, Chu Hang mentally counted 4 seconds. Not a moment more or less, precisely 4 seconds. Chu Hang, concealed in the background, stood in stunned silence, his heart skipping a beat. Goodness, this is what professionalism looks like. Having witnessed countless assassination scenes in films during his previous life, he now found himself immersed in this artistic duet of extermination. Realizing that the portrayals in movies paled in comparison to the prowess of these two masters, Steve's calm precision contrasted sharply with Logan's wild efficiency. One wielded a scalpel, the other a cleaver. Two distinctly different styles, yet achieving an equally flawless outcome. Chu Hang instinctively swallowed, hastily brushing aside his scattered thoughts, compelling himself to fulfill his duty. He closed his eyes once more, maximizing his auditory senses, meticulously scanning every corner of the corridor like a radar, leaving no vent on the ceiling unchecked. Excellent. No new footsteps, no alarms, nothing at all. That brief, yet lethal confrontation was akin to a pebble cast into a still lake, causing no ripples of disturbance. He gestured to Steve and Logan, who had completed their task, and turned around, shaking his head gently in a universally understood sign of safety. Steve cast an approving glance his way, a hint of barely perceptible amusement in his eyes, as if to say, "Well done, kid." Logan merely snorted disdainfully through his nose. Yet Chu Hang noticed that the tension in his shoulders seemed to ease slightly. He busied himself with a rough search of the two unfortunate souls, quickly uncovering several spare magazines and 2 German-made stick grenades, which he unceremoniously stuffed into his pockets. Following suit, Chu Hang approached to search as well. When his hand brushed against one of the still warm corpses, a chill ran through him, but he swiftly suppressed the discomfort. Unfastening a magazine filled with bullets from the deceased's rig, and securing another grenade to his belt. Even the smallest morsel is meat. In a place like this, any bit of supplies could prove life-saving in a critical moment. This is war, not a banquet. After a brief respite, Steve uttered no further words, merely gesturing towards the rusted metal staircase leading to the upper level, signaling for them to proceed. The three of them once more transformed into specters of darkness, gliding along the frigid walls, silently making their way towards the staircase. Following their earlier flawless coordination, Chu Hang felt a surge of confidence, his steps growing steadier and more assured. As he walked, he remained acutely attuned to the sounds around him, willingly serving as a human radar for his two esteemed companions. Before long, they arrived at the base of the staircase. The staircase was of the vintage openwork iron frame design, adorned with slip-resistant metal plates. One could easily envision that the instant one set foot upon it, it would emit a resounding clatter. Steve halted, casting a glance back at Chu Hang, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Chu Hang instantly comprehended, closing his eyes once more, concentrating all his senses on his ears, meticulously listening to the sounds emanating from above. In stark contrast to the nearly abandoned maintenance corridor below, the upper level was evidently bustling with activity. He discerned a continuous, low-frequency hum, reminiscent of powerful currents coursing through a large transformer. Additionally, he detected the rhythmic clanking of sizable mechanical gears engaging in operation. Moreover, there were footsteps, no fewer than 4 distinct sets, traversing various positions, weaving an intricate web of patrols. Above them lay the distribution room. In a hushed tone, barely audible to anyone but himself, Chu Hang conveyed, "I hear a strong current and the sound of the transformer at work. However, there are also numerous guards, at least 4 patrolmen. 2 are conducting systematic patrols along the outer walkway, while 1 appears to be stationed at a control console. The 4th. His footsteps are erratic, lacking rhythm, possibly supervising or merely wandering aimlessly." Steve nodded, his expression devoid of surprise. It was only natural for the distribution room, the very heart of the factory's energy, to be heavily fortified. He cast his gaze upward towards the staircase leading above, where a massive square iron plate sealed the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap through which light could penetrate. "It seems we must deliver them a rather significant surprise," Steve remarked, a cold and confident smile curving his lips. Chapter 27. You are the chosen one. Grenade. Surprise? At the utterance of that word from Steve's lips, Chu Hang nearly stumbled. "Boss, could we not trivialize it so? There are 4 heavily armed Hydra soldiers lurking in that metallic distribution room. If we make even the slightest noise and the alarm sounds, we won't be infiltrating. We will be delivering ourselves as targets to the entire Hydra base." Yet, upon witnessing the confidence etched upon Steve's countenance, his lingering doubts were swiftly quelled. What is there to fear? Should the sky fall, there stands one who can bear its weight. Before him is undoubtedly the most formidable figure of this era. Steve did not rush into action. Instead, he cast his gaze upon Chu Hang once more. In the dim light, those blue eyes seemed capable of piercing through the very soul. "Chu Hang, listen attentively. Tell me the precise locations of those 4 individuals, the distances between them, and the source of the loudest electrical hum." The familiar sensation of being entrusted with a significant task washed over Chu Hang, filling him with a sense of ease. He promptly closed his eyes, channeling all his concentration into his auditory senses. This time, he listened with a focus unmatched by any previous attempt. Countless fragments of sound converged in his mind, reassembling until a 3-dimensional auditory map vividly unfolded within his consciousness. 2 patrolmen were on the outer perimeter of the room, one moving clockwise and the other counterclockwise. At that moment, they were positioned diagonally from each other, approximately 20 meters apart. The stationary figure lay to the north of the room, about 15 meters from the stairwell. The sounds of fingers tapping on a keyboard and flipping switches reached him. It seemed he was situated before the main control console. The 4th individual, meandering in the southeast corner of the room, was the closest to the stairwell. Less than 10 meters away, it appeared he was cleaning a firearm, as the metallic scraping echoed in the air. Chu Hang paused for a moment. Adding a crucial piece of information, the source of the loudest electrical hum is in the center of the room, where 2 massive transformers reside. If we can create a commotion nearby, it should drown out the sound of our footsteps as we rush in. Upon finishing, he opened his eyes, casting a nervous glance at Steve, uncertain if the information he provided would prove useful. After listening, a look of approval spread across Steve's face. He extended his hand and firmly patted Chu Hang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Chu Hang. You are our finest radar." Turning his gaze towards Logan, Steve's expression sharpened. "Logan, your task is the simplest yet most crucial." Logan grunted in acknowledgement. "Soon, I will signal you. I need you to unleash your full strength upon the staircase beneath us. Whether with your claws or your fists, it matters not. The greater the noise, the better. Feel free to demolish the staircase if you must. Do you understand?" Logan's eyes sparkled, and a wild grin spread across his face. Destruction? This was his favorite pastime. Steve then turned back to Chu Hang, his demeanor growing significantly more serious. "Chu Hang, your target is the individual cleaning his firearm, the one closest to us. He poses the first threat that could react once we burst in, and he must be neutralized immediately. Remember, do not hesitate. Act with utmost speed." Taking a deep breath, Chu Hang nodded resolutely. Finally, Steve retrieved a German-made long-handled grenade that he had just confiscated from the 2 unfortunate souls. Weighing it in his hand, A cold smirk etched itself upon his lips. As for me, he shook the hand grenade in his grasp, declaring his intent to deliver them a surprise. The plan was both simple and audacious, utilizing the deafening noise created by Logan to draw everyone's attention at the same time. Steve would hurl the grenade towards the transformer situated in the center of the room, generating chaos through the explosion's blinding light and thick smoke, obscuring visibility. In the instant of the explosion, the three of them would leap forth from the staircase like demons emerging from the depths of hell. Capitalizing on the enemy's disorientation caused by the din and blast, swiftly executing their assault. Chu Hang, time it. Steve's voice was as calm as ice. I needed the two patrolling guards to cross paths at the staircase's sides precisely when their focus was most scattered and their support for one another was weakest. Understood. Chu Hang closed his eyes once more. This time, for continuously moving red dots appeared on his mental sound map. He could distinctly perceive the two guards' footsteps drawing nearer. His heartbeat began to synchronize with their advancing steps. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, intersect. Just as the two red dots aligned and then separated, Chu Hang abruptly opened his eyes, shouting, "Now!" Almost simultaneously with his cry, Steve gestured to Logan. "Roar!" Logan unleashed a long-suppressed growl, his robust body tensed like a drawn bow, erupting with terrifying strength. He eschewed his claws, instead delivering a powerful blow with his fist, the size of a sandbag, directly against the nearby metal staircase support. Clang! The deafening metallic crash echoed violently in the confined underground space. It felt as though someone had struck a massive hammer right beside his ear, causing Chu Hang's eardrums to thrum and his mind to spin. The entire iron staircase shook violently, the rivets at the junction groaning under the strain, as if they might disintegrate at any moment. Simultaneously, a few panicked shouts in German echoed from above. Clearly, they were startled by the sudden cacophony, their attention wholly diverted to the lower level. At that precise moment, Steve sprang into action. His arms swung violently, launching the long-handled grenade like a cannonball, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Accurately flying through the narrow gap at the staircase's entrance, tracing a perfect parabolic arc towards the center of the room. Boom! An explosion erupted, far louder than the noise Logan had previously generated. A blinding flash illuminated the entire staircase, followed immediately by a torrent of thick black smoke pouring in through the crevice. Up! Steve barked, seizing the edge of the staircase with one hand, his arm muscles surging with power, propelling himself upwards as if gravity held no sway over him. Logan followed closely behind, his beastly physique unleashing an astonishing leap as he propelled himself upward from the trembling staircase. Chu Hang gritted his teeth and surged forward in pursuit. The moment he burst through the stairway, he was immediately awestruck by the scene before him. The distribution room was engulfed in thick smoke, the acrid scent of gunpowder choking him, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Several light tubes in the ceiling had shattered under the explosive shock, leaving only a few stubbornly flickering, casting the room in an eerie, ghostly glow. The alarm had yet to sound. The grenade's power was perfectly calibrated, having merely damaged the transformer's outer shell, creating sufficient chaos without compromising the core power supply system. Chu Hang quickly spotted his target. The soldier responsible for cleaning weapons was crouched on the ground, hands clasped over his ears, his face etched with a look of shock. He was closest to the explosion and had borne the brunt of the impact. There was no time for hesitation. Steve's admonitions flashed through Chu Hang's mind, and at that moment, it felt as if the blood coursing through his veins ignited. The formidable strength bestowed by the super soldier serum surged through him, invigorating every limb. His body surged forward, moving with such speed that it left a faint afterimage in the air. In less than 10 meters, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The soldier seemed to sense impending danger, abruptly raising his head to meet Chu Hang's cold gaze with terror in his eyes. He instinctively attempted to raise his weapon, but it was too late. Chu Hang's actions were swifter than the soldier's thoughts. He wielded neither gun nor knife. In that instant, he opted for the most primal and direct approach, a single punch. He concentrated all his strength into his right fist, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum, striking fiercely at the soldier's chest. A resounding thud echoed, drowning out the surrounding hum of electricity. Chu Hang felt as though his fist had collided with a steel plate wrapped in leather. The tremendous recoil left his arm tingling. Meanwhile, the Hydra soldier's expression froze instantly. His chest caved in visibly, contorting his body like a cooked shrimp, arching backward before his feet lifted off the ground, sending him hurtling back to crash against the metallic wall with a deafening crash, before collapsing to the floor like a puddle of mud, utterly motionless. One punch. Had it truly been that simple? Chu Hang stared at his fist, momentarily dazed. He was aware of his newfound strength. yet he had not anticipated it had reached such a formidable level. However, on the battlefield, even a second of distraction could prove fatal. Just as he neutralized his target, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The patrolling soldier in the opposite corner had regained his composure. He was not entirely daunted by the explosion and was now aiming his weapon, the dark muzzle pointed directly at Chu Hang's back. Caution! Chu Hang's pupils suddenly constricted, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He wished to evade, but his body felt as though it were immobilized, leaving him no time to react. It was over. At that critical moment, a shadow darted past like a specter. A muffled sound echoed as a sharp object pierced flesh. Chu Hang witnessed 3 claws emerge unexpectedly from the soldier's back, glistening with warm blood at their tips. It was Logan, unbeknownst to him. Logan had already dispatched his target and appeared at the most opportune moment. With an impassive expression, he retracted his claws, allowing the lifeless body to crumple to the ground. Don't dawdle on the battlefield, rookie. Logan cast a sidelong glance at him, his voice gravelly. Chu Hang's heart raced. He nodded vigorously at Logan, swallowing the words of gratitude that threatened to escape his lips. He turned his gaze elsewhere. Steve's battle had concluded. The soldier stationed at the main control panel, along with another patrolling guard, lay silently on the ground. Steve stood before the control panel, his hands moving like phantoms as he operated it swiftly. From their charge to the elimination of all 4 guards, the entire process had taken less than 10 seconds. Such was the prowess of the roaring assault team. All set, Steve declared, pressing the final button. The persistent hum of electricity in the distribution room diminished significantly in an instant. He turned around, gazing at the unscathed Chu Hang and Logan, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Excellent. Now we have control over the factory's external defense systems, alarm systems, and most of the lighting in the area. He approached the communication device, picked up the transmitter, and adjusted it to a specific frequency. Dugan, do you copy? I've turned off the lights in the kitchen. It's time for you to serve. Having completed this task, he prepared to sever the factory's power supply, creating the best opportunity for the impending influx of captives. Just then, Chu Hang, who had been vigilantly listening to the surroundings, suddenly changed countenance. Wait. He raised his hand abruptly, a grave expression etched on his face. Steve and Logan's attention instantly turned to him. What is it? Chu Hang hesitated before responding, furrowing his brow as he tilted his ear, seemingly straining to discern something. Below, directly beneath our feet. His voice carried a hint of confusion and unease. There's something. What is it? A patrol? Steve inquired. No. Chu Hang shook his head, his expression turning peculiar. It's not footsteps. It's a heavy, rhythmic sound. Thump, 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 like a colossal heart beating. Chapter 28. What lies concealed beneath? A heart? As soon as Chu Hang uttered the word, the expressions on Steve and Logan's faces shifted dramatically. Had Chu Hang mentioned the presence of a patrol team or the concealment of an armory, it is likely that neither of them would have raised an eyebrow. For individuals accustomed to navigating a hail of bullets as part of their daily existence, such matters were hardly of any concern. However, the term heart introduced an entirely different connotation. The very utterance exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Are you certain? Steve's brow furrowed tightly, the relaxation in his azure eyes evaporating, replaced by an acute sense of vigilance. He lowered his voice, each word seemingly extracted through clenched teeth. Is it a human heart? Or something else? Chu Hang closed his eyes and listened intently, shaking his head uncertainly. I don't know, he replied earnestly. The sound is too deep and powerful. Thump, thump. With each beat, I can feel the floor beneath me trembling in response. A human heart could not possibly produce such a commotion. It feels akin to a colossal creature, perhaps an elephant or a whale, concealed beneath the earth. Upon finishing, he felt that such a metaphor was rather far-fetched. After all, this was the remote wilderness of Austria. Where could one possibly find elephants or whales? Logan remained silent, merely approaching and mimicking Chu Hang's posture, crouching down and pressing his ear against the cold concrete floor. His furry ears twitched, reminiscent of a wolf detecting danger. After several seconds, he abruptly stood up, his expression growing particularly grave. This scent is off, he rasped, sniffing intently. Do you smell it? In addition to the odor of oil and gunpowder, there's a metallic scent of blood, very strong, yet not fresh, as if it has lingered for some time, mingling with formaldehyde and rust. It's utterly repulsive. Prompted by his observation, both Chu Hang and Steve quickly became aware of it as well. An exceedingly peculiar composite odor wafted up through the narrow crevice at the staircase, previously masked by the intense scent of gunpowder. As the smoke dissipated, the strange aroma became unmistakably pronounced, pungent, acrid, with a hint of metallic sweetness that sent shivers down their spines and churned their stomachs. At this point, there was no room for doubt. Below, There was undoubtedly a significant problem. Steve's countenance grew unusually serious. As a natural commander, his mind raced, weighing the advantages and disadvantages. The original plan entailed the three of them cutting the power, disrupting the factory's defenses, while a secondary team led by Duggan would stage a frontal diversion to draw Hydra's attention, allowing them to exploit the chaos to capture and rescue individuals. This was a meticulously crafted plan, with timing intricately calibrated. Now, however, an unforeseen and ominously dangerous element had emerged beneath their feet. If left unchecked, the consequences of this situation could be dire. What if this entity unexpectedly emerged during their rescue of the captives, striking from behind? The repercussions would be unthinkable. Those deranged scientists of Hydra, who knows what inhumane monstrosities they could conjure. Yet, if they were to investigate now, it would undoubtedly delay the scheduled assault. On the battlefield, even a minute's delay could precipitate the collapse of an entire plan. What to do? Chu Hang observed the fluctuating expression on Steve's face, his own heart racing with unease. To be candid, he felt more anxious than either Steve or Logan. Something about this situation felt profoundly wrong. In his previous life, he had watched Captain America, the first Avenger, no fewer than 7 or 8 times, and he was thoroughly familiar with various commentary videos. He distinctly recalled that within Hydra's Austrian facility, aside from the captured Howling Commandos and a handful of ordinary soldiers, there were no hidden superweapons. Red Skull's trump cards were the Tesseract and his Valkyrie aircraft capable of carrying nuclear bombs. But what was this heartbeat he now heard? Was it possible that his small, inconsequential actions had inadvertently altered the entire narrative? The thought sent a chill down his spine. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. He would rather confront an entire division of German soldiers than engage with a creature that had never even appeared in the film. As he spiraled into his thoughts, Steve made a decisive resolution. I will go down to investigate. His voice was measured yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Time could not be squandered. Logan, you stay here and secure the control room. Chu Hang, continue to monitor the factory's activities with your ears, especially in the direction of the captive camp and Duggan's team. If anything unusual arises, notify me immediately via the communicator. With that, he began searching the control room for an entrance to the next level. No, Chu Hang almost blurted out. Captain, this is far too dangerous. We know nothing of what lies below. If you go down alone, what if? Steve turned back to him, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force. Chu Hang, I am the captain. Some risks must be borne by me. Before long, he discovered an inconspicuous square metal cover in a corner of the room. It fit seamlessly with the floor, obscured beneath a pile of discarded components. Without careful inspection, it would have gone unnoticed. He moved the heavy parts aside with his bare hands, revealing the cover in its entirety. It featured an embedded rotary lock, appearing remarkably sturdy. Steve attempted to turn it, but the lock remained unyielding. Wasting no time, he inserted his fingers into the gap of the cover, his arm muscles tensing instantly, veins bulging like small serpents. Hey, he growled, summoning every ounce of strength from his core. With a grating sound that sent shivers through the air, the heavy steel cover was wrenched from the ground. A dark, yawning entrance to the unknown appeared before the three of them. The peculiar scent, a mingling of blood and oil, intensified tenfold, enveloping him. Steve drew his Colt M1911 from his waist, checked the magazine, and prepared to descend without hesitation. Wait, Chu Hang called out to him once more. Steve turned. A look of confusion etched across his face. Chu Hang gritted his teeth, as if resolved to a decision. I will accompany you. My ears will be more useful below than above. At the very least, they will alert you to the direction of impending danger. This statement bore the weight of truth. Despite Steve's formidable strength, he was still flesh and blood, and faced with the uncertainties of an unknown environment. The scope of his vision was ultimately limited. Chu Hang, however, was akin to a human sonar, capable of detecting threats in the confined space below, his presence more invaluable than Logan's claws. Steve regarded him intently, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words and his courage. Moments later, he nodded. All right. He then turned to Logan, his expression grave. Logan, we leave the situation above in your hands. Remember, if we do not return within 15 minutes, or if you hear any alarms from below, immediately execute Plan B. Plan B? Chu Hang blinked in surprise. Logan grinned, retrieving 2 recently acquired long-handled grenades from his pocket, tossing them in his hand before gesturing towards the 2 massive transformers in the center of the room, a cruel smile gracing his features. Plan B is to cram these potatoes into the rear of those behemoths and then run. Chu Hang understood. Plan B entailed detonating the entire power distribution room, plunging the factory into chaos and darkness, and then fleeing for their lives. This effectively acknowledged the mission's failure in infiltration and rescue. Steve's decision placed the lives of them all in the balance of a mere 15 minutes. "Take care, Captain," Logan said, unusually devoid of sarcasm, his tone somber. Steve nodded, offering no further words, and was the first to slide down the ladder at the entrance. Chu Hang inhaled the foul air deeply, then followed suit. Below lay a world entirely distinct. It was far colder and more humid than the power distribution room above. The walls were no longer rough concrete, but a special alloy gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, adorned with various thick, multicolored pipes that resembled the veins and nerves of a colossal beast. Stretching into the depths of darkness, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, yet it could not mask the overpowering stench of the mingled blood and oil. Most unsettling for Chu Hang was the sound. Thump, thump, thump. In this moment, the resounding heartbeat became increasingly pronounced and overwhelming. With each thump, Chu Hang felt an invisible wave of sound emanating from the front, penetrating his body, causing a heaviness in his chest and rendering his breathing somewhat labored. This was certainly no ordinary occurrence. Steve evidently sensed it as well, his grip on the firearm tightening. He refrained from using the flashlight, relying instead on his enhanced night vision, a byproduct of super soldier augmentation, to vigilantly survey their surroundings. The two of them, one in front of the other, tread cautiously on the metallic floor toward the source of the sound. The corridor was not lengthy, approximately 50 meters in total. At its end loomed a massive, somewhat exaggerated circular metal door reminiscent of a bank vault, so robust that it could withstand a direct artillery strike. The heavy, pulsating sound, akin to the heartbeat of an ancient beast, emanated from behind this imposing door. On the door, a palm-sized circular observation window was embedded with an absurdly thick, dark glass. Steve gestured for Chu Hang to remain alert in place, then stealthily approached the window. He extended his hand, wiping away a layer of thick dust from the glass, and leaned in closer to peer through. Chu Hang, filled with anxiety, held his breath as he observed Steve's silhouette. At the moment Steve reached the window, his body abruptly froze, resembling a statue suddenly encased in ice. Time seemed to halt at that instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Slowly, with excruciating slowness, Steve withdrew his head from the window. He turned to face Chu Hang. In that fleeting moment, Chu Hang beheld a visage he had never encountered before. The face that was typically radiant with sunshine, confidence, and determination was now etched with an indescribable shock, horror, and a hint of profound terror. His lips trembled slightly, his complexion as pale as parchment. He gazed at Chu Hang, his throat constricting painfully, and with a voice that seemed to drift from a dream. Laden with immense impact, he uttered 2 words: monster. Chapter 29. Monster. The moment those words escaped Steve Rogers' lips, infused with a near dreamlike tremor of shock and disbelief. Chu Hang felt as though an icy current from Siberia surged through the vertebrae of his spine, coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end in an instant. Something was profoundly amiss. It was not the word monster itself that was inherently terrifying. For soldiers like them, who had navigated the heaps of the deceased, the dismembered limbs and grotesque remains on the battlefield were far more horrifying than any creature. What felt wrong was the very fact that it was Steve Rogers who had uttered those 2 words. It is the Captain America who, even when faced with a formidable army alone, dares to stand tall and charge forth. He is a man whose will is as indomitable as the vibranium shield he wields. Chu Hang has witnessed him advance amidst the hail of gunfire, seen him leap from towering heights, and observed him toss grenades as effortlessly as one would throw a baseball. In this man's lexicon, the concept of fear seems utterly absent. Yet now, this very man, merely gazing through a palm-sized observation window, displays an expression as if his worldview has been irrevocably shattered, his faith obliterated in an instant. His complexion has drained of color, and within his azure eyes, the ever-burning flame of confidence has been extinguished by a deluge of icy water, leaving behind only constricted pupils and a haunting emptiness. What lies behind that door? Chu Hang's mind buzzes, flooded with countless iconic images from horror films he has watched and terrifying games he has played, spilling forth like a torrent. Is it a grotesque creature dripping with acidic fluids? A colossal zombie with a gaping maw? Or perhaps a Cthulhu-like ancient god, whose mere glance would render one's sanity to vapor and send one's sanity plummeting? Instinctively, he yearns to retreat, every cell in his body screaming the most primal warning: flee. Keep your distance from that door. Curiosity not only endangers cats, but can also claim the life of a time traveler merely seeking to live quietly until the end of World War II. However, his feet feel as though they are welded to the cold metallic floor, weighed down and immovable. A desire more potent than fear, mingling with a reckless impulse and insatiable curiosity, whispers like a devil in his heart, urging him on. That is Captain America. Is there truly something in this world capable of instilling such terror in him? If he lets this opportunity slip, he might regret it for a lifetime. This is an exclusive revelation, a hidden plot not even depicted in any film. Just one glance. Just a fleeting glimpse. After all, with self-healing factors and super soldier serum coursing through his veins, even if he were to faint from fright, he would surely awaken, right? At worst, he could flee afterward, running faster than anyone else. Internally, Chu Hang wrestles with himself, trembling yet mustering courage. Approaching the heavy circular metal door like a thief intent on peeking at a neighbor's secret, Steve remains frozen in place, his entire being resembling a puppet stripped of its soul, unresponsive to Chu Hang's approach. Chu Hang cautiously maneuvers around him, arriving at the door. He takes a deep breath, attempting to compose himself, yet the foul stench, a nauseating blend of blood, formaldehyde, and rust, nearly expels the compressed biscuit he had just consumed. Resolute, he thinks, if death is to come, so be it. He shuts his eyes, only to snap them open again, pressing his gaze against the palm-sized circular observation window. In the next moment, his breath, his heartbeat, all thoughts, come to a complete standstill. Behind the door lies an unimaginably vast circular laboratory. The entire space resembles a colossal, hollowed-out white canister with a diameter of at least 100 meters. The walls, ceiling, and even the floor are cloaked in a layer of coldly gleaming white alloy. Countless intricate instruments, adorned with flickering multicolored indicator lights and thick pipelines, akin to giant serpents, converge from all directions towards the heart of the laboratory. Dozens of researchers, clad in white, fully enclosed protective suits and burdened with heavy gas masks, move about like a swarm of industrious yet silent ants, bustling around various control consoles, recording and adjusting. Yet, all of this merely serves as a backdrop. What truly sends a shiver down Chu Hang's spine is the entity at the center of the laboratory. It is a gigantic glass cylindrical vessel, towering at over 10 meters, resembling a mythical giant specimen jar. The container is filled with a viscous liquid that emits an eerie green glow, with bubbles rising slowly from the bottom, flickering in the green light, creating an otherworldly spectacle. Within that green liquid, an unsettling thing is submerged. Chu Hang's mind struggles to find an appropriate term to describe it. Its form resembles a human torso, unnaturally matured and enlarged to its extreme. The skin manifests a lifeless, pallid hue reminiscent of an over-soaked corpse, and it is semi-transparent. Chu Hang can distinctly see beneath that thin layer of skin, thick, dark blue-black veins, resembling slumbering serpents, gently undulating with the liquid's movement. Its thoracic cavity is completely exposed, devoid of skin, ribs, or muscular protection. A heart, larger than that of an off-road vehicle tire, lies naked in the green liquid, connected by countless electrodes and tubes, pulsating heavily and powerfully. Thud, thud, thud. With each beat, Chu Hang observes an invisible shockwave radiating through the liquid, causing the entire container to tremble slightly. Thus, this is the source of the heavy sound akin to the heartbeat of an ancient beast. This enormous torso is devoid of legs. Its lower half has been severed, replaced by a tangled mass of complex supports and hydraulic tubes, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Deeply anchored into the base of the container like roots, its arms have been reduced to short, fleshy stumps, densely embedded with various metallic probes that emit a faint red glow, resembling a discarded sewing kit. Most terrifying of all is its head. The skull is grotesquely disproportionate to its massive body, resembling a grotesque, inflated tumor. It bears no hair, eyes, nose, or ears, only a gaping mouth. As if brutally cleaved by an axe, silently and hopelessly agape, seemingly issuing an eternal and mournful wail to the world. A wave of nausea surged through Chu Hang's stomach. His throat burned fiercely. He bit down hard on his lip to prevent himself from vomiting right there. What in the world is this? Is this the secret of Hydra? Is this the trump card of the Red Skull? They have clandestinely created such a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and machinery deep within these remote mountains. If this abomination were to be unleashed, it wouldn't just be a single division that would struggle to contain it. An entire army might falter. This is nothing short of a massacre machine that has clawed its way up from the very depths of hell. Not a word of this was mentioned in the film. Has my insignificant butterfly inadvertently flapped its wings, sending the entire narrative spiraling thousands of miles away? As Chu Hang stood there, his mind blank in the face of this horrifying spectacle, his vision, enhanced to the limits by the super soldier serum, caught an overlooked detail. At the deepest recesses of the laboratory, a main control console surrounding a container was flashing a row of blinding red alarm lights at an alarming frequency. Beside the alarm lights, a massive LCD screen displayed a line of crimson numbers descending relentlessly. 003, 17, 003:16. This is bad. They are on a countdown. Chu Hang's heart sank. A wave of panic even more intense than the sight of the creature washed over him. Clearly, these deranged Hydra scientists were preparing to execute some critical operation concerning this monstrosity. Were they about to activate it or destroy it? Either scenario boded ill. In 3 minutes, a cataclysmic event was inevitable. Captain. Chu Hang abruptly turned and seized Steve's arm, who was still in a daze, shaking him with all his might. Wake up. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Steve, jolted back to reality by the shaking, gasped sharply, his eyes refocusing but still reflecting deep shock. What is going on? They're on a countdown. Chu Hang pointed frantically at the heavy metal door, his words tumbling out like rapid fire. I saw the countdown inside. There's less than 3 minutes left. They are definitely planning something with that creature. We must stop them. Steve's expression darkened instantaneously. He fought against his nausea and leaned toward the observation window for a quick glance, instantly comprehending the severity of the situation. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, urgency and anger lacing his voice. We need to get in there right now? But how? This door looked more impenetrable than a bank vault. Even with 30 minutes, the two of them might not manage to breach it. Just as they were frantically devising a strategy, an unforeseen calamity struck. A piercing, shrill alarm blared from the laboratory behind the door, reverberating throughout the subterranean space. Chu Hang and Steve exchanged a glance, each perceiving a profound sense of horror and confusion reflected in the other's eyes. Something had gone awry. It was not their doing. Rather, chaos had erupted within the laboratory. Once again, they instinctively approached the observation window, only to witness the previously orderly lab transformed into utter disarray. Scientists clad in white protective suits darted about like agitated hornets, their movements frantic and aimless. Several control panels emitted sparks and billowed thick black smoke due to operational mishaps. Meanwhile, the enormous creature submerged in the green liquid appeared to have undergone a violent stimulus, thrashing about with unprecedented intensity. Its massive form writhed violently within the confines of its container, colliding with the walls, each impact eliciting groans of distress from the heavy special glass enclosure. The surface of the container began to bear visible, spiderweb-like cracks of a ghastly white hue. Thud, 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 thud. The exposed, colossal heart pulsed at an accelerated rate. Its rhythm at least doubled from before. The heavy, dense sound of its beating resonated like war drums on a battlefield, pounding against the eardrums of the two men, making them feel as if their own hearts might burst from the intensity. Then, a more terrifying event transpired. The seemingly indestructible round metal door emitted a heavy, distinct click. Almost immediately, the surrounding circular locks, resembling massive gears, began retracting into the wall one by one, accompanied by the hissing sound of hydraulic release. The door was about to open. A buzzing sensation overwhelmed Chu Hang's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. He understood. The scientists inside, gripped by terror, had opened the door in a desperate bid for survival. Run. Steve reacted with a swiftness that pushed the limits of human capability. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the still-dazed Chu Hang and turned to sprint down the corridor from whence they came. In that instant, all thoughts of stopping the creature or completing their mission were cast aside into the abyss. Only one primal instinct remained in his mind: survival. Once that door opened, they would be confronted by a horde of frenzied scientists desperate to escape, along with a terrifying creature that could burst forth at any moment. One Steve himself was uncertain he could confront. The two men harnessed the speed bestowed upon them by the super soldier serum to its utmost, transforming into mere blurred shadows in the narrow metallic corridor. Creak. Behind them, the massive metal door, weighing several tons, emitted a spine-chilling sound of grinding metal, slowly beginning to open inward. A blinding white light and an even more nauseating stench gushed forth from the gap, like a flood breaching its dam. Quick! Back to the power distribution room, Steve shouted as he ran, urging Chu Hang to inform Logan to execute Plan B. Immediately, Chu Hang was being pulled along, stumbling as he ran, lacking even the courage to glance back. He could only place all his hopes upon his ears, which had been honed to their utmost limits, to discern what transpired behind him. He could hear the terrified screams, curses, and the sounds of scuffling from the scientists clamoring for the exit, surging towards the door like a relentless tide. Yet beneath this cacophony, there was a more chilling sound. With a sharp crack, it resonated, an incredibly crisp yet heavy noise. It was the sound of glass shattering completely, obliterated. Following this was the thunderous rush of liquid pouring forth, crashing heavily onto the floor. Then, all sounds fell silent for a moment. Only that one sound remained. Thump, thump, thump. The immense heartbeat continued to echo. However, this time, the sound was no longer muffled by liquid and glass. It became strikingly clear, alarmingly real, imbued with a primal, ferocious power. It was as if that massive heart had been laid bare to the air. Chu Hong's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks. As he ran desperately, he summoned every ounce of strength to scream at the blue figure racing ahead, his voice torn with anguish and overwhelming fear. It has emerged. It is right behind us. Chapter 30. Run. Run for your life. In his lifetime, Chu Hang had never run so swiftly, not even when chased by his boss for a proposal, nor when he dashed across the street against a red light, narrowly avoiding oncoming traffic. Had he ever moved this quickly? Chu Hang felt as though his legs no longer belonged to him. They were like two miniature engines, driven solely by the imperative to surge forward, recklessly fast. The wind howled past his ears, yet he heard nothing. No, he could hear, and more clearly than anyone else. He could hear Steve's military boots thudding against the metal floor as they ran, the sound urgent like a death march. He could feel his own heart, stubbornly rebellious, thundering in his chest, as if it were about to leap from his throat. But the sound he perceived most distinctly was that which emanated from behind him. It was a sound he never wished to encounter again in his lifetime. Hiss, crash, thud. It was a disconcerting symphony, a jarring amalgamation that sent shivers down his spine. There was the sound of a heavy, slick body dragging across the metal floor, reminiscent of a butcher hauling a freshly slaughtered whale, the piercing noise of countless shattered metal parts and pipes scraping against the ground, unable to bear the immense weight, and that heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It was gaining on them. That grotesque creature, a monstrous amalgamation of flesh and machinery, had truly escaped the laboratory and was now in pursuit of them. Chu Hang did not need to glance back. Merely through his enhanced hearing, he could conjure a horrifying image in his mind. A colossal mass, devoid of legs, was employing its chaotic array of metallic supports as makeshift limbs. Resembling a grotesque giant spider, scuttling towards them down the narrow corridor with an alarming speed that belied its immense size. Chu Hang cursed inwardly. Not only does this thing move, but it also pursues. What on earth has that Hydra crew created? Hurry! The ladder! Steve's voice rang out ahead, like a thunderclap, jolting Chu Hang from the depths of his terror. It was then that he realized they had reached the end of the corridor, with the vertical ladder leading to the upper power distribution room right before them. Without a hint of hesitation, Steve did not even slow down. At the last moment before reaching the ladder, he shoved Chu Hang's back forcefully, shouting, "You go first." Then, he performed a swift pivot, facing the direction from which they had come, resolutely positioning his vibranium shield before him. He intended to single-handedly block the approaching monstrosity, buying Chu Hang precious time to ascend. "Captain!" Chu Hang's eyes flared red. "No time for hesitation. Hurry!" Steve shouted without looking back, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Get up there and inform Logan." Plan B. Chu Hang's heart felt as if it had been violently wrenched. He understood that any hesitation now would betray Steve's trust. Gritting his teeth, he cast aside his thoughts and scrambled up the ladder with all his might. Never had he perceived the short distance of that ladder as so interminable. He could feel the entire corridor trembling beneath him, the creature drawing ever closer. The suffocating stench of blood and formaldehyde surged up the opening he was climbing through. Steve. Halfway up, Chu Hang could not resist glancing back. In that fleeting moment, he beheld a colossal shadow, a ghastly amalgamation of pale flesh and cold metal, nearly filling the corridor's entrance as it lunged violently towards Steve's comparatively diminutive blue figure. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated. Chu Hang felt the metallic platform shudder violently. That was the sound of Steve enduring the impact of the creature with his shield. "I'm fine. Get up." Steve's voice, though slightly muffled, remained steady. Chu Hang dared not look back again. Summoning every ounce of strength, he hastily scaled the remaining distance and tumbled into the power distribution room. What happened? Logan's gravelly voice immediately resonated. He had been waiting by the entrance, witnessing Chu Hang's disheveled state, and upon catching the foul odor wafting from below, his expression turned grave, his grip on the two grenades tightening resolutely. "Below, there are monsters." Chu Hang gasped, his voice strained. "The captain is holding them off down there. Plan B. Quickly. Execute Plan B." Logan's pupils dilated in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the two colossal transformers. But at that instant, an unforeseen calamity struck. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as the metallic cover beneath them, the very entrance they had just ascended, was violently thrust upwards by an unfathomable force from below, causing the entire panel to bulge alarmingly. In the next moment, a grotesque, ivory-white tentacle, thicker than Chu Hang's thigh and adorned with barbs and metallic plates, erupted from the gaping fissure like a venomous serpent clawing its way from the depths of hell, darting straight for Logan's vulnerable back. "Watch out!" Chu Hang screamed at the top of his lungs. Logan's reaction was nothing short of extraordinary. He moved with the instinct of a wild beast sensing peril, pivoting his body at an impossible angle without glancing back. Whoosh! The terrifying tentacle narrowly grazed his back, crashing heavily against the nearby control console. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as the steel console erupted with sparks, indenting under the force of the strike. Chu Hang's heart raced. If that blow had landed on a person, they would surely have been cleaved in two. Having narrowly evaded the attack, Logan's expression was devoid of relief. Instead, fury ignited within him. With a primal roar, he unleashed his rage, his arm muscles swelling with power. Suddenly, 3 glistening bone claws, shimmering with an eerie white light, sprang forth from his knuckles. He pivoted into a lunge, swinging the bone claws down fiercely at the tentacle, which was retreating into the abyss. Clang! The shrill sound of bone meeting metal reverberated through the air as Logan's claws struck the tentacle's armored surface, producing a dazzling shower of sparks, leaving nothing but faint white marks in their wake. The colossal recoil forced Logan to stumble back several steps, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, Steve finally emerged from below, appearing somewhat disheveled, his uniform stained with a viscous green fluid, yet his gaze remained sharp and focused. He glanced at the frantically writhing tentacle, preparing to strike again, and without hesitation, he launched his vibranium shield. It transformed into a streak of blue and red light, striking the tentacle's relatively vulnerable fleshy base at an exquisitely acute angle. With a muffled thud, akin to a blade slicing through bark, the tentacle shuddered violently, spewing forth a noxious, dark green liquid. In pain, it hastily retreated back into the opening. An opportunity. In the midst of chaos, a fleeting moment of clarity surged through Chu Hang's mind. He gazed at the ominous entrance, and without a moment's hesitation, retrieved a grenade from his waist, removed the safety pin, and hurled it into the abyss. Boom! A deep, resounding explosion reverberated from below, causing the entire power distribution room to tremble violently. A thick cloud of black smoke, tinged with the acrid scent of charred materials, billowed forth from the gaping hole. "Well done," Steve shouted, directing his voice towards the still-dazed Logan. "Logan, blow them up." Logan, roused by Steve's command, regained his focus. He glanced at his right hand, still tingling from the shock, then back at the gaping entrance, his gaze intensifying with ferocity. No longer hesitating, he dashed towards the 2 colossal transformers, firmly wedging 2 long-handled grenades into the crevices of the transformers' heat dissipation fins. 3 seconds, Logan exclaimed as he pulled the pin, shouting without looking back. "Run." Steve swiftly picked up the returning shield with one hand, while gripping Chu Hang's arm with the other, and they bolted towards the exit of the power distribution room. Logan followed closely behind, matching their pace. The 3 of them surged forth like cannonballs, exerting every ounce of strength to escape the power distribution room and plunge into the factory's corridors. Behind them, the explosive detonation of the grenades ignited the transformers, unleashing a thunderous roar akin to the wrath of a god. Boom! A deafening wave of sound, capable of shattering eardrums, surged towards them, accompanied by a devastating shockwave. Chu Hang felt as though an invisible giant hand had thrust him forward, propelling him through the air. The walls and ceiling behind them disintegrated in an instant, torn apart by the violent currents and explosive energy. The lights throughout the factory extinguished in a heartbeat, plunging them into utter darkness. In the midst of chaos and obscurity, the 3 of them tumbled and crawled, utterly disoriented, relying solely on instinct to navigate towards the nearest exit etched in their memories. Time seemed to stretch as they ran, with Chu Hang feeling as if his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Suddenly, a heavy iron door loomed before them. Without a glance, Steve charged forward, his shoulder colliding with the door like a battering ram. Crash! The formidable iron door, along with its frame, was forcefully propelled away. A chilling gust of air, mingled with the scent of snow and gunpowder, swept over them. They had made it outside. The 3 of them stumbled into the frigid snowstorm, barely catching their breath when a cacophony of metallic distortion echoed from the massive Hydra factory they had just escaped, resembling the mournful cries of a wounded beast. In quick succession, a cataclysmic chain reaction of explosions erupted, centered around the power distribution room. Chapter 31. The aftermath. In that fleeting moment, Chu Hang believed he had met his end. The shockwave from the explosion hurled him into the air, his body spinning uncontrollably, transforming the entire world into a chaotic vortex of flames and darkness. The searing gusts of heat struck his back like an invisible giant hand, and he could distinctly feel his combat suit becoming brittle under the intense heat, followed by the sensation of his internal organs being violently jostled. His sense of time had completely vanished. He could not discern whether he had been airborne for a second or a century. It was only when his back collided heavily with a soft yet frigid object that the overwhelming force momentarily darkened his vision, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Like a discarded sack, he tumbled and rolled into the knee-deep snow, the tremendous inertia carving a lengthy trench in the snow before he finally came to a halt. Lying there in the snow, Chu Hang felt utterly disinclined to move. His lungs felt like a torn bellows, each breath accompanied by a knife-like pain and a pungent, acrid odor. The icy snowflakes landed on his scalding face, instantly melting away, yet he felt no chill. His entire being, from within to without, seemed to be scorched by an invisible flame. This was the biological heat generated by the self-healing factor as it frantically repaired his damaged organs. His mind buzzed. The deafening roar of the earlier explosion surpassing the limits of auditory perception, leaving only a persistent high-pitched ringing, as if thousands of cicadas were simultaneously shrieking in his skull. After several agonizing seconds, Chu Hang gradually emerged from the haze of near death. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, the self-healing factor shielding him from all harm. Propping himself up with his elbow, he turned to glance back. The sight before him rendered him breathless. The heavily fortified steel fortress had transformed into a towering inferno. Centered around the power distribution room, the energy from the explosion unfurled like a slowly blooming lotus of destruction, completely obliterating the upper half of the factory. Countless twisted, flaming steel bars and concrete debris were hurled hundreds of meters into the sky, resembling a cataclysmic meteor shower, trailing long streaks of fire and smoke as they hurtled towards the valley below. The entire valley was bathed in a blinding orange glow, the rolling clouds of smoke forming a colossal mushroom cloud that slowly ascended, as if intent on engulfing the pitch-black night sky. The air was thick with the acrid scent of tar, the burnt plastic of electrical wires, and a nauseatingly sweet, metallic odor reminiscent of the monster's charred protein he had previously encountered underground. This was a true spectacle, a thought uncontrollably surfacing in his mind. In comparison to this authentic scene of devastation capable of shaking mountains, every special effects blockbuster he had ever watched in a cinema appeared pale and absurd. Cough, cough. Is everyone all right? Steve's voice broke through beside him, as he struggled to rise from the snow while coughing violently. His once vibrant blue, white, and red uniform was now marred with soot and ash, his face covered in grime, resembling a plumber emerging from a chimney. Yet his eyes shone astonishingly bright in the glow of the flames. Not dead yet. In another direction, Logan's voice emerged, muffled and strained. He appeared more disheveled than the others, half of his body buried in the snow. With a sudden force, he pounded his fist into the snow beneath him, unleashing a low growl that suppressed his intense fury. What on earth was that? Chu Hang discerned the bitterness in his tone. For a beast like Logan, whose very essence was entwined with the thrill of battle and the hunt, encountering an adversary that even his most prized weapon, the bone claw, could not harm was a humiliation far more unbearable than being shot. It was a challenge to his identity as a top predator. Steve did not respond immediately. He merely gazed silently at the burning ruins, his expression a complex fog of emotions. There was a sense of relief at having survived, anger at the Hydra's madness, but most profoundly, a deep-seated worry that Chu Hang had never before seen on his face. We must leave at once. He turned, his voice steady yet subdued against the howling wind and snow. This explosion is a beacon. All German and Hydra patrols within 50 miles will converge here. We need to rendezvous with Dugan and the others swiftly. His words fell like a cold splash of water upon Chu Hang's stunned senses, awakening him to their true mission. The factory had been destroyed, but what of their captured comrades? Shaking off the lingering dizziness, he rose from the snow. Captain, where do we go? Chu Hang inquired. Steve retrieved a crumpled map from his waist, scrutinizing it against the distant flames. He then pointed toward a ridge behind them. According to plan, after B-Plan's success, we regroup at point 3. Dugan and his team will wait for us there with the captives. Let us move, Logan said succinctly, springing up from the snow. He glanced at the faint white marks on his knuckles, a glint of fury flickering in his eyes, and silently followed Steve. The three of them trudged through the deep snow, the atmosphere oppressive. No words were spoken. Only the heavy breaths and the crunch of snow beneath their feet filled the air. The shadow of that monstrous entity loomed over each of them like a weighty stone. After approximately 10 minutes, they crested a ridge, and the explosion's glow was obscured by the mountains, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Steve found a sheltered rock crevice and signaled for them to rest briefly. Leaning against the cold stone, he removed his helmet, revealing a face streaked with sweat and ash. He raised his gaze, his piercing blue eyes seemingly glowing in the darkness as they locked onto Chu Hang and Logan. Speak, he began. What did you all see? Regarding that thing, we need to consolidate our intelligence. Logan was the first to respond. irritably raking his hand through his hair. His voice rough like sandpaper. The creature's hide, or rather its exoskeleton, is astonishingly hard. When my claw strikes it, it feels akin to an axe attempting to cleave through a main battle tank, producing only a few sparks, utterly futile. He paused for a moment, adding, "And its strength is immense, truly formidable." That blow nearly shattered my arm. Steve's brow furrowed deeper as he turned to Chu Hang. "Chu, your hearing is the keenest. Did you catch anything particularly noteworthy from below?" I sensed. It seems it was not intentionally released by those scientists. Chu Hang speculated based on his observations, suggesting it resembled a catastrophic experiment gone awry. Those scientists appeared more terrified than we were. They opened the door in a desperate bid for survival, inadvertently ensnaring us as well. That countdown might signify the activation time for a sedative or a self-destruction protocol, but it failed. Upon hearing this, Steve fell into a prolonged silence. He gazed at the shield in his hand, now tarnished and smeared with green viscous fluid, and slowly remarked, "I blocked its strike with the front of my shield. That force is pure physical impact, akin to being struck head-on by a charging Tiger tank. If not for this shield absorbing the vast majority of the kinetic energy, my arm would have been utterly incapacitated." He paused, lifting his gaze, an unusual hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. "Moreover, it exhibits intelligence. It is certainly not a mindless beast." After its initial attack was thwarted, it did not repeat the action but instead immediately altered its strategy, attacking my lower body with that tentacle. It was probing, searching for weaknesses, learning in the heat of battle. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Chu Hang's heart sank once more. A crushing force, nearly invincible defense, and the ability to instantaneously analyze the battlefield and adapt its tactics. What exactly does Hydra intend? To forge such a flawless killing machine to dominate the world? This transcends the realm of conventional warfare. Regardless of what foul creature it is, Logan spat vehemently, vowing, "If I encounter it again, I shall rip its heart out. Perhaps there will not be a next time." Chu Hang instinctively interjected, his words a blend of rational deduction and heartfelt self-reassurance. Such a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating the entire base, would surely entomb it beneath hundreds of tons of steel and concrete, reduced to cinders. Yet Steve shook his head, his expression unusually grave, even somber. "No, Chu. In war, one must never adopt such an optimistic outlook. Until we have visually confirmed its remains, we must presume it still lives." The moment those words left his lips, Chu Hang felt the surrounding air chill several degrees. Presume it still lives? What a jest. That was an explosion capable of leveling a small mountain. No carbon-based life form could possibly survive the detonation of that energy core. As he beheld Steve's unwavering gaze, Chu Hang stifled the retort that had risen to his lips. He was the captain, and his judgment always stemmed from the most pessimistic possibilities, a testament to his responsibility for the survival of all. Just as the oppressive atmosphere threatened to solidify, a faint crackling sound, interspersed with static, emanated from the communicator at Steve's waist. "Calling. Thunderbird. This is Eagle's Nest. Please respond. Repeat." It was Duggan. A surge of vitality coursed through Steve as he grasped the communicator and pressed the talk button. "Eagle's Nest. This is Thunderbird. Received. What is your status? Where are the captives? We successful?" Duggan's voice crackled through the radio, both exhilarated and utterly exhausted. "We rescued everyone." "Good heavens, Steve. The commotion you caused inside was tremendous. We thought you had detonated the entire mountain. We are en route to the designated rendezvous point 3. Where are you?" "We're on our way as well. Should arrive in about 20 minutes. A genuine smile finally graced Steve's face. "Well done, Duggan. Everyone remain vigilant. We will evacuate immediately upon regrouping." "Understood." Eagle's Nest signing off. The communication ceased. This joyous news served as a potent dose of adrenaline, instantly dispelling the clouds of dread and fear that had loomed over them. "Let us go." Steve donned his helmet once more, his voice regained its resolute vigor, brimming with infectious zeal. "Let us bring our brothers home." Chu Hang and Logan immediately rose to follow, their steps feeling significantly lighter. As long as they could reunite with Duggan and depart this cursed place with everyone intact, then every sacrifice and peril of the night would be deemed worthwhile. However, just as Chu Hang reveled in this hopeful vision, his hyper-enhanced ears detected a faint, yet eerily familiar sound. It emanated from behind them, from the direction of the fiery ruins. The sound was subtle, muffled, almost entirely drowned out by the howling wind and the crackling aftermath of the explosions. Had his hearing not transcended the realm of humanity to attain an almost inhuman acuity, he would have never noticed it. It was a rhythmic sound. Thud, thud, thud. Like a colossal drum, deeply buried beneath the earth, being struck with deliberate slowness. Chu Hang's footsteps faltered abruptly, his entire being seemingly frozen in place. What's wrong? Steve, walking ahead, sensed his unease and promptly halted, turning back with a vigilant inquiry. Chu Hang did not respond. Instead, he stiffly turned, inch by inch, directing his ear toward the source of the sound, holding his breath, and concentrating all his attention to listen. The wind, the snow, the crackling flames. The distant hissing of molten metal meeting ice and snow. Amidst the cacophony of noise, that unmistakable sound once again pierced through his ears with remarkable clarity. Thud, 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 it was no mere illusion. It was neither the echo of his heartbeat nor the resonance of an explosion. It was the sound of a heartbeat. The pulsating rhythm of that colossal heart he had once encountered in the subterranean laboratory. It had not perished. Despite the violent, cataclysmic explosion and collapse, it was still alive. Moreover, the heartbeat resonated with even greater steadiness and vigor than before, each thump seemingly shaking the very earth, imbued with a wild ferocity and raw power, reminiscent of breaking free from constraints. A chilling wave surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, yet it was still alive in a voice that was almost dreamlike and unfamiliar to himself. Chu Hang whispered to the bewildered faces of Steve and Logan, revealing this harrowing truth that could plunge anyone into utter despair. The monster was not dead. Chapter 32. How to confront this abomination. As Chu Hang uttered those words, though softly spoken, they resonated like a tolling death knell in the silent expanse of snow. The expressions on Steve and Logan's faces froze in that moment. Logan, who had just relaxed his brow in the wake of a successful mission, furrowed it once more in disbelief. He cast a disbelieving glance at Chu Hang before swiftly turning. Akin to a solitary wolf attempting to catch the scent of prey in the wind, straining his ears towards the ruins. Steve's reaction was swifter. He refrained from listening, knowing that Chu Hang's hearing surpassed his own. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Chu Hang's eyes, where the flickering flame of hope was rapidly being extinguished by the icy grip of shock. Are you certain? He murmured, his voice low, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Chu Hang did not respond verbally. He merely swallowed hard and nodded emphatically. He was, without a doubt, certain. The heartbeat resonated within him like a colossal diesel engine running at full throttle, heavy, powerful, and brimming with indomitable vitality. It echoed in his mind, each pulsation causing his own heart to lurch violently. Not only was it alive, but it sounded even more vigorous than before. Logan, evidently sensing a flicker of something, perhaps not merely the sound, but rather a primal instinct, slowly straightened up. The ferocity that belonged to a beast surged forth once more on his visage as he bared his teeth in a menacing grin, growling softly. Good, very good. Saves me the trouble of hunting it down later. This fellow was a madman. Shouldn't a normal person's first reaction upon hearing such news be to flee? Yet here he was, brimming with excitement. Yet it was Steve's reaction that truly made Chu Hang grasp the gravity of the situation. Unlike Logan, who was consumed by anger and aggression, or Chu Hang, who was paralyzed by fear, Steve merely inhaled deeply, the air laced with gunpowder and frost, seemingly sharpening his gaze to a cold, surgical precision in an instant. We must go. Without a hint of hesitation, he uttered those 3 words and turned, sprinting towards the designated rendezvous point with fervor. His resolute demeanor suggested that behind him, they were not being pursued by an indomitable monster, but merely an ordinary snowstorm. This composure unsettled Chu Hang far more than Logan's fury. It indicated that in the judgment of this battle-hardened super soldier, their combined efforts against that creature held no chance of success. Their only option was to flee. Logan seemed poised to say something further, but upon witnessing Steve's unwavering silhouette, he could only spit in frustration and hastily followed suit. Chu Hang, not daring to delay, sprinted after them. The 3 of them raced across the snowy landscape, silence enveloping them. Chu Hang focused all his attention on his hearing, striving to detect the movements of that monster. The sound of his heartbeat grew increasingly distinct and resonant. Thud. 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 Soon, a disconcerting, heavy scraping noise intermingled with it. It was the sound of countless tons of steel and concrete grinding against one another, a cacophony of destruction. It was emerging. The thought barely flickered in Chu Hang's mind when a deafening roar erupted from the heart of the burning ruins behind them. Boom. This sound was unlike the previous explosions. It was more muted, yet possessed an overwhelming penetrative force, as if some unfathomably heavy entity had violently breached the Earth's crust from the depths of the underworld. The 3 of them instinctively turned to look. In the center of the inferno, the towering mass of burning steel and debris surged upward like an awakened volcano. Countless flaming remnants were thrust aside by an unimaginable force, akin to waves parting before a colossal vessel. In the wake of this upheaval, a massive, indescribable shadow slowly rose. Inexorably, from the devastation and flames. It was still that grotesque amalgamation of pallid flesh and cold machinery. But its current form was 100 times more terrifying than what they had witnessed in the basement. The explosion's searing heat had charred the flesh on its exterior to a crisp black, resembling fractured charcoal. Yet beneath those ashen cracks glowed a dark red luminescence, as if its veins coursed not with blood, but with molten lava. The metallic supports, once merely structural, had now fused grotesquely with the twisted steel, armor plates, and pipes left in the wake of the factory explosion. Its size had at least doubled, resembling a mobile mountain of flesh and steel. What sent shivers down Chu Hang's spine was the creature's head. That already grotesque and terrifying cranium was now partially replaced by a massive, incandescent turbine engine, its surface glowing a fierce red. The turbine continued to rotate slowly, emitting a low, ominous hum, while scorching gusts of air emanating from it distorted the surrounding atmosphere. This was no longer a mere biological weapon. It was a war colossus, clawing its way from the depths of hell, with steel for bones and fire for blood. With a thunderous roar, it raised its head, one side flesh, the other machinery, and unleashed a bellow unlike anything a living creature could produce. The sound wave, infused with boundless anguish, fury, and savagery, manifested as a visible shockwave that sent the flames around it crashing to either side. Its solitary, immense eye, amidst the inferno, slowly swept across nearly 1,000 meters, landing with precision upon the 3 minuscule figures that resembled ants. They were targeted. In that instant, Chu Hang felt as if he were ensnared by an ancient beast. An instinctual terror rooted deep within his very genes seized his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Run. Don't look back. Steve's roar struck Chu Hang like a hammer to the back of his head, rousing him from the paralyzing grip of fear. Regaining his senses, he resumed his flight, matching Steve's pace. He dared not turn back. He feared that a single glance would obliterate any remaining courage to flee. They ran faster, every step in the knee-deep snow demanding every ounce of strength they possessed. The super soldier serum had granted him extraordinary physical prowess, but at this moment, it felt utterly futile. He could distinctly hear the monster moving after a brief pause. Thud, crack, boom. Its lower half, forged from countless scraps of metal, surged forward like an uncontrollable behemoth, advancing with a despairing speed. With each step it took, the ground trembled beneath it, its colossal form trampling the burning ruins, producing a thunderous roar. It was faster than they were. Captain, it's gaining on us. Fast. Chu Hang shouted hoarsely to Steve, who was ahead. I know. Steve bellowed without looking back. Get over that ridge. Use the terrain to shake it off. The ridge was still at least 400 meters away, while the creature was less than 800 meters behind them, the distance rapidly diminishing. A chill gripped Chu Hang's heart. There was no way they could outrun it. This won't do. Logan's voice tinged with urgency broke through. It will catch us like rabbits and crush us into pulp. Someone must divert its attention. With that, he slowed his pace and turned to charge towards the monster. Return. Steve abruptly halted, gripping Logan's arm with a fierce intensity, his gaze sharp as a blade. Your claws cannot harm it. Charging in is tantamount to seeking death. Follow the orders. But, no buts. Steve's tone brooked no argument. Our mission is to rendezvous with Dugan and the others and evacuate everyone from this place. The death of any one of us here holds no significance. Logan's chest heaved violently as he glared at the looming monstrosity drawing nearer, a tempest of defiance and rage simmering in his eyes. Yet, he ultimately gritted his teeth, turned, and continued to sprint alongside Steve. Chu Hang understood Steve was right. In the face of overwhelming strength, fearless bravery was little more than a death wish. Yet, reasoning and despair are disparate entities. He could distinctly hear the ground tremble with each thunderous step of the beast, the vibrations growing ever more intense. He could even feel the scorching waves of heat radiating from its form, crashing against his back in relentless pulses. It was too close, far too close. Just as Chu Hang felt his resolve wavering, Steve's voice suddenly pierced through the chaos, maintaining an astonishing steadiness, imbued with powerful logic and command. Chu, listen. Don't merely heed its footsteps. Tune into its bodily structure. Where are its weaknesses? Joints, energy core, any area that deviates from its primary structure. In that moment, a revelation struck Chu Hang. Yes, he had been so consumed by fear that he overlooked their greatest asset, his acute hearing. He forced himself to calm, expelling all fear and distractions from his mind, like a finely tuned instrument, channeling all his perceptions onto the colossal creature behind him. The heartbeat. That was its biological core, shrouded in thick flesh and armor, sounding dreadfully muffled, offering no opportunity for assault. The sound of metal grinding. That was the noise of its movement, omnipresent, utterly indistinguishable. Wait. Amidst the cacophony, he detected a peculiar sound, a high frequency, akin to the hum of electric currents. It did not emanate from the heart-like biological core, nor from that half-turbine head, but rather, from its back. At a higher position on its back, there was a sound distinctly different from the rest. It resonated clearer, sharper, as though a formidable energy was surging within a relatively fragile vessel at high velocity. It's its back, Chu Hang shouted. There is something amiss at a spot on its back. It's like some kind of energy core. The sound there is far weaker than the heartbeat from its chest. Steve's eyes ignited with fervor. Well done, he roared, quickening his pace. Logan, did you hear that? Its weakness lies in its back. I can hear it. Logan's voice was tinged with an exhilarating excitement that was hard to contain. But how could we maneuver to its rear? Indeed, how could we circumvent it? They were struggling to flee in a straightforward manner, let alone attempt to flank it. At that moment, they finally reached the foot of the ridge. It was an almost 70-degree steep slope, covered thickly with snow and ice. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve hurled his vibranium shield, which clanged as it embedded itself firmly within a crevice of the rocky face halfway up the slope. Grasping the strap connected to the shield, he let out a fierce shout and swung himself upward like a pendulum towards the ridge. Then, astonishingly, while still airborne, he managed to toss the other end of the strap toward them. Logan caught it without a word, unsheathed his bone claws, and plunged them into the icy wall, using both hands and feet to scramble upward. Chu Hang emulated his actions, wielding his entrenching tool as an ice pick, desperately climbing higher. The three of them resembled agile geckos, ascending the steep cliff with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the monster had pursued them to the base of the ridge. It paused for a moment, seemingly bewildered. Its massive form was ill-suited to scale the vertical wall. Just as a flicker of hope ignited within Chu Hang, it was swiftly extinguished by an icy dread. The creature slowly raised its enormous claw, constructed of countless metallic components and pipes, resembling a battering ram. Then, it aimed at the wall they were scaling and struck down with tremendous force. Boom! The entire ridge trembled as if struck by a heavy artillery shell. Chu Hang felt a colossal force surge from the mountainside, nearly dislodging him from the ice. Countless ice shards and debris rained down upon them like a torrential storm. Hurry! Get up! Steve shouted from above. Gritting their teeth, they braved the falling rubble and pressed on. Boom! The monster struck again. This time, the impact created a vast fissure, resembling a dark lightning bolt that rapidly spread upward. He watched helplessly as the crack extended from mere meters below his feet, reaching directly above Steve. Captain, be careful. Before Chu Hang could finish, a massive boulder, the size of a truck, dislodged from the mountainside due to the cracking, plummeting with tremendous force towards Steve. Chapter 33. The ace. The moment the boulder broke free, the world seemed to be muted. Chu Hang's pupils constricted to pinpoints. The super soldier's serum heightened his senses to unprecedented levels. He could hear the agonizing creak of the boulder scraping against the cliff, feel the ice beneath him emit a faint lament under the immense pressure, and even smell the sharp, mingled scent of dust and snow that filled the air as it was compressed. His mind, this enhanced biological computer, whirred furiously in an instant, yet arrived at but one conclusion: it was over. The boulder loomed large, akin to a small truck, crashing down with an unmatched force. And Steve? He was firmly affixed to the nearly vertical ice wall by that damned belt. Before him, behind him, to his left and right, there lay only dead ends. There was no evasion, no means of obstruction. Even the perfect human being crafted by Dr. Erskine's lifetime of labor would, upon being struck head-on by such a colossal entity, meet but one fate: to become a blurred smear of red and white against the ice wall. Steve! A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the side. Logan's eyes instantly filled with blood, his primal instincts sensing the impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, muscles coiling with explosive energy. Yet the mere few meters between them now felt insurmountable. His speed could not outpace gravity. Time, in Chu Hang's perception, stretched infinitely. He watched helplessly as the massive shadow enveloped Steve entirely. However, in that fleeting moment, less than half a second, Steve, at the heart of despair, exhibited a reaction that Chu Hang would never forget for the rest of his life. He did not panic, nor did he feel fear or a shred of hopelessness. He abruptly lifted his gaze, those crystalline blue eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance, not fixating on the boulder above, but rather sweeping like lightning across the ice wall beneath it. In that instant, his mind transcended its limits. A torrent of data surged in and was processed instantaneously. He was not awaiting death. He was seeking that infinitesimal leverage that could alter fate. He found it. Logan, his voice no longer gentle but thunderous, imbued with an unyielding iron will. 3 o'clock, upper left. Do you see that protruding black rock? Strike it. With all your might. What? Chu Hang's mind went blank. At such a moment, strike an unrelated stone? Had he lost his senses? Yet Logan hesitated not even for 1/100th of a second. He did not ponder the rationality of the command. The one issuing the order was Steve Rogers, and that sufficed. This was absolute trust. Forged in the crucible of gunfire on the European battlefield, an unconditional obedience inscribed in the marrow of a commander through blood and sacrifice. With a fierce roar, a suppressed growl erupted from deep within Logan's throat, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. He propelled himself off the ice wall with a tremendous push. The ice beneath him shattering instantly, and he soared upward at an astonishing angle, like an enraged primate. Clang! 3 formidable bone claws erupted from his fists, scraping against the ice wall, producing a cacophony of harsh friction and a shower of sparks. He glided nearly parallel to the ice surface, accurately driving the bone claws into the black rock Steve had indicated. It was no larger than a basketball, unremarkable in appearance. Yet at the very moment the claw penetrated, Chu Hang's extraordinary hearing discerned a remarkably crisp cracking sound emanating from deep within the mountain. It was as if a critical support had shattered. That piece of black rock was, in fact, the hidden fulcrum sustaining the colossal boulder above. With the fulcrum's fracture, the massive rock, akin to a descending mountain, altered its trajectory ever so slightly, a deviation nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet this minuscule shift delineated the boundary between life and death. The boulder no longer plummeted directly towards Steve, but grazed the right side of his body, descending with a ferocious howl that tore through the air. Boom! The thunderous roar finally resonated as the colossal rock crashed heavily against the mountainside below, unleashing an awe-inspiring cacophony. Countless fragments of stone and ice were propelled into the air, culminating in a minor avalanche that surged relentlessly towards the massive creature at the base of the mountain. Although he narrowly evaded a direct hit, the violent gust generated by the boulder's passage struck Steve like an invisible giant's hand, forcefully pushing him away. Ugh! Steve grunted, his arms straining as veins bulged. Nearly losing his grip, Chu Hang's heart raced to his throat. Fortunately, Steve was indeed Steve. Come on, he bellowed, summoning a terrifying strength from his core, yanking his body back as if drawn by a magnet to the icy wall. He was saved. Chu Hang felt a wave of relief wash over him, panting heavily, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. He stared blankly at Steve above and then glanced at Logan, who was adjusting his stance on the other side, his mind echoing with a singular phrase, ace. Steve's extraordinary instinct in the face of peril, coupled with Logan's unwavering execution, forged an unspoken bond between them that transcended language. In comparison, his own previous actions, merely shouting warnings, seemed utterly futile. Stop dawdling. Get up here. Steve's command resounded like a clarion call, jolting Chu Hang from his self-reproach. At the mountain's base, the creature was struck solidly by the avalanche, with tons of ice and rock cascading down, producing only a cacophony reminiscent of a mere hailstorm. Enraged, it shook off the snow, its single eye blazing with fury as it refocused on the 3 small figures on the mountainside, emitting a deafening roar. Boom! Another punch. The entire ridge trembled violently, as more fissures spread like black lightning across the mountainside. If they did not flee immediately, the mountain would be dismantled before their eyes. The trio dared not linger any longer, scrambling upward with a fervor unmatched in their lives. Finally, as they felt their lungs near the point of bursting, Steve was the first to reach the ridge. He swiftly turned, pulling Logan up with him, and together they hoisted the exhausted Chu Hang to safety. The 3 collapsed onto the snow, panting heavily, greedily inhaling the frigid air. Surviving the aftermath, Chu Hang turned his head to observe the 2 individuals beside him. Steve was meticulously examining his shield, which bore a shallow scar etched by a colossal rock. Logan, seemingly indifferent, shook his hand, the blood seeping from his knuckles crystallizing into dark crimson shards, yet his face radiated the exhilaration and satisfaction of battle. To be allies with these 2 formidable beings felt, perhaps, not entirely disadvantageous. Are we safe? Chu Hang inquired, breathless. Steve approached the cliff's edge, gazing downward. The monstrous entity lingered below the ridge, restlessly pacing back and forth, its claws gouging into the earth. Given its cumbersome physique, it was improbable for it to ascend the nearly vertical cliff. It appeared they had temporarily evaded it. Chu Hang exhaled a long sigh of relief, yet Steve's countenance remained grave. Something is amiss, he suddenly murmured. What is amiss? Logan leaned in, his primal instincts echoing a sense of unease. It is too calm. Steve's voice carried an icy undertone. Considering its prior savagery, having lost its quarry, it should be wreaking havoc around it, rather than as it was now, seemingly awaiting something. Awaiting? A chill ran down Chu Hang's spine as ominous premonitions surged within him. He promptly shut his eyes, extending his hearing to its utmost limits. The rhythm of his heartbeat remained steady, and the footsteps had ceased. However, a novel sound infiltrated his auditory senses. A high-pitched, piercing hum, akin to a multitude of bees buzzing in unison, grew increasingly loud and grating, nearly shattering his eardrums. The source was its head, the frenzied whirring of that turbine engine. This is bad. Chu Hang's complexion turned ashen as he screamed in panic. The turbine was accelerating. It was gathering energy. At the foot of the mountain, the creature slowly lifted its head. The turbine engine half of its cranium spun at a heart-stopping velocity, producing a shriek that tore through the air. A copious amount of air was forcefully drawn in, coalescing at the forefront into a blindingly radiant point of light, reminiscent of the sun's core. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically, and the snow atop the mountain began to melt at a visibly rapid pace, rising in wisps of white vapor. It had no intention of climbing up. It sought to obliterate them, along with this mountain, from existence. Scatter. Steve managed to shout these two words before launching himself sideways, like a cheetah. Chu Hang and Logan instinctively rolled and crawled in the opposite direction. Just as they vacated their position, a massive beam of dark red energy, seemingly capable of melting anything, erupted from the creature's maw, accompanied by a soul-rending shriek. The beam surpassed the speed of sound, accurately crashing into the mountaintop where they had just stood. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a sound that made one's teeth ache, a sharp hissing noise. Then, Chu Hang watched in astonishment as the summit, composed of hard rock and ancient ice, was instantaneously transformed upon contact with the beam of light. It melted away silently, akin to butter cast into a steel furnace, vaporizing and being utterly erased from this three-dimensional realm. A colossal circular void, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and boasting edges as smooth as a mirror, emerged at the peak, still emitting billowing heat. Lying several dozen meters away, Chu Hang felt the searing temperature beneath him, inhaled the pungent scent of sulfur in the air, and gazed at the terrifying void that appeared as if divinely erased by an unseen hand. A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering his blood nearly frozen. How on earth could one fight under such circumstances?